Cricket Live, the West Indies versus England in the second ODI.
What a shot on TalkSport 2.
A very good afternoon to you. It is TalkSport 2, and we are 13 minutes away from the toss, and we'll continue the build-up to the action. The toss, as I say, 13 minutes away, and then we will find out what the team on duty for England will be, and find out whether they've made any more changes, whether they will stick with things, or whether there'll be any more debutants. And while we're talking about debutants, we'll talk about youngsters, and we'll talk about the fact that England have got so many of them in their side. Now, of course, up until recently, Darren Gough has been in a part of a cricketing team, trying to build a squad together, and part of that is bringing through youngsters. Goughy, how aware are you when you're putting a squad together that you've got to have that next group of players, but you also don't want to throw people in too early? You know, how aware are you of that tipping point, if you like?
Well, there's two ways to look at it. I think at Yorkshire we didn't have a choice because the money wasn't there, so we had to cut the wage bill by a lot. And the lucky thing about when you're at counties like the big counties, Yorkshire, Lancashire, there's so many good youngsters, so you can afford to give them a good run in the team. But it takes a while. You've got to give a youngster. I've been there myself, right? And you're a little bit like good game, bad game, couple of good games, bad game. And that's what happens when you're young. But if you give them time, they'll get that experience, they'll get that confidence, and it works. And you look at Yorkshire now, this year, they've been outstanding. England's slightly different because you haven't got that opportunity because of the criticism that will come with it. But these players are all getting an opportunity now at the highest level. The problem is the criticism every time they lose a game might affect each individual. But the problem we've got, England now in one-day internationals have not played their best team probably for about 12 months. It's a different squad every time because of the amount of cricket that's been played, test cricket, crossing over with internationals. So once we get our best team, we'll have a better idea on how good this team is, because I have no idea, because there could be 5-6 changes out of this team here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm delighted, and I do mean delighted, to say that the former England head coach and player David Lloyd Bumble is back with us as part of this game. Bumble, thank you very much for being back with us. Put your England coach's hat on for a minute, because you were there, you would be bringing in youngsters. How aware are you, when you are the head coach, of bringing the right people in at the right time, and not, if you like, putting them over that tipping point of too much too soon?
Well, you're aware that you have to win, and the team has to win. You as a coach need wins to quieten everything down. The supporters demand wins, and so you've got to balance and spin plates to have experienced players in your team who you can trust. And you're always wanting to bring two youngsters in, two younger players in, slot them in, learn them about the game, but the end product is to win. And so just listening to Darren, I agree that England don't really know right now what the best team is. So I think it's best to come out and say, look, this is a bit experimental, we're going to try them out, we're seeing how we go, we're hoping they do well. You win some, you lose some, and I think you've then got a step on a ladder to the public, to the supporters. This is what we're trying to achieve, because if you watch social media now, it's a bit vitriolic. It's vitriolic. Well, the rubbish, the this, that, and the other. Well, they've got a lot of young players in the team, and they're going to stumble now and again. Other times they'll be terrific, but it's always good to blood a couple of youngsters so that your seniors aren't just dropping off. There's a name that you could say as a senior player, and he's in his 30s, who's been there, done it, got the T-shirt, as they say, Johnny Bairstow. A proper player. Now, he's been jettisoned.
Vince as well?
Well, James Vince, he's going to be 34 this next summer, but he's a super player. But, you know, they were, I would argue about James Vince, he's a far better player now than when he played for England. So I'm going to flip it to down under, to Australia. A lad who didn't play any sort of representative cricket till he was 29. Michael Hussey, and look how good he was. So, you know, I wouldn't just jettison and discard players who might not just have done it. James Vince averaged 24-25 in Test match cricket, but he's a far better player now.
Can I ask you this? Because I know that rugby union teams did a lot of crunching of numbers in terms of teams winning World Cups, and they worked out, on average, teams that won, generally speaking, averaged about 35 caps per player.
We've been doing that for years.
So
we did that when you were doing coaching, didn't we? We were looking at the caps in the team compared to because if you looked back in our day and you looked at Pakistan, you looked at India, Sri Lanka, they'd all played 151 day internationals. You look at our team and we'd played like 21, 20. That's due to the amount. But everybody plays the same amount now.
So in other words, so what I was going to come on and say, Goffey, is we're 3 years to the next 50 over World Cup. Are England almost duty bound to stay with these guys to actually make it worth their while, so they end up with 20, 30, 40 caps to their name?
No, not necessarily. There's an opportunity now for players to bolt and to come in the next couple of years to do really well. Some outstanding young cricketers. I see a lot of county cricket and I see a lot of one-day cricket. There's a lot of outstanding players. I think it's good that we have Lions tours, and you know there'll be one or two that come from that who've got to force their way in. And so the places are up for grabs. So when places are up for grabs, you perform. If you perform, you grab a place. So there's a real opportunity. We see there's lads in here who I don't know much about, and I'm absolutely thrilled for them. Get yourself stuck in. You're playing for England. You have a great opportunity. Now, there's a negative to that. Are you used to these conditions? Our discussion here is that England lose that first game, and I'm on with Alan Brazil the other day. He said, "Oh, they should win these easily." Oh, whoa! I don't. No, hang on. West Indies are terrific over there, so we've had no preparation. We don't go across and get acclimatised, used to these surfaces over. We rock up, get a hotel room. When are we playing tomorrow? Have a game of golf. Yeah, let's rock up. You lose, you've got to win.
And that's the way the modern day plays now. I mean, you've got these tournaments coming up. They go in, no practice. It's just straight into games. Golf on the day off, play the next day. Golf, play the next day. Golf. And that's how it goes about. They're totally different to how they used to. But when you look at these players, you're talking about all these youngsters that are playing, right? And it's great that all these young kids are getting some game time. You could argue, but do we see Livingston and Curran splitting up those youngsters they've got in there? What's the point? Because England, if they're going to play, they're going to play in that position. You've got to know your role. And Livingston, if he plays, is going to bat 5 or 6. So they need him to bat there. But look at the players that could come in. Yeah. Butler, Duckett, Stokes now, McCullum's back, Brook, Wood, Cass, Jamie Smith. You've got there all them players that are going to come into this team. So just try and imagine how good this team is when all them's playing with a mixture who stands out in these fixtures for England. And that's how you have to look at it, because you have to have always 2 for each position. And England should have that now.
This is the 2s, isn't it? This
is the second team set for 3 players, 3 or 4 players.
Of course it is. And so you've got to establish players who will come back into the team. But England in one-day cricket, in the last, 18, 20 matches, they're in the doldrums. I keep coming back. I'll keep saying it all afternoon. You've got to win. There's no draws in this. You've got to win. It quietens everybody down. Alex Tudor said, "Stop the breeze. Stop the breeze. You've got to stop the breeze."
It's a beautiful phrase, and he's a beautiful human being. Good afternoon, Choose. I'm sure you're listening. So we're a couple of minutes away from the toss. We will find out what Team England are going with today. I think there's going to be a couple of changes potentially in the bowling, but we'll get the full confirmation very shortly indeed. It is the second one-day international. West Indies winning the first on Duckworth Lewis Stern in Antigua on Thursday evening. Now a day game in Antigua, and in a 3-match series, it's dead simple. If England want to win the series, they simply have to win today.
Final delivery of the over. Rutherford, welcome to one-day international cricket.
Here he comes.
Oh my goodness, Salt's not going to get hit on the body by that one.
All the balls again, this time he's driving, in the air, out to long on, over. That's another 6.
When we turn up against England, somehow the standard is just raised.
Here's Curran around the wicket wide, full straight And Rodman Powell says, thank you very much. Mammoth.
Livingston.
Oh, he's bowled in. How does he go this time? Back of the hand, and Powell, wow, disdainfully pulls it into the stand.
Livingston, oh my goodness. That is why he's paid the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. I like this. I like this a lot.
Afternoon, everybody. It is One Day International Cricket. It is exclusively live here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. And the assembled masses are getting together in the middle for the toss. So we'll be having the toss of the coin very shortly indeed, and getting those teams confirmed as well. So keep reminding you, the West Indies victorious in that first game on Duckworth Lewis Stern. And we are just awaiting for Ian Bishop to get into position for the toss. The word we're getting is that Shamar Joseph is going to be coming into the side today for the West Indies. We'll be getting that confirmed very shortly indeed. But it looks like things are about to get underway. The captains are there. And let's get over to Nikhil, who's doing the toss today, not Ian Bishop.
Taking on England. Shea Hope, captain of the West Indies, is here. Liam Livingstone, captain of England. Former West Indian fast bowler Rayon King is here to oversee proceedings. Shea's got the coin. Tails is the call. It is the tails. Liam has won the toss. Liam, you've won the toss. What will you be doing and why?
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl. Obviously a bit of rain around last night. Hopefully there's a bit of moisture in the pitch, Elliot.
Tell me about batting first when the results have skewed to the favour of teams chasing. What qualities does your batting lineup need to have to win batting first?
We're bowling first, so we don't.
Oh, correction, yeah. Okay, you're bowling first. Tell me about the plans then for your opening bowlers.
Yeah, hopefully pretty similar to the other day. I thought Jofra and JT bowl really well. So yeah, pretty much the same as the other day, and hopefully there'll be a bit of spin in the middle. Tell me about the batting performance now. Guys getting starts. What tempo do you need them to find to be successful in this format? Yeah, I don't think it's I think it's an individual thing. I think everybody's got to play their own way and find a way that works for them in one-day cricket. Like you said, everybody got a start. So hopefully somebody can get in, go big in that top six, and that'll go a long way to us winning the game. What changes have you made today? We've got one change. Sakib Mahmood's in for Jamie Overton. And is that tactical? Yeah, Jamie's obviously coming back from an injury as well, so we're trying to look after him as much as possible. And Saki's obviously had a few years out with injury as well, so it'll be nice to see him back in. Go well today. Thank you, mate. We'll get Shea now. Shea, I'll ask you that question. Batting first, what qualities does your lineup need to have to be successful in setting a target?
Well, first we need to adapt. We're on a different surface, so we got to make sure we assess the conditions quickly and see what's a good score on this surface. Tell us about your team today. Any changes? Yeah, one change, some precautionary measures. Alzari is out, and Shamar Joseph making his debut today. And that means your three fast bowlers are 25 years old or younger. Why should West Indian fans, Shea, be excited about the future of this fast bowling group? As you said, they're young and exciting. They've got a lot of skill. Obviously, we got to hone that skill, but I think they're just always ready to go. We got a lot of talent in the Caribbean, so as long as they got the opportunity, just try to grasp it. You've spoken a lot about taking each ODI leading up to that World Cup one game at a time. How do you instill that in your group with the World Cup 3 years away? That's all we have to do. We can't really look too far ahead. Yes, it's in the picture, but it's important to focus on what's right in front of us at the present moment, and we have got to play good cricket every single time we go down the park. And what pleased you about the way you guys went about things the most in that first ODI? I just thought we were a lot more disciplined with our lines and lengths, especially in the bowling department. I think that's something that we've been stressing for a long time, and as long as we're consistent in that field, then we're going to be a lot better as a team. All right, go well today. Thank you. It is hot out here. News from the middle then. Liam Livingstone has won the toss. They will be bowling first.
Thank you, Nikhil. Nikhil Chandani doing the duties with the toss. I think he got a bit confused at the start there because Liam Livingstone's microphone wasn't working properly and he probably didn't hear what he said. But just to recap, England did win the toss and have elected to bowl. Just one change for England, and Sakib Mahmood is in for Jamie Overton, which means that Jofra Archer is playing today. We thought he might not. We thought they might rest him today and so he could go again in Barbados. But it looks like he's going to go 2 out of 2 here, which would mean he'd play all 3 games. Bumble Lloyd is still with us in the TalkSport 2 commentary box. Are you a little bit surprised that Jofra, pleasantly surprised, that Jofra is playing today as well?
No, I'm not. I think you get bowling fit, and I'm delighted that he's in, but I'm more delighted that Sakib is into the team. And Sakib is quite a special player, coming back after so many injuries. And he is an international bowler. We're playing white ball cricket here, but it may be that red ball cricket is his forte. So it's good to see him back in, and a bit of a potent force when you talk about Jofra Archer and Sakib Mahmood in the same team, John Turner. That's a good team.
Well, I'm delighted to say that Philo Wallace is once again with us here in the TalkSport 2 commentary box as well. Philo, good afternoon to you first and foremost. So, one change for the West Indies. Alzari Joseph is left out. Precautionary, said Shea Hope there. I'm not sure quite what the situation is. Alzari Joseph did manage to bowl 8 overs and 1 ball, 2 for 46, and had his fielders backed him up, he would have had better figures than that on Thursday evening. But Shamar Joseph is in for his debut.
Yes, I say good afternoon to you, Andrew, and to David Bumble Lloyd. It's a pleasure. You know what I mean? The last of the good Mohicans are here. I'm happy for Shamar Joseph. I'm a Shamar Joseph fan. I think that he should be one that West Indies should build their pace attack around. He left Sri Lanka before the final ODI, which was a big surprise. Said personal reasons, and he obviously is in the squad and he's in the playing 11 today. Alzari Joseph missing out is a bit of a mystery because he didn't look injured. I thought he just looked more upset than anything else, but obviously they said it's precautionary, and they will know why. And I hope that
maybe it's potentially a bottom lip problem because he's been dragging it around for the last couple of days.
But he's playing at home in Antigua, and normally when you're playing at home in the region, you want to play the games that are in your territory because you have that home support. But they know what they're doing in Antigua, and they've made the decision. But I'm happy for Joseph. I hope he can come in when hit his traps and look to bowl what we expect him to bowl, and hopefully has a good debut. West Indies, obviously, as Shea Hope said, is a new pitch, a different surface, same area but different pitch on the square, and obviously they're going to see what is a good total on the surface, which is a strange answer. You should have in your mind what kind of target you're looking at, because obviously, judging from Antigua, we realize that 230, 240 is par score, so maybe they're looking to get up to that. If they get beyond that, they will say, well, hey, the pitch played good.
Let's talk about this West Indian seam attack. It was touched on by Nikhil at the toss there. Matthew Ford, 22 years of age. Shamar Joseph, 25 years of age. Jayden Seales, 23 years of age. We were talking with Bumble and Goffey earlier about England having a young and relatively inexperienced lineup. Same true for the West Indies, therefore. A chance for them to stake a claim.
I would say opportunity for these three young men. Obviously, Shamar Joseph, he's a debutant today, but when you look at Jayden Seales, from the red ball, he's the one that obviously always gets the wickets. He's in good bowling form. He had a good series in England. He had a good series when they played in the Caribbean against South Africa. And we're just hoping that he can continue in that vein with a white ball. Matthew Ford, newcomer as well. Obviously, he's played a lot of T20 cricket. He plays for the St. Lucia Kings under head coach Darren Sammy. So obviously, Darren Sammy will know Matthew Ford inside out and know his strengths and his weaknesses. And if you judge from that first ODI, we saw on the screen, Sammy was telling him to go cross seam with a lot of deliveries, and that happened, and he was successful. So obviously, the coach and Matthew Ford and the captain are quite happy with how he has gone, and they've given another opportunity. But again, it's not depth. The depth will come from Moti, as we saw before. Moti is going to be the key in that bowling lineup, despite those three young fast bowlers.
So Shamar Joseph, then, he is the oldest of the three at 25, but he's making his debut today. He's played the grand total of two list A games in his career. So he's not exactly got a huge amount of experience in this form of the game to fall back on.
He doesn't have a huge amount of experience, but what he brings is excitement. And we saw from that victory, that famous victory in Australia with a pink ball. He's never bowled a pink ball before, and he routed Australia. So he brings that kind of energy to the bowling lineup. He's respected as well within that West Indies setup. And we expect him to, obviously, he'll be nervous, but I believe that he can still hold his own against this inexperienced England side. I think if he wanted a side to debut against, I think England would be the best bet for him. And I think that once he can hit his traps and bowls what he knows how to bowl, get the ball in the areas, I think he'll be a successful West Indies going forward in 50-over cricket. And it's good to see him given the opportunity to play 50-over cricket.
Bumble, from an England batter's point of view, it's three guys who they won't have seen a huge amount of. Look, there's footage of every player now, thanks to the analysts and all of that. But how hard is it as a top order batter going out there against guys? you don't know a huge amount. I suppose in some ways it's a help because it means you've got no preconceptions.
Well, what you need is the mechanics of the action. You want to visualise from 22 yards what his action is when he's running into ball. So when they're in practice, you know, the teams will practice prior to this match, and you'll look at each individual bowler to try and decipher the mechanics of when he's running in, and you visualise this guy bowling against you. But they are three very exciting bowlers, and Morty is the key. Morty is a lovely left-arm spinner and got great reward in that first game. So you look at this toss, and it's a new pitch. The assessment of a pitch, you know, in Antigua, I think 250, 260, it puts you in the box seat. And so England have said, we're going to have a ball first. What they're saying is, they're going to think that this pitch is not going to die and be really awkward batting in the second innings. Because if you're on a pitch that you're a bit wary of, you'll bat first and get the best use of it. So England must be confident that this is a decent pitch and they can restrict the West Indies. West Indies will be dangerous. They will be very dangerous. They're an exciting team.
Let me just recap you with some stats. We mentioned this the other day. Average total batting first one-day internationals on this ground, 240.
That's right.
It is not a slap hit everywhere, 320, 350 pitch and all of that. There have, in fact, only been 4 totals of over 300 batting first on this ground 4 times.
And I would think that's not because it's a big green seamer and it's bouncy and it's knocking your head off and so on. I should think it's quite low and it'll spin a bit and it'll be difficult to play your big shots. So if you're only getting 240, there's not many big shots in there.
I think also we have to remember as well that this is a day game.
Yes.
And they've already said that it's very hot. So it is important. The last game was a day and night, where we saw in the first innings when the pitch was holding a bit. And then as they had rain interruptions, the rain got onto the surface and it made it quite nice for batting. And also the outfield as well quickened up when the rain hit it, which was quite strange. But this is a day game on a new surface. And again, the batters, I think this kind of surface here, as a batter, you have to assess the conditions. It's not a helter-skelter. You have to assess the conditions. And once you get in, like what we saw Evan Lewis have done, in that first ODI, then you can express yourself successfully.
So Philo, this game, there's two pitches in Antigua. This is Vivs, isn't it? What about the Rec? I mean, the Rec, come on.
But they're going to resurrect the Rec.
Oh,
I think
great.
they should.
Fabulous
pitch. When I played there in 1991, my first class game, I scored 135. Well, Andy Roberts, then, he's now Sir Andy Roberts, was the head curator.
He was?
And it was green.
Yeah.
And I told Desmond Haynes, who was the captain and my opening partner, well, I was his opening partner, and Gordon Greenwich was in that side as well, and Carl at best. I said, but Desmond wanted to us. He said, well, we'll bat first. I said, on this green top? He said, well, if you bat on it green, you'll get the best of it, because when it starts to dry, it was still low. And the balls were flying, and I can remember Vivian Richards at slip saying, no drives.
No drives, that's it.
And
he used to say, motorways for the drive.
The balls are just climbing, and all I'm saying, they're not going to give us more. Desmond said, no drives, you're not going to get any. The big man said, no drives.
No drive. And what about that other thing that he used to hear Viv coming from? Take him to the top floor.
Yeah.
Take him to the top floor. They want the bouncers. He wanted it coming round your head and your shoulders. You could hear him from seconds like, take him to the top floor.
But that's part of intimidation. That is part of mental. But you have to block all that and watch the ball. I got 135 in the game, and he clapped me. When I went in, he came in and he said, I want to see many more of those innings from you. Because you had a challenge. The ball is flying around your head. You can't duck all bumbles. You will bat one, but you got to hit them. So I just struck it, and I was successful in that first game. And that was it, But the Rec was a very good ground, and then the environment, the people are there on you, and that's why I think it's missing from cricket.
Absolutely.
The people are close to you, and you feel them. And, you can look into someone's eyes, and you can see joy or hurt. And I think that the recreation ground, the government of Antigua needs to try to rebuild that and make that the second home of cricket in Antigua.
It is Antigua. It is the second one-day international. We're at the St Vivian Richards Stadium, which is out of St John's. It's out of pretty much everywhere, if we're being honest. It's an awful long way from anywhere else. But we are 15 minutes away from the first ball. England have won the toss. They are bowling first. It's a great toss to win. Sides chasing have won the last 6 one-dayers to be played on this ground. So England have won the toss. They've elected to chase. Can they restrict the West Indies to something that is chaseable? We will find out coming up shortly on TalkSport's Cricket YouTube channel and here on TalkSport 2. Let me recap the 11s for you if you are just joining us. England, one change today with Saqib Mahmood coming in for Jamie Overton. So it's Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Jordan Cox, Jacob Bethel, Liam Livingstone, Sam Curran, Dan Mosley, Adil Rashid, Jofra Archer, Saqib Mahmood and John Turner. One change for the West Indies as well, with Shamar Joseph coming in for Shamar Joseph in for Alzari Joseph. So it's Brandon King, Evan Lewis, Casey Carty, Shai Hope, Shafane Rutherford, Shimron Hetmeyer, Roston Chase, Shamar Joseph, Gudakesh Moti, Matthew Ford and Jayden Seales. Those are the teams, those are the toss. Let's get the latest odds with our friends at William Hill.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
And Ben Barrett is with us once again for this second one-day international. How are you pricing this one up then, Ben?
Far more evenly than the first one is the answer to that question. It was 10 to 11 each of two for the two sides about 10-20 minutes ago, but the toss and the team news has just nudged things towards England. Slight favourites now. The question is now, how many will the West Indies set England for a run chase later on? It's 5-6 that number is over 272.5. It's no surprise that England are looking for a little bit more out of their batting lineup. Only Liam Livingstone really got near a half century in a total that was absolutely nowhere near enough in the first ODI. Will Jack 16-5, top England run scorer. Phil Salt 7-2, Jordan Cox at 18-5, Liam Livingstone also at 18-5. For the West Indies, a bit of a shock that Evan Lewis isn't the favourite to be the top West Indies run scorer. He's second in behind Shai Hope 5-2 and 19-5 respectively. Brandon King, who'll open up with Lewis, is 4-1. A couple of other markets I think are worth keeping an eye on here. Team with the highest score at first dismissal. How good was that opening partnership between Evan Lewis and Brandon King? They're second favourites in that market, West Indies. That's a big price for me. They're a touch of odds on, but for me, they should be a very, very warm favourite in that particular market. England's batting lineup looks a little bit fragile. England are favourites at 4-5, but only just to pull this series back to 1-1.
Ben, thank you so much. Very interesting stuff there. I've got to say as well, Evan Lewis not being the favourite for top scorer, if nothing else, because he's opening the innings and Shai Hope's going in at 4. So I'm wondering if there's some England supporters hoping that the bowlers will be successful early doors. The latest odds update with William Hill. It is for over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
So there you go. England have won the toss. They are fielding. Let's hear from both captains now, though. Liam Livingstone and Shai Hope have both been speaking with our man, Cameron Ponsonby.
Liam, one change for you guys today. Saqib in for Jamie Overton. Why have you made that decision?
Yeah, Jamie's been out for a while with an injury, so trying to look after him. And yeah, we've got another bowling option in Saqib Mahmood.
You spoke after the last match about needing to bat smarter. What does that actually look like? Have you had any conversations with the group since that game?
Yeah, I think it's just as an individual we've got to try and get better ultimately. And yeah, whatever that looks like for each individual, everybody plays the game differently, and we're going to encourage people to do it themselves and work it out for themselves. So yeah, it's going to be different today. We're going to be chasing a total. We know what type of tempo that we need to bat at, and hopefully we can restrict them to a low score and chase it down.
I know they didn't necessarily get themselves on the wicket board, but both Jofra and John Turner bowled very well with the new ball the other day. Won the toss today, good conditions in the morning. What do you expect to see from them?
Yeah, hopefully there's a bit of moisture in the pitch. Hopefully the ball nips around. Yeah, I think we've got more chance of getting it to move around now than we have later on in the day. So yeah, I thought they were both outstanding the other day, especially JT on debut. So excited to see more of the same.
And just finally, there's scheduled to be a bit of rain about later on today. Was that a factor in why you guys decided to bowl first?
Not really. We know that it's pretty much a chasing ground anyway, so we wanted to use the pitch early up with a new ball, and hopefully that'll pay reward.
Liam, best of luck today.
Cheers.
Shai, batting first, how do you feel about that?
Obviously with these conditions you want to bowl first. The wicket has a little bit of moisture, and we get that when the rain is around you always want to have that option of batting second. But yeah, we just got to adapt, and obviously you don't always get what you want every single time, but it's a different challenge. You just got to make sure if you want to be a great team, you got to play in every single conditions that we face with.
Shamar Joseph, ODI debut. I think a lot of England fans would be shocked to see this is his first ODI game. Very exciting to see him out here. What can we expect?
You're going to expect a lot of energy for sure. He's one of those guys who's always up for the challenge, as we saw in the last few months. Quality bowler. He's got a lot to offer for West Indies cricket, so I'm excited to see him going.
And how big's the motivation at the moment to secure that series victory? I think it'll be the 5th series win in a row against England in the Caribbean. It's an amazing record.
Yeah, for sure. It's something that's on our minds, but we got to take it one game at a time. Yes, as I said, we're faced with a different challenge, setting the total this time around. But yeah, we understand that it's a big game to play, and as long as we hit our straps, we're going to be victorious again today.
With a bit of rain potentially around, was there any mindset when you're batting to potentially try and get that total that's a bit above par in case you get that shorter game later on?
It can play a factor, yes, but at this present moment, we just need to focus on what we can focus on. We can't really control the weather at this present moment. Let's deal with the playing area, 22 yards, and then the rest will take care of itself.
Shay, best of luck.
Thank you.
Both captains in conversation a few moments ago with our reporter Cameron Ponsonby. So there you go. You've got the news from the middle with the toss. England have won the toss. They are fielding first, and we are on a pitch that's one across, or maybe two across from where we were the other day. It's not changed things a great deal of difference. The square boundaries are still 63, 64, 65 metres or so, 73 metres down the ground, so it's longer straight than it is square. But we mentioned it the other day, the one thing about Antigua is there is a clattering old breeze off the sea. So from the eastern side of the ground, there is an enormous breeze. So that is a factor for the captains to bear in mind tactically, that one side you'll be hitting with the breeze, therefore it shortens the boundary. But when you're hitting into the breeze, it lengthens it by about 10 or 12 metres. So you factor that in to your field placings, who you're going to have bowling where and when, and so all of those things come into place. But the other big factor today, as we mentioned a couple of times, it is a day game. It is just coming up 9:30 in the morning in Antigua, and it's already in the high 20 degrees Celsius. Hottest part of the day is going to be around 31 is the forecast, and it's basically because of that heat building up with the humidity during the day that we may, I will stress may, get some heavy rain, potentially even thunder showers later on. There's about a 3-hour window where the forecaster said we might get potentially thundery spells during that. So let's hope that we can get the best part of the game done before that happens, and that it arrives fairly late as it did on the Thursday game for the day-night game, and therefore we can get the majority of the game done and dusted, and we don't have to go too early to Duckworth Lewis. A reminder that there is so much cricket coming your way on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel over the next few weeks. Not only have we got this one-day international series, there are then 5 T20 games in the Caribbean coming up. Every ball of that series is exclusively live here as well. We've got the conclusion of the India-New Zealand Test match tomorrow. And if you are just joining us, you haven't seen the scores from today, thinking, well, hang on, tomorrow's only day 3. It is going to be the conclusion, because New Zealand are 9 wickets down in their second innings, leading by 135. So there's not going to be much left of play in that one. So that will be done and dusted. New Zealand's next Test match series after that will be at home to England. 3 Test matches in New Zealand in December, and every ball of those will be exclusively live on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel as well. So there is lots and lots of cricket coming your way over the next few weeks. You do not need to go anywhere. All the information, all the details will be here. So the simple thing to do is get the TalkSport app downloaded to your phone, your tablet. You can simply swipe left or right between TalkSport and TalkSport 2 there. Or if you've got your DAB radio, make sure they're on the presets, and subscribe to the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. For all of those of you watching on the YouTube channel, hit subscribe and you'll get all the alerts and everything that you need coming through there, and you can join us for all of that. Right, players are on the way, umpires are on the way. Alahuddin Pellicker and Greg Brathwaite are the men standing today. So Rod Tucker has gone down to be TV umpire, with Leslie Reefer becoming the 4th umpire today. So Gregory Brathwaite has stepped up from 4th umpire to standing today. Alahuddin Pellicker was on replay duties the other day, and he is stepping up to become the number 1 man out on the field with Alahoudin Pelika. So here we go then, players on the way. Brandon King and Evan Lewis making their way out. They are taking guards, and we will be underway very shortly indeed. Right, we're about to get things underway. Jofra Archer has ball in hand. He will bowl the first over. Some final thoughts from Bumble Lloyd, who is going to be part of the commentary for the first section, how he thinks this will go, and then Neil Manthorpe's going to pick up the ball by ball.
Just looking at this field at set, there's just one slip in, there's a catcher just at short leg, a little bit deep, but looking forward to this, England winning the toss and having a ball first on a fresh pitch in Antigua.
Yep, 2 strips away from the one that we used on Thursday. Archer in first delivery outside the off stump, and Brandon King leaves it alone, shoulders arms to that one. It's an early start, isn't it? Saturday, we get people in the sunshine. There are a couple of thunderstorms forecast for later on, but let's hope that they're not too problematic. It could be a late evening. Interesting field, isn't it, that Jofra Archer's got. It's interesting that he's playing, actually. There was a thought that only 48 hours after the first game he might be saved for Barbados, the third game. That's outside the off stump again. Brandon King happy to leave it alone, the right-hander.
But it's worth asking Goffey here. It's a surprise that he's playing. I'm old school. I think you get better by playing. Do you think he would have been chatted to by the coaches? How do you feel? Did that used to go on?
Well, you know what my thoughts on Bumble, they would have said to me, they once asked me to rest, didn't they, at Trent Bridge in a one-day international. I said, no chance. To give Franksy a cap, I said, no chance. Ask Caddick, he can have a rest.
Here's Archer again. This time Brandon King plays a back foot defensive push to this.
It's lasted 2 conversations before that love-hate relationship between Goff and Caddick cropped up.
No, but what I'm trying to get to is, but if you ask me as the player, I want to play every game for England, right? And I'm sure Jofra does, but he's been managed on his comeback, aren't they? They're trying to share his workload. It's all about, for Jofra, getting him fit for the Ashes next year. They're not bothered about anything else. They just want him fit for World Cups and Ashes. That's what they're trying to do with Jofra, and probably now they're trying to up his work rate.
Here is Archer once again. Brandon King forward. He's bowled 4 very good deliveries, Archer. That one, first 2 left alone, good leaves, and next 2 defended. I'm surprised he's able to bowl at all with all that cotton wool wrapped around him.
Well, it is, and I'm a bit old school as well, that this is a 10 over max. He might get in the Ashes in 40 degrees and be looking at 25 overs a day. Has he got it in him? Has he got it in him? No, he will be the best person, I think, to answer that.
The 5th ball of the over coming up. Archer in, bowls. Brandon King again plays defensively, and there's no run. I can't imagine that England would fashion an attack in which Archer might have to bowl 25 overs a day. I mean,
Plus, I don't think he'll bowl 10 today unless... I think with the bowlers they've got in the side, the options they've got, look at the spin. England, they've got Bethel, they've got Jacks, they've got
well,
Rashid,
they had 9 bowling
they've got
options.
Mahmood, they've got Turner, they've got loads of options with the ball.
They had 9 bowling options on Thursday, and so they've left out Jamie Overton now, so they're down to 8. Archer in again, Brandon King forward, and the West Indies are underway. Hits the inside edge of the bat, out towards deep backward square leg, and they're through for a single. Brandon King keeps the strike, and West Indies asked to bat first, 1 without loss after 1 over.
And just back of a length from Jofra Archer, so nothing of any sort of swing, because he's not pitched the ball up at all. He's balled within himself there, 137 Ks, but it's a decent start from him. I'm just intrigued about England winning the toss on a fresh pitch in Antigua when the scores are around about 240, 250. They must be confident that this pitch is not going to change at all.
I'm interested in the balance of this England team, actually. You know, with so many bowling options, 8 genuine bowling options. Will Jacks, maybe, you know, so maybe a 9th. Shakib Mahmood came in for Jamie Overton. I think they're a batsman light. Adil Rashid is down on the card to come in at 8. It's John Turner from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and that is punched off the back foot to cover, no run.
You're right, they are, and that's why I think they kind of were worried about that area, and that's why they played Overton as a batter at 8. And it took so much criticism. We've had the criticism on. I saw Sir Alistair Cook criticising that selection. He doesn't see it at all, and I get where they're coming from. If he could bowl as well, especially Jamie Overton, I would 100% agree with the selection.
Here is John Turner to the crease now again, bowls, and that is punched. Lovely shot behind square on the offside, beats backward point and crashes into the boundary. I say John Turner bowled terrifically and might have had 3 for 12 48 hours ago, but that was just a little too short and a little too wide.
Yeah, it's short, and what we've seen in these first 8 or 9 deliveries, England are bowling back of a length. There's nothing been pitched up, nothing on the drive. That's just a little bit square, a bit wide, and gets a bit of treatment.
Here's Turner once again, and he's again a little bit too wide, and it's chopped away through the offside, but not timed. Jordan Cox chases after it, and they go through for another single. They've only got one other batting option, haven't they? Michael Pepper.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, one question though. Have they cut the grass? It seems a bit quicker. Already, you know, the outfield definitely
couldn't be any slower.
Notable, always notable, the new ground, which is outside of St John's. This is Viv Richards' ground, and the outfield has always been slow. It's very sandy.
Here is Turner once again. That is up to brilliant catch. What a catch from Jordan Cox at backward point. It was driven. It was the first delivery pitched up, and Brandon King launched himself into a cover drive, and that is a spectacular catch, low to the ground, diving to his left. Jordan Cox has taken a screamer. The West Indies are 1 down.
First drive ball. Everything's been back of a length, and this with his tongue out, as we can see on the screen, it comes off an outside edge, diving away to his left, down really, really low. It's a good catch, diving to his left.
Well, the thing is, Brandon King has been looking for that shot. That's one of his favourite shots. He's a good driver of the cricket ball. But he went searching for it, tried to hit it probably a little bit too hard. But what a catch. Absolutely excellent catch. Diving to the left, low to his left. Proper athlete there in there. It was Bethel, wasn't it? I think it was Bethel. Oh, it was Cox. Well, they've got so many good fielders in there. I mean, Cox, you've got Bethel, you've got Mosley, are all good fielders. But what a catch to his left low. And that's a big wicket for England, because they put on a good partnership, the West Indies, the other day, and it's brought in Carty pretty early to partner Evan Lewis, who's still not faced the ball.
Well, just get a strike early on. A boundary hit through the offside from Turner, and then a pitch-up ball, and you need response from your fielders. And you just think back at all the great fielders who have been in that position, backward point, just behind on the offside. And it's a lovely catch. We'll see it time and time again. He gets 2 hands to it as well. It's not one of these one-handed diving to his left and it sticks. He's dived low to his left, gets 2 hands to it. It is Cox, and a strike, early strike for Turner.
Turner is in now to Casey Carty, and I tell you what, that was a loud, going to be a loud appeal, but it was an inside edge onto his pad.
You get the music bleeding through in the background, a bit of Boy George. You can't beat a bit of Boy George at this time.
I'll tell you what, John Turner, I mean, I've been waiting to see him for a while now in an English show. We have seen him, but his weight, every time he gets picked, it seems to be, he gets an injury, doesn't he? But I've heard so much about him. I've seen him bowl short periods, but it's good now to see him in his second one-day international.
Here is Turner once again, and that's pushed out to extra cover, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Third squad that he's been selected in, but first time he's actually got a game.
Yeah, he's got an open chest action, hasn't he? Which tends to be the trend these days, Bumble. The open chest. He can run in, he runs in quite nicely, got a nice rhythmical run up, and he follows through and he can get the ball down at 90 miles an hour, which is what England are looking for now, is 90 miles per hour bowlers.
Well, that's exactly it, and Saki Mahmood comes into that category. There's been so many injuries for him. Bryden Carr's ability to get it through, and very, very tall. And so England are looking to get a battery of fast bowlers for white ball cricket and red ball cricket.
Casey Carty and Evan Lewis. Lewis, we've had 2 overs now, and he still hasn't faced a ball, but he's on strike now, and he will face Jofra Archer. 7 for 1. It's a just going back to the England squad, it is a peculiar balance. There's a lot of bowlers. Here is Archer once again, and that is clipped up towards mid-on, and thinking about going through for a single, but Liam Livingstone does the tidying up, and there's no run.
These are formidable ends, aren't they? Have you seen the names of the ends?
Andy Roberts and
the
Curtly
Sir
Ambrose.
Andy Roberts end and the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
A few letters in there, Bumble.
Crikey, some pace there. And some aggravation for batters.
Here is Archer around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis, and he knocks it away defensively to Adil Rashid at square leg.
What does Richie Richardson get here? You got the Viv Richards Stadium, you got the Roberts and Ambrose ends. What's Richie got?
He's a government minister for a start, for sport. He's the minister for sport.
He's a match referee, but he must get something there.
Yeah,
What's
he'll
he get?
have a stand.
Dressing rooms or?
No, he'll have a stand.
A stand.
There's only 2 stands, and they're called the North-South stand and the South stand.
Oh, that's like Old Trafford. We have a few stands: A, B, C, D, E.
Here's Archer once again around the wicket to Lewis. Short, pulled very nicely, not timed, but quickly into position, extremely quick. And there's nobody out there, of course, but there's a long chase around the boundary for is that Jaffa Chowan on?
That was Saqib.
Saqib, pardon.
Chasing round, and the ball stopped, didn't it?
It
Just
literally stopped before
Yeah.
the rope. I thought it was a bit early to have a substitute fielder on, but it was nicely played from Evan Lewis. He'll be full of confidence after his 94 a couple of days ago.
When you would have been down there fielding at final leg day, you would have seen that shot and you would have seen it set off, and you thought, "Oh, that's 4 runs. I'm not going to bother."
Just
with that.
leave it to the
and
ball
then
boy.
you think, "Oh, it's not going to get that." So then you have to get the old foot down. No, you start sprinting after it. They managed to get 3. Brings Carty on strike.
And Evan Lewis off the mark with that. 10 for 1 England, asked to bat first. Here is Archer again, and it's into the rib cage and nicely dealt with by Casey Carty, who looked really confident 2 days ago in that victory. Came in at number 3 with the game already won, so it's easy to look confident and be positive and aggressive and finish things off, but nonetheless he was timing it very nicely. One change in the England team. Jamie Overton has been left out and replaced by Saqib Mahmood. One change in the West Indies team as well from the lineup, which won so comprehensively 2 days ago. A swap in Josephs. Alzari out as a precaution. Shamar makes his debut, his ODI debut. A short bouncer left alone by Evan Lewis at the last moment, ducks underneath it. Shamar Joseph, he's played 2 List A games for a guy at 2. He's taken 2 wickets at 39. So his career has taken off in franchise cricket, in ODI cricket, all based on the performance that he delivered in Brisbane at the Gabba.
With the pink ball.
With the pink ball. When the West Indies beat Australia in that stunning victory, and that was just over a year ago. Based on that performance, here's Archer once again. That's nicely played by Lewis defensively, showing the full face of the bat, pushing it back past the bowler, and his career has been on fast forward ever since.
Well, there's a bit of a slowdown, wasn't there, when he came to England? He seemed a little bit rusty, but I think he picked up. Did he pick 5 up? I think in the last Test match, didn't he? So showed skills. He swings the ball. He's energetic. He bowls that length in Australia. Everybody thinks you have to be really tall in Australia to bowl. You don't. If you're shorter in stature, like I am, I'm not tall, and you bowl that good length, it just carries, it gathers pace. And if they're trying to hit through that line, you can get that nick to the slip area. And I think he did that really well in Australia.
Ryan Harris.
There you go. Rhino, same nickname as me. Exactly the same. Not very tall, bowls that length and gathers pace off the pitch and gets a lot of wickets caught.
For older listeners, I'm talking to very, very, very older listeners, Harold Larwood.
Here's Archer again, and he's caught down the leg side. Turner, I beg your pardon, that was short to Evan Lewis, heading down the leg side. It's an absolute strangle. Lewis has gone, his little glove, little bottom edge, but Turner has bowled some cracking deliveries on Thursday and today. That was possibly his worst, and he's got a wicket with it.
Do you know, I think it stayed in the pitch a bit longer than the batter thought. He's through the shot. He might just get a little glove on this. Aiming it down the leg side. It's a bouncer from around the wicket, and it comes off ever so slowly. Evan Lewis manages to get a feather on it. Might be a little bit of glove. Caught down the leg side. There's many a bowler. If one of them sat next to me, there's no such thing as a strangle.
I never got one like that, Bumble. Never had so much luck. But I'll tell you what you do as a bowler there, to be honest. If you're going in and you're bowling at someone like Lewis, who can take you down, he's the one on any pitch who can score quickly, hit sixes, hit fours, especially that pull shot. We saw some amazing pull shots from him the other night. But to get one wrong, get that little tickle with a little bit of movement down the leg side, it's a big, big bonus for England. Huge bonus.
It just doesn't come off as quickly as he's expecting. He's played the shot. You'd say it's a poor delivery. It's a short ball down the leg side. It's not high enough, but it came off so slowly that he's played the shot and he's almost through it.
Well, it was a wide, wasn't it? If he wouldn't have got a bit on it, but he was through the ball and he got it on the coming round, didn't he? Yeah. So a little bit of luck for England. On the glove, as Bumble talked about, bottom glove, be disappointed there. Lewis, poor delivery, deserved to be it for 4, but wicket.
Let me know, Goffey, when you're ready with your assessment and evaluation of John Turner. I will say that immediately that he's not a rhythmical bowler. I mean, there's nothing smooth about the delivery action. He's no Mikey Holding, but who cares? It's what happens when it comes out the hand after that. And I must say he's a little quicker than you might think. That one is punched out towards cover by Shea Hope, the captain and new batsman, and is a little bit of a misfield, but Hope is able to get a single off the mark with the rebound.
134 Ks. He's round about 134, 137. Has he got capacity to get quicker than that? You'd expect him to be quicker than what we've seen here.
He has a reputation for, what do they say, bowling a heavy ball. Like some bowlers, the speed gun doesn't necessarily reflect the discomfort they're able to cause. That's a full toss from John Turner, and it's driven by Casey Carty straight to Livingston at mid-off, no run.
He's not in the mid-140s from what we're seeing here. And you mentioned it's a stilted action, chest on. I've heard the reputation he can bowl 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, but don't always look at the speed gun, especially in UK speed guns. The best one to look at, but we don't see it yet, is the umpires one. The umpires have got it on their chest.
Here is Turner, and once again it's pushed out to Jordan Cox at cover point, no run. 13 for 2 West Indies.
So your lad, Bumble, will be able to tell you the real speeds of the bowlers. They're about 3 miles per hour less than the show on the TV. But I think he can bowl quicker. I think he's got a nice action. But I kind of agree with what you've said. He's someone, I think he is someone who needs to bowl. Certain bowlers need to bowl, you know what I mean, a lot.
Here is Turner once again. Oh, and that way he nips away past the outside edge. He bowled some absolute beauties in his 5 overs a couple of days ago, and that one again just too good for Carty.
Magic length is that. It's just outside off stump. It draws him forward. He's looking to drive. The ball flashes past his outside edge. A good carry through to the keeper. Nice rhythm.
13 for 2. Casey Coddy and Shea Hope have a single apiece. Here is John Turner, bowls another leg side delivery, and it's helped on its way. Just guided nicely off the full face of the back by Casey Coddy, down towards long leg for a simple boundary, the second of the innings. The West Indies move up to 17 for 2. He's a little bit the same as he was 2 days ago, in that he's bowled some absolute jaffers and some pies.
Yeah, and I think again, I mean, Bumble's talked about, I mean, the guys now, they turn up, have a little net and then play a game of golf, and then they're playing in a one-day international. The preparation's different. They're trying to rest the bowlers from bowling unnecessary overs, they call it. But sometimes you've got to look at the individual. Certain bowlers, for their rhythm, need to play all the time. Jimmy Anderson doesn't, right? You can rock up Jimmy after a month off and just bowl. Brodie needed to bowl a lot. If you go back to my era with me and Caddick, I could probably just rock up and bowl. Caddick needed to get that rhythm, didn't he? Every single day. And when you give him a break and he come back, he was always a slow starter. So you've got to look at the individual and what they need.
Here is Jofra Archer, and that's pushed defensively away by Shea Hope.
He's such an asset, is Archer, for England. He's tall, he's whippy. The other thing, from a batter's perspective, being 22 yards away, he's tight into the umpire. So he's lying at you, he's dead at you all the time. You've no angle, he's not sort of mid-division on the crease, he's not wide of the crease. He's dead tight in, so he's coming at you all the time. He's making you play. And he just gets some natural bounce, I think. He just kisses the surface and gets it to bounce.
Shea Hope on 1, Casey Coddy 5, West Indies 17 for 2. Jofra Archer surprisingly backing up 48 hours after the opening game, and that's pushed defensively away by Hope up to mid-on, no run.
And on Archer, one of the things about him, everybody sees him as this 95 miles per hour bowler. He's not. He's not. He's a late 80s bowler, but when he gets his timing right and his rhythm right, that's when he's shot. That's why he's such a good bowler, because when he gets it right, boom, that's when it is 95, and that's what shocks people. When he hits Smith, he's not a 95 mile. He's not like a Woody who's running in fast as he can. He's not. He bowls within himself, and then when everything gets right, bang, that's when he shocks people.
Here is Archer once again, and it's nudged away defensively off the inside edge. The one thing that we should point out is that he actually only bowled 5 overs 2 days ago in the first game. 5 overs, 2 maidens.
I mean, I just disregard all that. These 48 hours, he's bowled 5 overs, 30 deliveries, and he's got a maximum of 60 here. He'll get better, he'll get stronger, he'll get more stamina. But I think he's a very clever bowler, this lad. And he's got another gear, as Darren says, that he'll just be roundabout, and then bang, there's something a little bit different, and he's right at you. You ask any batter, they're getting tight and close. Makes you play all the time.
Archer, and again, bouncer. A quick one too. Was it too short? Shea Hope has a look at the square leg umpire, and Alahadin Palakar, the South African umpire, signals 1 for the over, but it's not a wide. He has been clocked at 93.
Oh no, he can
94.
get up there. I reckon he can get quicker. But he's people, when they get carried away with when they bowl a couple of balls over 90. He's a late 80s bowler, which is quick, and then when he wants to, he can get the odd one up there. He can't bowl that speed all the time like a Wood. Wood is just all effort, and he gets it up 90 plus every single delivery.
Archer in again, and that is a slap drive through extra cover, and Liam Livingstone is in pursuit, leisurely pursuit, I'll have to say. I think there was a gentleman's agreement that would be 2, and the 6th England white ball captain of the year strolls after it, and 2 it is. 19.
Have we had 6 captains? 6 white ball captains?
Yeah, he's the 6th.
Get over
this year.
Go on, name them.
I can't. Phil Salt.
Yes, Phil
Livingston,
Salt.
Josh
Salt,
Butler.
Livingston, as current Moeen Ali. Moeen Ali done it?
Yes, he must have. Yeah,
Moeen.
Yeah.
Missing one. Here is Archer again, and Shea Hope plays defensively out on the offside.
Did Duckett do it?
Gary Morgan is our statistician, and I'm sure that he will provide the answer. No rush, Gary, because we'll let the listeners and viewers, in fact, on YouTube channel ponder it for a moment. Yep, he's the 6th captain in white ball cricket this year. 6 overs gone, 19 for 2.
Brooke, we got Brooke in there as well. Yeah,
Harry
Brooke.
Harry Brooke, there we are.
Well, just on the bowling there for a minute, because we've been talking about them quite a bit there. You're looking at what England are trying to do for the Ashes, right? This is where they're going to go. They're going to go with this lad, Turner. They're going to want Tong. They want Wood, Archer, Atkinson, and then Hull, the left armour. They'll be the bowlers they'll want to take to the Ashes next year. That is pure pace. They'll want Archer to play 3 of the tests and Wood to play 2 of them, and then they'll split the rest around it.
John Turner is running away from us in the Sir Curtly Ambrose stand, and that's driven through the offside by Casey Carty. Beautiful timing. Jordan Cox chases. He's taken a stunning catch at backward point already. He's extremely quick across the ground. Tell you what, he's not bad in the field for a wicketkeeper.
They're all the same these days. These wicket keepers are gun fielders, all of them.
Athletes, aren't they? They're like Mark Elam running after that.
I must also say that John
He's
Turner,
still running.
John Turner has he's got this habit between deliveries of his shirt is untucked and he lifts it up to wipe his brow and sometimes his mouth. Here is Turner again, bowls an away swinger and a drive from Shea Hope. He's beaten outside the off stump and taken behind by Phil Salt. So between deliveries and start of the over, John Turner lifts his shirt up to wipe his brow. I would have to say that had he not be the owner of such an impressive six-pack, I don't think he'd be doing that. There's a few bowlers I can think of.
Well, I wouldn't have been doing it.
Here's Turner again, and that's defended by Shea Hope. I must say that he probably doesn't struggle with the skin fold.
You'd have to say in this day and age, you'd have to be PC and say if he was, he's quite ample, he's burly. When you're actually wanting to say this fat lad's bowling, he looks all right. He's
John
wiry.
Turner, quite the opposite.
Yeah, he's wiry. He's
six pack. No, I think he's magnificent physique. That's the point I'm making. Here is Turner again, and Shea Hope plays defensively to a good delivery, angled in towards him, and it's fielded by Turner. So I think that what I'm saying is that he's using his shirt to mop his brow because he doesn't mind people having look at the time he spends in the gym.
Do you know, all of the England men's team now are so fit. I mean, the work they put in, they've all personal trainers, they're training in between test matches, they don't have to go off and bowl another 35 overs for the county, they concentrate on getting fit and strong.
Turner again, and once more angled into Shea Hope. He uses that angle to nudge it behind square on the leg side, and Phil Salt chases after it and keeps them down to a single. West Indies 22 for 2.
So, like I said, with John Turner, I say he's got an open-chested action. He's got a good follow-through, nice straight release at the top, lovely straight release at the top. And he can bowl pretty quickly.
And his legs are in line with each other. When he lands, both legs are in line with each other. Don't make any sense.
Here's John Turner, and that's punched nicely off the back foot by Casey Carty. There used to be a theory, straight to the field, Jordan Cox, that chest-on bowlers were more injury-prone. So you've got traditional classic side-on actions, then you've got the mixed action, and you've got the chest-on action. Malcolm Marshall was a great chest-on action, but years ago the physiotherapists and the biokineticists used to say if you bowl chest-on you're going to be more injury prone, but I think that thinking's changed now.
It has. It was a mixed action. If you've got a mixed action, you were in trouble, and so they tried to get them all chest on. There are a lot of chest on bowlers, and it's very effective. It takes the strain off your lower back, but again you just look at these pitches, they're like concrete, where these big fast bowlers land with that front foot, bang it in, so there's bound to be into your back.
Jofra Archer once more to Shea Hope, defends it up towards mid-off. The West Indies captain is a master of pacing an innings. He's 1600s in 120 odd matches and average of 50, so it matters not in the least that he's taken 12 balls to score 3.
Good man as well. Absolutely a gun player. His keeping's pretty good as well. Improved so much as well. So fits into any team. Good leader. I like him. I think he's fantastic.
I don't think he gets the credit and international respect that he deserves. Here's Archer, that's beauty. It looks a bit quicker, and it's beaten the outside edge. Just a little bit of shape, little bit of nip past the outside edge, and Shea Hope nods in acknowledgement.
Quicker, 143.
He's warmed up now. 144 the last really. That one was 143.
I thought it looked quicker. I didn't see the speed gun, but Shea Hope was. He doesn't often look rushed.
I like that length. It's a fullish length with good pace.
6 paces from the batsman, isn't it? Around about there. Here is Archer in once again, and pushed away defensively up on the onside. I meant 6 paces from the stumps, the batsman's stumps, rather than the batsman. That's what Sean Pollock always used to say. That was his favourite length.
Yeah, 6 paces. Depends on the pace of the pitch, but on a good normal cricket pitch, you look at that six paces. On a slow pitch, you probably put it to 5. You know. So yeah, you change along. You've got to judge the quick. As soon as you get to the ground, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at for the natural length when you do the ball throughs the day before the game or on the morning of the game, and that's where you pick your lengths from.
Here's Archer once again, pitches one up unusually, and it's flicked straight to mid-wicket, and a good piece of fielding from Jacob Bethel.
There's a breeze at the ground, a real stiff breeze. We've just seen the
always
flags
is,
flying.
Yeah. And it's always across in the Caribbean, pretty much. I don't recall it. The prevailing wind, anyway, always seems to be across the ground. So you're always hitting, when you're playing square of the wicket, always hitting either downwind or into the wind. Here is Archer once again, and flicked away by Shea Hope. And again, Bethel diving to his left at mid-wicket does the fielding. Does this look like a slightly less awkward pitch to you, Goffey, compared to the one 2 strips down we had 48 hours ago?
Yeah, looks a little bit more true, doesn't it? He's coming through at nice, even pace. It's not. The other pitch the other day was a bit too pace, wasn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely. This one looks a nice, even pace.
The reason I ask is that I thought maybe it's just because Turner and Archer are bowling at good pace.
And is it because they've got a bit of water on the pitch as well? But it might, as the game goes on, it might start to get a little bit more uneven in pace.
Here is Archer, again up to the crease now to bowl, and that flicked away on the leg side, and straight to Sam Curran at mid-on, and there's no run. So very, very good over from Jofra Archer, and the West Indies, they need to stop the hurt. They've lost 2 wickets, both openers. Brandon King and Evan Lewis gone for 7 and 4, both dismissed by John Turner. So is a period of introspection and defence at the moment.
Well, I'm just thinking how many overs he will bowl in his first spell. He's bowled 4 already, Jofra Archer. He'll probably bowl 1 more, and then the captain will be thinking of a change. Nothing really happening for the West Indies. 23 for 2 after 7 overs.
Here is John Turner to bowl another over, and a swing and a miss from Casey Carty. It was pitched up. It was certainly inviting, the drive, and it was wide enough as well. And he might just have tried to hit that a little too hard and lost his shape a bit. Maybe that's doing an injustice to John Turner. That one just nipped away a bit. It started wide though.
Yeah, missed out though there, didn't he? Had that bit of width. It was a nice length for him to hit through. He probably lost his shape as a batter, didn't he? Tried to hit it too hard, as you sometimes do.
John Turner's got virtually 3 cover points. That's driven up towards mid-on.
And they're all catching. We just got a glimpse there. They're very, very square. The 3 offside fielders. There's one just behind square. There's one on square. And one just in front of square. All in catching positions. None of those 3 are walking in as the fielders you'd expect them to do. They're all 3 are crouched in a catching position.
It's interesting. Very interesting position. I don't think I've seen a formatted cover like that. Oh, and it's dropped by the man in the middle, Jordan Cox. Well, I tell you what, if that was the plan, It's just been implemented to perfection, except for the catching bit. He's pitched it up outside the off stump. Carty has launched himself into the square drive. 3 of them lining up for the catch, and it's actually Jacob Bethel, I beg your pardon, and it wasn't easy, but he's put it down.
This is honest truth. I was just going to say I like it, but I would just put Bethel a little bit deeper. And I honestly, genuinely was going to say that because I thought it was a little bit too close for there. The squarer it goes, the faster it would have gone.
John Turner in again on the back foot. Casey Carty pushes it to Bethel again at one of 2 cover points. The third is just a little in front of. We've got a genuine cover point. One. What are they, about 5-6 yards apart, maybe?
Yeah, they're close, and they're obviously there. If you think of that first wicket that went, a good catch by Cox at backward square in a catching position. Now they've got 3.
25 for 2. John Turner in again, and Carty comes forward and pushes it straight to the cover point, and there's no run.
Carty's had 2 false drives where he's missed it completely, and he's lost his shape, and he's throwing the kitchen sink at the ball. He's not looking at it. And so I think that England tactically are saying that the drive will be in the air. It'll be somewhere around there in the air. It was a difficult chance.
It was actually, to think, I mean, he's actually done well to get a hand to it, I thought. And that one is smashed past Bethel. A little short and wide outside the off stump again, and Casey Carty says you can put as many fielders as you like there. When it's that inviting, I'm going to throw the kitchen sink at it, and he's absolutely middled that one for 4, and the West Indies, after 8 overs, moved to 29 for 2. We've had a message in from a listener, and I'm just going to leave you with it. I think I'm being relieved in commentary, but I haven't had that confirmed yet. But Arthur, Emma and Chris sending best wishes to Richard Watt in Carlisle. Richard did a lot of volunteering in Cumbrian cricket, and whilst not in great health at the moment, listening in, proud to hear Liam Livingstone leading the England side in the Caribbean. So, well done.
From Cumbria. England have had 2 bowlers, Archer and Turner. Lousy ball, that last one, a lousy ball with that field. You've got to pitch it up for them 3 catching. His ball short and wide, clattered for 4. We've got a change in the bowling. Saki Mahmood into the attack.
And a change in the commentary as well. We're going to head over to North Sound, where Mark Butcher and Michelle St Patrick Hewitt will take up the next 25 minutes or so.
Thank you very much, Manners. And it's Saqib Mahmood who is in to Shea Hope, who's immediately on the drive. And will pick up 2 runs as the ball is fielded by Jofra Archer down at just past mid-on. Mark Butcher, we've just heard Bumble and Manners there talking about that fielding position where you've got Will Jacks at point and Jordan Cox at backward point. Casey Carty throwing the kitchen sink at the ball, and it's a set trap specifically for Carty or for Hope as well? Mahmood in 2. Hope again down the ground this time, but Jofra Archer will field that. There'll be no run.
I think they've used it to all the right-handers, to Turner. He's just made the ball just stand up a little bit when it's been fuller. So they leave extra cover open and then put 3 fielders between very square point, or just in front of square, 1 right on square and 1 at a backward point. And so drive it through there. The ball was aerial and dropped by Bethel, who was the one in the middle of those 3. But then the last delivery of the over was just too short. He played it off the back foot, went all the way along the ground through that gap. But that's the plan, looking for injudicious drives through the offside. So hit me through extra cover if you're good enough.
Casey Carty believes he is. He's not on strike at the moment. It is Shea Hope, the West Indies captain. Turns that one off his pads for 1. And it will bring Casey Carty on to strike. So if you're just joining us, West Indies are 32 for 2. Brandon King went early in the piece. Bowled John Turner, caught Jordan Cox for 7, which was John Turner's maiden international ODI wicket. And that was shortly followed up by Evan Lewis, who was caught Phil Salt. Bowled John Turner again, and he went for 4. And currently we have Shea Hope at the crease on 6 and Casey Carty on 14. said Carty, and defends that one into the offside for no run.
Good to see Saki Mahmood back in an England shirt. Had that player of the match performance for the Invincibles in the 100 final. Performances or his appearances have been few and far between, but in the 8 one-day internationals that he's played since his debut all the way back in 2020, he has 14 wickets at 22, genuine wicket taker, and looks to be back to somewhere near full fitness and speed.
Most definitely. Mahmood in again to Casey Carty. This one's fuller. Carty's looking for the drive. That'll be fielded at mid-off, no run. I must say, for listeners that, and I'm not trying to make anybody jealous, but it is hot. It is really, really hot in Antigua this morning. I need to look at the thermometer to see, but it's got to be over 30s at this point in time. Mark Butcher and I were sweating before we even got onto it.
Mate, the heat coming out of the ground was out there for half an hour for the build-up on the television. Myself and Ian Bishop were swimming in our own juices. Pleasant.
Final ball of the over, and that's turned off his hips by Casey Carty. Down fine. And that's fielded for 1, and that brings an end to the end of the 9th over. West Indies 33 for 2. Casey Carty is on 15. Shea Hope is on 6 for Sakib's first over.
Independence Day yesterday for Antigua and Barbuda, 43 years. What did you get up to? Did you get anything interesting?
I was eating a lot of food. I was eating, and to tell you how much food I'd eaten, it got to about 4 o'clock, and I had to retire for about 2 hours.
Siesta.
But yeah, all good fun. Did you manage to get out and about?
Well, I'm still very much on UK time, having only got out here on the Wednesday evening. So I was up at 5 in the ocean.
Yeah.
In the gym. Then a long lunch with the outgoing CEO Johnny Grave, who's an old friend of mine from Surrey days in the PCA. And then I was back indoors and in my pit by 7.
Turner, he's had a successful day so far, 2 for 20 from his 4, and Hope guides that one down to Jofra Archer. Third man, I'll see where Jofra was there, lost sights there. Yeah, a third man, and that moves Shea Hope on to 7. So Shea Hope's come to the crease really early on, and there's actually a big debate amongst, I guess, West Indies fans and keen kind of investors within West Indies cricket as to whether Shea should bat in the middle order. I'll come back to that point. Casey Carty goes over the top, this time off the back foot. There wasn't minimal footwork. He's gone all the way for 6. That was a stand up and deliver shot. Sorry, say Casey Carty, it's Shea Hope. Apologies. Stand and deliver. Uncharacteristic there from Shea Hope. The ball sat up, but you could argue it was there to be hit. The execution was on point. And it's gone all the way over the boundary.
Yeah, it's quite some strike. I mean, it gives you an indication as to how sluggish this pitch is when the ball is short. So you might have thought that a right-hander would have pulled that over the leg side, but there's nobody back on the offside boundary. Shea Hope flat batted it way over cover point for 6. Brilliant shot.
How will Turner respond to that one? And more conventional there from Shea Hope on his toes, defends that into leg side for no run. I say unconventional, but Shea Hope, in fairness, in the last 18 months has developed a more aggressive white ball game. And I wouldn't call that inventing shots, just he's increased his strike rate, and that's why he tends to now get T20 white ball gigs across the world. He got his IPL gig last year, so maybe that wasn't unconventional for Shea Hope. John Turner, well... Shea Hope winds up the big heave hole. He's nowhere near that one. John Turner extracting a bit more bounce and life out of this track.
It's just sort of spongy bounce. It's not quick by any means. And this part of the reason why England have those 3 fielders, that umbrella field on the offside, is that on a flatter surface, that sort of width, you'd be expecting batters to be thrashing that through the offside, no problem. But just because the ball's just holding and standing up a bit, you fling your hands away from your body like that, you're creating a risk for yourself.
Turner back into Hope, the straighter. Hope tells Casey Carty to wait. There's no run. Shea Hope's on 12 from 24. Casey Carty 16 from 19. I'll go back to that point I raised a few balls ago. Mark, Shea Hope in the middle order. So a lot of Shea Hope's success, he averages 60 opening. But the criticism Shea used to get was, yes, he was averaging 60 opening, but he was going at like 75 strike rate. Since he's moved to 4, come back to that. Turner in again, that one hurries Shea Hope a bit there, but he's able to turn that round the corner for 1. And that brings an end to the 10th over. West Indies 41 for 2. Casey Carty is on 16. Shea Hope is on 13. So just as that point about Shea, so he's moved into the middle order. His strike rate has now gone up to 90 odd. He's not as successful, still averaging 40 in the middle overs, but they moved him there because of his ability to bat outside the power play in the kind of what West Indies traditionally sees the difficult overs where spin comes on. He's one of the better players of spin, but it now means that West Indies don't have an established opener.
Yeah, well, the problem when you got a player who's that much better than everybody else in your lineup is he can't bat everywhere. He averages 49 over his career, and he's by far and away their most accomplished player in all roles, really.
Moved into Hope. Hope on the drive through the covers, but there is a fielder out in the deep.
Barring the role that somebody like Evan Lewis will play. And so, if you've got Evan Lewis, you can find a partner for him, perhaps, and then have Shea Hope coming in behind them, then you're starting to build a solid-looking top 6.
Which is exactly what they're trying to find. So there will be some who will say that the answer is to move Hope back to open with a return in Evan Lewis, but then that just creates a hole in the middle order. So
correct.
Hope down the ground, all the way down the ground. I thought it's actually wide of Jofra Archer at mid-on, and it goes all the way for 4. I thought there was a fielder there.
That is a magnificent shot. It really is. Saki Mahmood looks searching as he does. He's always looking to try and hit the stumps, or at least have the ball pass stump height. So he gets it up there. And Shea Hope, this is what I'm talking about. It's just class. Keeps his head in line with the ball, just pushes forward and plays the perfect on drive, which even on this slow outfield just motors away to long on for 4.
Just like that, Shea Hope has passed Casey Carty. He's on 19. From 27, Mahmood back into Shea Hope. And this one is just short of, is that Liam Livingston? Just short mid-wicket region. Will Jacks just falls short of Will Jacks. Did that bounce catch Shea by surprise there?
Again, it's full, angled in towards sort of middle and leg stump, and it just stands up a little. England have had that mid-wicket fielder in a catching position. Think Alan Border, think fielders of days gone by in that tight mid-wicket position. And he'd just gone back a little, and it bounced just in front of him.
That one is defended by Hope into the offside, no run.
Bill Athy was the other name I was thinking of. For listeners who go back to that sort of vintage, the famous can't bat, can't bowl, can't field tour for England under Mike Gatting, where England won not only the Ashes but won the one-day series before that. Bill Athy and Alan Border, for their respective teams, used to patrol that short mid-wicket position, taking diving catches to those sort of chip deliveries, pulling off run-outs. The man was too deep on this occasion.
This one a bit quicker again on Hope. Inside edge onto his pads. There'll be no run there. Just worth again just highlighting. So on Thursday, the crowd filled out as the day went on, and you can hear the kind of music and vibrations in the background. But it got really lively as the game went on, the day-night game. And I think actually at this time, we're 10 overs into West Indies innings, I think there's a better attendance at this point of the game compared to Thursday. It's a Saturday, of course. You can see quite a lot of locals in the ground as well. We're moving into Hope. Hope wants to turn that through the mid-wicket region, but there's a fielder there, Will Jackson. There's no run. That brings an end to the 11th over. West Indies 47 for 2. Casey Carty 16. Shea Hope 19.
Yeah, as you say, the weekend, and I'm sure there's one or two feeling a little dusty after the Independence Day celebrate, particularly if they went as hard as you did by the sound of things, needing a siesta in the afternoon. But yeah, I'm sure that the crowd will fill up. There's a chance, there's always a chance here in Antigua that we'll get a squall or a heavy shower at some point. But so far that the clouds are white, fluffy, and far enough up into the sky that it doesn't look like we're going to get any interruptions in this first half. And well, the reggae and ska will be pounding through the day, and I'm sure we'll see a decent crowd come in. A lot of England flags in, a lot of England supporters in, and a lot of them will be very happy to see England's, well, he's a granddad in comparison to the rest of this team, Adil Rashid, pick up the ball and start twirling his arm over.
I'm going to come back to that music point, actually. Maybe at the end of this Adil Rashid over. Adil Rashid bowling outside of the first power play, drifts that one touch too wide there for Casey Carty, and Casey Carty gives him an easy single, really. And he moves on to 17.
Soca, big thing here in Antigua.
Yeah. I was my taxi driver this morning had some good tunes on the radio, and I was tapping my feet along.
Yeah, the guy who picked me up from the airport Wednesday night had Chronics on all the way.
Oh,
fantastic old school reggae band.
I encourage everyone to listen to Chronic. So, Shea Hope goes over the circle, but there is a fielder out in the deep. I think Sam Curran out in the deep, and that restricts Shea Hope to 2.
You mentioned Sam Curran there. Obviously, with Sakib in the side, Jamie Overton is the man who's sat this one out. So you've got Sakib Mahmood in the side as your third seamer. I wonder what Sam Curran's role might be with the ball, if any, in this contest.
Up again this time, he's on the drive down to long off 4-1. Fielded by Sakib Mahmood. Adil Rashid, first 3 balls not yet to find his range, so to speak. West Indies 51 for 2. Casey Carty's on strike. He's on 17 from 20 balls. Facing up to Adil Rashid. Again, this time through the covers, but Sam Curran is out there in the deep again. Restricts Carty to 1. Adil Rashid has gone for 5 thus far in this first over. That one's a bit quicker. Shea Hope has to dab the bat on that significantly quicker from his previous delivery. I think it's 12 kilometres quicker. So throws in the quick one there, Adil Rashid, and nearly caught Shea Hope by surprise. Had him deep in his crease. Final ball of the over. Hope on the drive. On the drive, that's brilliantly fielded by the England captain, Liam Livingstone. That short cover, and that brings an end to the over. West Indies 52 for 2. Shea Hope is on 22 from 35. Casey Carty, 18 from 21. And as if they could hear Mark Butcher talking about... Oh, no, it's not Chronics. I was about to say, I thought it was Chronics for me. No, this is... I want to say this is Taurus Riley.
I'll tell you what, we'll go with that, because I don't think anybody back at home is going to be able to pull you up on that right now. I'm sure now we're going to get flooded with it. Of course we know who it is.
I was about to go into, yeah, it's definitely Taurus Riley. So Sakib Mahmood will continue for his 3rd over on the bounce. Shea Hope doing what Shea Hope does. He's very familiar with this kind of situation where he has to consolidate. He'll know that he has to go as deep as possible. Casey Carty is on strike at this moment in time. He's on 18. Dabs it down to 3rd man for 1 at the start of this 13th over, and moves on to 19 to bring Shea Hope back onto strike. Shea Hope, of course, was the destructor-in-chief in the last tour for England here, scoring a century and a 50. I think it was 60-odd he scored when West Indies won that series 2-1. So England will know all too well that stopping Shea Hope taking this all the way to the 50th over is pretty critical in restricting what West Indies can put on the board. Mahmood into Hope. Hope wants to go down the wicket. Catches him on the thigh pad. Gave him a bit of a charge there.
Yeah, just trying to get close to the pitch. I was looking at some numbers before the game started today in terms of England's record in one-day international cricket post Owen Morgan. Morgs retired during that trip to the Netherlands back in 2022, and England have played 12 series since then, only won 3 of them, and they've won 16 out of 40 one-day internationals. And you compare that to the Morgan era from 2015 onwards.
We moved into Hope, touch full of that one, and there it's fielded at mid-off, no run.
Decline has been stark. I mean, there are a lot of reasons for that, a lot of caveats around that in terms of player availability, players retiring or getting to the end of their careers. But even so, the turnaround from Morgan's sort of all-encompassing style and the conveyor belt of players who seem to be able to just come in and slot in seamlessly to a team that is really scratching around to try and find an identity as a 50-over team is quite something.
Moved into Hope. Hope turns that off his pads 4-1 to bring Casey Carty back on strike. Do you think, I sensed after Thursday, and this could be wrong, it could be my interpretation, I sensed a bit of, I guess, kickback from the England camp after that first game. I thought, like, they weren't good. They weren't good on Thursday, and I thought that some of the critique was valid in terms of saying, well, that wasn't very good, but it felt like some of it was like, we know what we're doing, as opposed to, well, yeah, it actually just wasn't very good. Or I think that's harsh looking at it that way. Mahmood, into Casey Carty, and wants to dab that down third man. There'll be no run.
Well, I think, just on the face of it, was it a very good performance? Absolutely not. No, it wasn't. But then you look at what England have at their disposal in the squad and what they were able to put out on the park in terms of experience, in terms of, players who really understand this format. And should anybody have been surprised that the performance was what it was? You've got guys out there who have played hardly any 50-over cricket in their careers, let alone at international level.
Final ball of the over, and there'll be no run there either. That brings an end to the 13th. West Indies 54 for 2. Casey Carty 19, Shea Hope 23.
Playing away from home against a team who are far more experienced than they, and you would look at the West Indies 11 and say, wow, well, they're kind of not exactly over-brimming with players who have got caps coming out of their ears. But that's the reality of it. I think the blowback really is pretty obvious for me as to where the blame or where you would look for that is. You kind of go, well, if all your best players don't play 50-over cricket anymore, how the hell do you expect young guys to come in and kind of have a semblance of an idea as to how this format goes, and how to temper, how to pace an innings, how to gauge how much time there is left in order to be able to put a total on the board. All of these things are very nuanced in a 50-over game in a way that they're not in a 20-over game, and yet we don't play it.
Adil Rashid into Casey Carty. Casey Carty decides he's going to go over the top as well. It's a straight 6 over deep extra cover there. Obviously there's no fielder there, and Adil Rashid still struggling somewhat to get into his kind of work at this point in time. It's a good shot. And that was actually Shea Hope again.
It's a hell of a shot. I mean, this is why, for me, that's why he bats in the middle order. That is a shot of the highest quality. Wide mid-off, extra cover with the spin.
This time Hope is on the conventional drive through the covers for 1. And that's, as Mark Butcher was alluding to there, it's because of his... You can tell with certain players, Hope obviously this is the guy I'm talking about here, the ease that they find it to play spin. Doesn't mean he can always negotiate spin, but you can see it's natural to him. Casey Carty on strike, and he guides this one through the covers as well for 1 to bring Shea Hope back on 2 strike.
And it's a point that is relevant throughout the world game, no matter which country's playing it in 50-over cricket. You still need batters who are capable of going out there and scoring 120, 130, and maybe 115 balls. There is still a place for that in this format. It is not all, well, I say 120, 130, 110 balls. That's rapid in 50-over cricket. There's still a place for guys going at strike rates of 85 to 95 when the conditions dictate that's how you put a winning score on the board. So the idea that everybody goes out there and the strike rates just immediately transfer from 20-over cricket to 50-over cricket is for the birds.
partnership between Carty and Hope is 30. And Hope again through the covers 4-1. Sam Curran is getting a lot of work in on the cover boundary. So interestingly enough, Butch, I spoke to Shay Hope before the start of the series, and so Shay has no 50s in 7 innings. I'll come back to you. Oh, that one goes all the way through Casey Carty, but doesn't break the stumps. But Carty didn't look like he had any idea what to do with that one. Turns back in on Carty, just misses the off stump.
Carty had no idea there. That was a googly, well disguised from Adil Rashid. Went through the gate but missed both the inside edge and the off stump.
See if that affects Casey Carty in the follow-up ball. This one catches the inside edge but squirts out into the leg side 4-1. And that's a good comeback from Adil Rashid after Shay Hope hit his first ball for a 6. That brings an end to the over. West Indies 64 for 2. And Casey Carty's on 21, Shay Hope is on 31. And I'm going to hand back to Andrew McKenna.
Thank you very much, boys. Great spell. 64 for 2 after 14 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. The West Indies, after being put into bat by England, Carty 21 from 27, Hope 31 from 41. The two Mendes Smith both to John Turner, so he's underway as an international wicket-taking bowler. Brandon King caught brilliantly at point by Cox for 7 off 10, and then a caught behind off the bowling of Evan Lewis. Well, it's officially caught behind, but it was down the leg side, glove through. He went for 4 from 6, so 12 for 2 the West Indies at that point, but these two have put on 50 for the third wicket. And here comes Saqib Mahmood for his 4th over. Right arm over, he's in, past the umpire, it's turned on the leg side by Carty, past the fielder at square leg, and they take a single. I've got Philo Wallace and David Bumble-Lloyd alongside me in the comms box.
Well, this partnership has just steadied things down. The current run rate is 4.59, so I think they're going along nicely. Keep your wickets intact till about 40 overs in theory, and then you can cause a bit of mayhem, but they'll build this partnership. There's nothing really in the pitch. It looks a good pitch.
Certainly got a slightly more in it than Thursday. It's not rapid or express. Saqib is in. It's a lovely shot from Shay Hope. He's leant on one, just back past the bowler on the onside. It's not a full drive by any manner of means. He's used the pace of the bowler against him and pushed it back past him for 4. West Indies 69 for 2. Philip.
Yes, a very good shot there from Shay Hope. A very important innings for him as well. He hasn't had any runs in a long time in the ODIs. But as the ball just on length, coming back into him slightly, and he just punched it. Not looking to overhit it, just use the pace of Mahmood and down through the mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. But I still think that Liam Livingston has this mid-on too wide. If you're going to ask your fast bowler to bowl straight, your mid-on must be a lot straighter.
Saqib once again is in. This is the off drive, and Livingston is stationed at mid-off. He will do the fielding. No run.
Well, if you got your mid-off and your mid-on pretty straight, that means that your batter has to hit across the line into mid-wicket, and if you're bowling straight enough and full enough, LBW comes into play if he misses it. But it's a beautiful shot that Shay Hope has just played down the ground, and he didn't belt it, he just leant on it and it danced along the turf. It's very bouncy turf, isn't it? It doesn't roll.
No.
It doesn't roll along the ground, it bounces its way to the boundary.
Yeah, we noticed that on Thursday in the first game. Saqib is in. Oh, short ball. Helped around the corner by Shay Hope, down to the fielder at deep backward square, who's Turner. And they'll take just a single. Yeah, it's not a billiard table like you see in a lot of places around the world. There's the odd little bump and bobble.
But you have to also remember that there are a lot of activities outside of cricket that happens at the Sir Vivian Richards cricket ground. So those activities could have obviously impede the outfield. Yes, it is bumpy for an international cricket venue, but with limited space within the region and facilities, these cricket grounds have to do a lot of work outside of cricket.
A lot of English county grounds are hosting concerts now as a revenue raiser as Mahmood goes in. There's a punch drive to mid-off. Livingston will field. Carty will take a single. He goes to 23 from 29. The West Indies 71 for 2.
But even in Barbados now, Kensington Oval is a multi-purpose facility. lots of concerts and stuff are slated to be there as well. So you have to look to earn revenue outside of cricket. So that's why we're having all of these different activities happening at the grounds. But then management of the outfields, because you know at the international level you don't want a fielder to misfield a ball because of bad bounce. So there's a balance that have to come into it.
Or roll an ankle, of course. Saqib is in. This one is a slower cutter outside of off stump. Shahab guides it down to third for a single. 72 for 2 as we get to the end of 15 overs here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. West Indies put into bat, as I say. They're going on at 4.8 and over. 72 for 2.
Wonder which concerts are on at Barbados. Who's on it? Beyonce must be.
Well, Rihanna must be at some stage or other.
Who's on?
Rihanna was there. They're going to have a reggae show there this month. Taurus Riley and company. They'll be there. I think next year they're going to have the Gully's Gone. I think it's called. He just got released from prison in Jamaica. Vibes Cartel. He's coming to do a concert as well as will be at the Kensington Oval. Yeah, so a number of things, and then they have Crop Over, which is in the summer, and they have some crop over events there as well.
Who sang that? Who let the dogs out? I remember that.
That
who
was
let
the
dogs
Baha
out?
Man, wasn't it?
I think that is Arrow. He's from Montserrat, I think.
Arrow. Oh, is it Arrow?
Yeah.
Who let the dogs out?
Still a popular song.
Oh, unbelievable.
Right. Some Liam Livingstone time for his leg breaks and off breaks. He came on after the rain break on Thursday, and he's in. And he's starting with the leg break to Shai Hope, who looks to be working it leg side-ish. Takes the outside half of the bat, and Jofra Archer will go down towards third and will field, and they will open up with a couple.
Plenty of options then for Liam Livingstone. As captain, I'll bowl myself.
And his ball before Sam Curran, which is quite strange.
Well, we counted up the other day that there were 9 genuine bowling options in Thursday's team. And it doesn't get any less with today's selection. Livingstone goes in, that's the off break. Cover drive from Hope out to the aforementioned Sam Curran, who is at the moment a specialist fielder in this England side. 75 for 2 for a single.
Well, he's a new captain, Liam Livingstone, so they've given him enough depth in his bowling, just in case he runs into problems. But he's doing a good job. He'll relish this opportunity as well.
In he goes, little bit of air on that one, brings Carty forward. Pushes through cover. Can't be intercepted by Cox, so again, Curran will do the fielding out on the cover boundary. 76 for 2.
I think with Livingstone, you just get a selection. He ball leg spin, he bowls off spin. He can bowl a quicker delivery as well. I don't think he's in for 10 overs, but he might be useful for 2 or 3.
In he goes once again. He gives it a bit of a turn, actually. He's getting some grip off the surface. Hope guides down to short third, no run on this occasion. So 4 from the over so far from the 4 deliveries.
You've got to say it quietly, haven't you? Livingstone spun it, Rashid hasn't.
Livingstone, he's given that plenty of air. It's landing almost on the crease line. Squeezed out towards point by Hope on this occasion, no run.
But this is where West Indies error in Sri Lanka with the spin bowlers. Obviously they don't rotate enough. They look to hit a lot of boundaries, and this is going to be important passage of play.
Livingstone goes in. Final time this over. It's pushed back down the pitch by Hope, and Livingstone will field in his follow-through. 4 from the over, 16 gone. 76 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
Well, no damage there from Livingstone. Mainly leg spin. Just 4 runs coming from it. He'll have in his own mind how many will I bowl. I don't think it'll be many.
Well, he's a part-timer, and you would expect him to just fill in. Like, if he had a good first over, he'll come back for his second. If it goes for more than 4, he might think of having a third. But he still have Curran up his sleeve. And we don't know how Curran will go on this surface. Although, to me, the surface now settled down. And it's going to call for a lot of application and disciplined bowling from the England seamers, as well as supporting the outfield.
I think it looks a super pitch. We've not talked anything about indifferent bounce. I think it's been pleasant. It's not a quick pitch.
And we have to remember too that these surfaces at this Vivian Richards Stadium were relayed for the T20 World Cup earlier this year. So this is about time now that these pitches would have settled. So we're seeing good quality pitches for this ODI, and obviously they travel to Barbados to play the final ODI on Wednesday. And I think that those pitches, from what I saw when I was there during the CPL, those pitches have settled, and I expect good pitches for the games in Barbados as well.
Adil Rashid to start his third. Comes into Carty, a leg break that's got some air on it, pushed up to mid-off, and Livingstone will field no run.
What a trip. 2 matches in Antigua, 1 in Barbados.
Yeah, the first 2 T20s are there as well.
T20s
and
as
then
well.
there's 3 T20s in St Lucia to finish. Oh, Rashid goes in and bowls a big full toss, but is only guided out to points for a single. That feels like that's about 5 less than it should have been.
That's a tasty trip, isn't it?
Oh, not half.
Oh, Antigua, Barbados and St Lucia.
Yeah, you can't beat that, can you?
Get me in. Hey?
Oh, anytime.
Yeah, me.
No wonder Butch was smiling so much on the TV earlier. We'll have to ask him about that later when he's back with us.
One thing I realised about Casey Carty is that he gets bad balls, you don't put them to the boundary. Now that was a rank full toss that should have been hit to the boundary. He only got a single, and that's Shea Hope, who's on 40 from 50 balls. He will have to be the one looking to hit the boundaries, which is not always right.
Rashid goes in once again. Hope stretching a long way forward, pushes into the covers. Will be fielded by Will Jacks, and there's no run. Yeah, Casey Carty's record, this is his 27th one-day international. Averages just shy of 34, but it's the strike rate that intrigues me, 68.4. As Butch was saying earlier, not everyone has to be in the sort of the 95-100 region, as Hope is deep in his crease on this occasion, turning on the onside, and they'll take a single off this Rashid delivery. But after 25, 26 ODIs, you might have thought that Carty would be sort of pushing up near a 75-80.
And he's bad at number 3 as well, Andrew, and you would expect a player at this international level to be able to knock away a bad ball successfully to the boundary, either for 4 or 6. Carty doesn't do that, so he just looks to nurdle the ball around.
Rashid comes in to Carty off the back foot, and again can't beat the fielder on the edge of the 30-metre circle, and there's no run to end. There's 1 ball left in the over. 78 for 2 it is.
Yeah, it's a quiet over, is this? Just 2 singles from it.
Carty waits, bat raised, Rashid goes into him. He's bang in front of the stumps, turning this one on the leg side. Through square leg, takes the single. 17 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. 79 for 2.
3 from the over, so 3 overs for 18 Rashid. There's going to be a drinks break round about now.
Yes. Just looking at Casey Carty, he's got 3 50s in his 26 ODIs, and one of those came in the 3rd game, which was against England actually back in December of last year. So since then he's only made 2. He made 88 from 108 balls in Australia recently in the series in Melbourne. But since then, scores of 40, 10, 37, 6. Didn't bat in the last game in Sri Lanka, obviously with the weather-affected game, and then, of course, there was his innings in the first inning in the first match here when he made 19 from 20 balls.
Yeah, so he doesn't set the world alight. The stats obviously are pretty basic stats, but he's an investment. Apparently, you know, everybody thinks that he has the quality and the class to play at this level. He's also in the Test squad as well. He came into that squad, I think, earlier this year. But he looks the part. I think the weakness of him is that he doesn't get to the pitch of the ball when the slower bowlers. He stays back in his crease a lot and hits the ball behind square on the off and leg side. Even with the fast bowlers, we saw it today. England almost got him out. Just set 2 guys square the wicket catching and bring the 3rd one straight to tight as well catching, and bowl the ball on off stump, and he looks to open the bat face rather than hit it down the ground. So that is a weakness that he has to work on.
Well, his challenge as well with the scores that you read out there is to convert. If you're in at number 3 and you get decent starts, you've got to turn that into a big 100. And so that'll be a challenge going forward. But he looks a good player. He looks a decent player. What we're seeing, Philo, is that he tends to tap it about. You know, just give it some more. Give it some more.
But we have a lot of players playing on this white ball, this 50-over competition, who don't score heavily in the 4-day cricket. And my biggest concern now, there's a new policy in West Indies cricket where the director of cricket, Miles Bascom, said you don't have to play red ball cricket to play Test match cricket. And that is burning my brain. Because if you don't play the longer format, I can't see you being successful at it. So we have guys who are playing for the white ball squad. They don't play a lot of red ball cricket. And those who are playing in the white ball squad that plays red ball cricket for the territories, they don't score heavily. They don't get hundreds. So if you cannot get 100 in a 4-day game, you're going to struggle to get 100 in a 1-day game. and that is the way I see it. So there have to be a balance. But the director of cricket, he's put down the rules. The board have accepted what he had said. So we'll wait and see how this progresses, because I cannot see a man not playing red ball cricket and you tell me he can play test match cricket. I can't see a man playing red ball cricket and you're telling me, or not playing any cricket in the region but playing outside, and then you can tell me he can play for West Indies because of what he's done outside. Those are strange analogies for me.
Yep, absolutely. And then there's just the small fact of, if you're only used to playing 50 over cricket, realistically the most deliveries you're going to face is probably 120 if you open the innings and make a big score. It's just that thing of that repetition of going in for lunch, restarting again, coming back after tea, starting again, and then doing it on days 2 and 3. It's muscle memory as much as anything else.
Well, it's a different mentality. If you're playing test match cricket, you've got to be mentally prepared to concentrate for long, long periods as a batter or a bowler. But when you're playing white ball cricket, you've got to get one more than the opposition, and so it's a more dynamic game. You've got to push on, and you've got to be quicker in everything that you do. And so I think they're two totally different games, and the great players can adapt. The great players can play everything. But it's strange to me, as Philo says, that if you don't play red ball cricket or region cricket, you can play test cricket. Not so sure.
As they telling me, if you're going to ride, you want to be a jockey, but you're accustomed riding pigs. I can't see how you can ride a horse.
Fellow, congratulations. That might be the greatest analogy I've ever heard.
Thank you very much.
No disrespect to pigs.
Yes. Right, we're going to let's move off that one quickly. I can only see trouble that direction. Right, cricket's about to resume after the drinks break. West Indies 79 for 2, put into bat by England in this second one-day international, and Liam Livingstone's going to be continuing from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He goes in and bowls and gets a bit of bounce and turn. Carty off the back foot, punching into the covers, and there is no run. If you are just joining us, England one change today. Saqib Mahmood in for Jamie Overton. Livingstone goes in and brings his man forward, beats him on the outside edge. Phil Salt whips the bails off and actually knocks one of the stumps out the ground to ask the question of the umpire, but I don't think the back foot
Any lift, Coxie?
left home. Haven't seen a signal from an umpire that we're going to have an umpire review of that one, so I think they're fairly happy, which would surprise me because they do check everything nowadays, just in case.
Even when the batter is in, as in a run-out, they just go upstairs to make sure, which is strange, but...
No, we're not going to check it. Livingstone's happy and he comes into bowl again. Carty punches, beats the man at extra cover, and it goes down to Turner down at long off, and a single taken, 80 for 2.
You see, with a guy like Carty, who doesn't hit a lot of boundaries, you can freeze his score, you know, and you can get him to soak up a lot of deliveries and put pressure on him, and he can gift his wicket away. We saw it in Sri Lanka. So Livingstone is not bowling badly. He's bowled 1 over and 3 balls, 5 runs, but he's spot on with his leg breaks. He's even looking to go a little harder with a leg break, which obviously means he's gaining confidence and control.
Michael Pepper is on the field doing 12-man duties for England at the moment. Livingstone goes in, Hope stays deep in the crease, guides it to Archer at short third, backward point, and there is no run, 80 for 2. So not sure who nipped off during the drinks break, but Michael Pepper is out there, the 26-year-old, which means we have Salt and Pepper on the field at the same time. Now we just need them to be batting together. Livingstone goes in and bowls. Now that bounces a bit. Hope had to adjust his shot there and guides it to point. There's no run. 5 balls of the over gone, just 1 single.
Marcus Trescothick in charge of the team.
Yeah, watching on, I imagine pretty happy at the moment. As Livingstone goes in and bowls, Hope goes across outside of off stump, tries to turn this to mid-wicket. Can't beat the fielder. Just a single from the over. Excellent from the England captain. 80 for 2, the West Indies here on TalkSport.
So three quiet overs there. Just what England wanted at this stage. 18 overs have been bowled, and the last 3, I think it's been a 4, a 3 and a 1. And so a little bit of control, and so you're contented as a captain there. We're just controlling the game at the minute. No big boundaries coming. Partnership building, and that would be to West Indies' advantage. Just keep building your partnership, and you need one of your top 4 to get a massive score. Becomes easier for the team.
Rashid to start the 19th over. He's bringing Carty forward. Pushes to the man on the extra cover circle. No run on this occasion.
Is he going to bowl through? Many times Rashid bowls his full quarter. Does he bowl through or take a break? He's bowled 3 so far for 18.
He goes in once again, brings Carty forward, pushes it back to Rashid in his follow-through, no run. Well, Roston Chase bowled his 10 straight off the reel on Thursday.
Yeah, but Rashid is looking better. He's bowling a bit more revs and more confidence as well.
Rashid gathers, end of his mark, and he's on his way in. Carty is again unable to get off strike, guides this to short third, no run.
Ball dot balls. It's exactly what England are doing just at this stage.
He's putting some pressure on Carty. He's gone 27 from 40 balls.
Halfway through his 4th over, Rashid 0 for 18, goes in and bowls again. This one's guided past Archer at, it's Pepper who's now down at short third, and Pepper will chase that one down to 10 inside the boundary edge, and they will take a couple. So the dot ball string is broken. 82 for 2, the West Indies.
Yes, obviously Carty just allowing the ball to come to him and just using the pace and getting it down to third man for 2 valuable runs.
Rashid, there's plenty of air on that one. Turns into a low full toss, steered into the onside, and Philo's like, what's he doing there?
He's missed 2 or 3 juicy full tosses. He just tapped it back.
Final ball of the Rashid over. That one is, well, he's gone a long way across his stumps there. Carty guides it to short third. No run. 19 completed. So we're almost 40% of the way through the West Indian innings here on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel and here on TalkSport 2. 82 for 2, the West Indies put into bat. Carty 29 from 43, Shea Hope 41 from 55.
When I came onto commentary, the run rate was 4.8. It's now 4.32, so there's real control from England with these 2 spinners taking the pace off, both bowling leg spin, and both batters are passive, particularly Carty. 29 from 43. They haven't played a shot in anger for 5 overs.
Yeah, which is quite strange, because Shea Hope was doing really well, putting the bad balls away, hitting 6s and 4s, and he's totally out of that rhythm now.
Livingston to start the new over. Hope, you heard his, he was off the back foot trying to force it, no timing at all, and it just dribbles out on the offside.
Obviously the balls are getting softer. The pitch obviously is still good, but you have to give credit to the 2 spinners.
Livingston in, brings Hope forward, pushes into the offside. It's so the man on the edge of the 30-metre circle who gets the throw in. The cry is to hurry up a little bit, and it ends up actually with the umpire having to do emergency work to try and get himself out of the way there, Gregory Brathwaite, and he ends up jumping and getting hit on the ankle while he was 2 foot off the ground.
He's pinned him there. The umpire's got pinned.
That's not a good idea. You won't get many decisions that way. Livingston goes outside of off stump, beats this man. Carty is beaten on the drive. Salt whips the bails off and then throws the ball down into the turf.
Whips the bails off. He's demolished the stump.
I was trying to be polite.
Yeah, normally a regular keeper just bit 1 bail off, but Salt is just taking everything out, that off stump. A little frustrated too as well as a keeper, seeing that a lot of balls are being beating the bat of Carty, and he's still there fighting 29 from 44 balls. He has to weather the storm.
Livingston in once again. Off the back foot. Timed this time by Carty, but again, he's only dealing in singles at the moment. He's not a threat, is how England will feel. Sam Curran will field on the cover boundary. 1 to the total. He goes to 30, 84 for 2.
Curran is the one saver on the offside boundary. So you just get a single, hitting it through there.
Livingston in, good leg break, bringing Hope forward. Straight down the line of the stumps, pushes back to the bowl and no run.
I just wonder whether, on the board in the changing room, they might have said if Livingston comes on, well, you've got to get after him. 3 overs for 7.
And he goes for the final time this over. Off the back foot is Shea Hope, and again it's out to Sam Curran, the sweeper. And it is over complete, single taken, 85 for 2. Carty's got 30, Hope has got 43. Some more thoughts from Philo, and then Bumble and myself are getting out of the way because Manners and Goffey are coming in.
Yes, obviously after 20 overs, 85 for 2, after losing 2 quick wickets. Hope and Casey Carty, still doing the repair job, still building on this partnership. They're both there. Carty obviously is not as fluent as one would expect. He's been struggling to get the slow bowlers away. And Shea Hope, who started well, and obviously not getting a lot of strike because of Carty's dot balls. Hope is starting to obviously feel the pressure, but they need to continue. The key is that they have 2 batters in.
Next one from Adil Rashid. It's pushed away defensively by Shea Hope, and he remains 43 off 60 balls. The thing is, I don't think the West Indies would be concerned about the run rate at the moment. I mean, it's 30 overs to go. 8 wickets in hand. Here comes Adil Rashid, bowls wide one, and Shea Hope crabs across his crease wide outside the off stump, pushes it defensive.
As we said in the build-up, you know, I know the modern-day player don't like the word partnerships, but I think especially on this sort of wicket, partnerships are the key.
Here's Adil Rashid again, short and quicker, and it pushes Hope onto the back foot, and he nudges it out to Sam Curran, the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single.
Because these sort of wickets that tend to be slower, this one's actually looks a better pitch than the one the other night, but I think when you're playing on this, it takes you a while to get going, so the partnership becomes more vital, and it gives you a bit of room at the end to probably score an extra 20, 25, 30 runs, which is vital.
Yes, this partnership is crucial. Obviously, with the last 2 wickets early, then you had to rebuild. They're going through the middle passage, which is the slow bowlers, which is always a bugbear for West Indies, but the 2 in batters are there.
Here's Adil Rashid again, and that one is driven to Livingston at mid-off. I must say, it doesn't take a massive leap of imagination to see the West Indies scoring 270 from here. I mean, it will probably require 100 from the captain, a 17th ODI 100, and that one is steered gently with the spin down to short third. Saqib Mahmood fields, and they go through for another single. It is also, just as we said when England batted first on Thursday night, it is also possible to see a tumble of wickets. I think it's a better batting wicket, isn't it, than it was on Thursday, but it is still, I think, quite difficult to get yourself in. Googly from Adil Rashid, and might well have been picked by Shea Hope. He backs onto his stumps and clips it away for a single to deep mid-wicket.
And it's also still a slow outfield. It looks, again, slightly quicker than the other night, but I'm talking slightly. So again, when you start looking at totals, I don't think we're looking at a figure and thinking 300, are we? We're looking around that 260, 270, 280 would be awesome.
Yeah,
from here.
280 would be gold. But if you on this surface, I agree, it's a better surface than the first one on Thursday night, but it's still slow. And this is a day game now, so there should be no wet ball come into play. So it's going to be even a harder struggle for the batters. But Shea Hope will have his stall settled. This is his highest score, I believe, in a couple of ODIs as well. So he'll be looking, and once he gets 50, his record shows that he goes on to get hundreds. And he said in the previous interview that he has a lot of ODI hundreds, but they're not victorious hundreds. They're always on the losing side. So he would like to make amends by getting 100 today. West Indies hopefully will go on to win. But he knows the importance of being there because he can then flex his muscles.
Here's Liam Livingston, and that's driven uppishly in the air out towards Curran again, who's still on the cover boundary for the new over, and West Indies move on to 89 for 2.
And let's remember the conditions at the start. I would expecting it to seem a little bit more, and it didn't, because they'd obviously watered it. And I think England bowled purely because they thought it was going to do a bit more.
Here is Livingston once more, another leg break, and chopped away between backward points and cover for 4. It's a lovely shot. It was short and wide from Livingston. I mean, it wasn't a long hop. Still had to hit it well, Casey Carty, and he's up to 35.
Yes, that's his favourite shot, the cut shot. Obviously short and wide, but again, the pace on the ball allowed him to just split those 2 guys, one just behind point, the other square, for the down to the boundary for 4.
Driven in the air, down towards long off, and it's very nicely placed. It would be Sam Curran. Sam Curran's everywhere. There's more than one of him, it looks like, at the moment. He's wide, long off, and he does the fielding. It's nicely placed, that, actually, from Shea Hope.
Lovely shot. Knew he wasn't trying to hit a boundary. We're just trying to hit the gap between long off and deep extra cover.
Livingston again, and nicely played by Casey Carty, who's forward, opens the face of the bat, uses the pace of the ball from Livingston, and Jofra Archer has to chase it down to third man. It doesn't reach the boundary, but they will come back for 2. 97 for 2. This innings has just gained a little bit of momentum, impetus now.
Yes, obviously he got a bad ball, he cut it for 4, then he chipped the ball wide long off and picked up 2. Then the take outside edge and pick up 2 more. Livingston now is making the adjustment to the field. So Carty now understands that once you're scoring, you're going to put pressure on the bowler.
Livingston in once again. Quicker leg break, and it beats actually Casey Carty for pace. He was late on the shot, and into the gloves of Phil Salt it goes. And Goffey, I'm curious, with 2 young spinners, and Jacob Bethel and Dan Mosley, why? I mean, look, you want to win the game. Okay, first and foremost, you want to win the game, but Liam Livingston is a known quantity as far as England are concerned. That one is driven out towards extra cover and straight to the fielder, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. 22 gone. West Indies 97 for 2. And so it's a question. I understand if you say, well, rather just bowl your best bowlers, and if they're your most experienced ones, but you're not going to learn anything about the youngsters.
Well, I would say Mosley's probably a better bowler than Livingston. Absolutely, from what I've seen in the past. I think Livingston does a job, and he's doing a decent job today. 4 overs, none for 17. But I think from what I've seen, and the reason he's been picked is he hits a long ball, Mosley, and he also bowls decent spin. But the amazing thing is, if you look at Warwickshire, they would always go for Mosley first, right? And now they're going for Bethel. So that's the interesting selection, where they've gone about it these last few days.
Yeah, obviously they would know the plans that they have. Bethel, obviously, there's a lot of hype on Bethel and what he can do and what is expected of him. But if Mosley is the man that they go for first up in county cricket, I believe he should be given the opportunity. He needs more responsibility, although he's just started his international career.
It is Jacob Bethel into the attack for the first time with his left arm spin, and that's immediately pushed out into the offside, and a little bit of a rash throw at the stumps. The batsmen have both made their ground safely. I think it was Jordan Cox who took aim and backed himself to hit the stumps. Didn't, but they weren't able to take an overthrow.
I think it's Salt. He's frustrated, Salt. He's the keeper. A lot of balls are missing the bat edge. And obviously, being 98 for 2, Salt would believe that West Indies have lost more wickets.
Here's Jacob Bethel once again, and that one is a little quicker, in at the pads, tucked away for another single. It's interesting that the average first innings score on this ground is 240. In the last 5 games, it's 268. And here's the really interesting stat. For those of you who like stats, you may not find this interesting at all, is that all 5 have been won by the team chasing.
Wow. Well, that's why England won the toss.
Short, pulled in the air, out towards deep mid-wicket. Long ball. I was just about to ask whether it had enough on it, but it was quite clear that it had more than enough on it.
Absolutely wonderful strike from Hope. Brings up his 50 from just 66 deliveries. Fantastic player. 2 4s and 3 6s in that. And he was quick onto it. Wasn't that short, but rocked back and bang! 6.
He picked the length quite quickly from Jacob Bethel. He got back into his crease, way back in his crease, and allowed that big bat to come through the ball, hitting against the wind. But the wind wouldn't even stop that from going. It's well played.
Here is Bethel again. Quicker one. Big appeal for leg before wicket from Salt rather than from Bethel.
Give over. Going down. Going down. Hey, just a quick one on Mosley or Mousley. How do you pronounce it?
The Birmingham suburb. Mosley.
Mosley, right. Just checking.
But that's only because I'm a...
It is Mosley, but I would just...
I'm a sheep. I follow the pack, and I've heard people calling him Mosley rather than Mousley or Mousley. Bethel in again, clipped out on the onside. Mosley,
we haven't seen... Yeah, I think it's Mosley. But we haven't seen him bowl yet, have we?
No,
he hasn't bowled yet.
Honestly, I'm amazed. I really am.
Amazing record that Shea Hope has, averaging just a tick under 50, 1600s, 26 50s. Remarkable. Clipped away now by the West Indian captain into the covers, no run.
Yeah, obviously he's transformed his game to hitting 6s, because once upon a time they were saying that he bats too slow. But he's been into the nets, he's been into the gym, he's pumped his muscles up, and he's been to work really hard at hitting 6s, and he's improved his all-round batting, which is good to see. And obviously the convergence, 1600s, 26 50s and 1600s in ODI cricket I think it's quite good. And he will know the importance of being there. He's 53 from 69 balls. Casey Carty is 40 from 53. And they're continuing to build on that third-wicket partnership. The partnership might look a little unorthodox, but it's effective in the spade of things in this game.
I'm giving him the shot of the series so far. That 6 over extra cover off the back foot against John Turner. That was quite remarkable. And I had to look twice to see whether it was actually Hope, because it was not the shot you associate with Shea Hope. 6 off the back foot over extra cover. Okay, Will Jacks is into the attack now, the 4th spinner to be used, and the Surrey off spinner, and it's chopped away past Jofra Archer at backward point, who dives and then thinks, oh no, it's not going to go to the boundary, I'm going to have to chase this. It wasn't so much a dive as the action of a pine tree when it's been cut down. It just sort of fell slowly.
Yeah, it was just a fall, wasn't it? Yeah.
We don't know Jofra Archer to be diving around and sliding. So I just think he just said, oops, let me just drop on my left hand side and hope the ball hit the left hand. But again, we're seeing Carty just looking to nurgle the ball down to short third man, and he picked up what, 2 runs. So there was Hope picked up 2 runs. So again, rotation is important.
Here's Will Jacks once again, tosses that one up, and he shuffles across again, does Shea Hope, way outside the off stump to play defensively. 108 for 2. We're in the 24th over. That sounds like it's slow going, but it's a very, I think, good base, and it can be built upon very quickly. I think, if they've still got wickets in hand in the last 10, that one is clipped away to Adil Rashid at square leg, and again there's no run. It's a little slow, possibly a little slow, given that. But they lost 2 wickets early, both openers. Oh, bottom edge here as he tries to cut, and it turns from Will Jacks in towards off stump. He ends up hopelessly cramped for room, does Shea Hope. And it was a false shot, hit the inside edge, dragged past leg stump, and he's picked up a fortuitous single.
Do you know, when I look at the score there, 110 for 2, you're talking about, this is the simplest way to put it, you're 3 sixes away from it being a decent total off the amount of overs that have gone.
I think that's right.
3 hits.
Yeah,
that's
you're
it.
quite right. Yeah, absolutely right. Jack's in, quicker one. Went wide of the crease there as well, angled that one into Hope. It was Carty, by the way, that got the inside edge, got tangled up a bit. It's against Will Jacks. Jacks is the 7th bowler to be used. There's a couple of other options for them as well. That one is driven behind square on the offside. Lovely shot from Shea Hope. Really good hands, clever placement. They seem to be picking on Jofra Archer a bit in the field,
It's horrible that, isn't it, when you're a bowler and it just keeps following you, and the captain keeps you putting you in your places, you're never going to have to chase it, and then everything seems to just follow you. It's happened many a time that where you try and hide a fielder, but the ball just follows them.
This third wicket partnership with 102 and 125 balls. Casey Carty has 42 from 51. Shea Hope is 59 from 74. So it is a good third wicket partnership. I think the nature of the pitches has shown such, and you have to give credit to the English bowlers. I don't think that England bowlers give a lot away, and they made the West Indies pair of Hope and Carty work for their runs, and it's good to see that they are actually batting the slow bowlers with a bit more conviction.
So as Phil has said, 100 partnership between these two, and it's really transformed a tentative start. This one is clipped away for another single by Carty. I think he actually has decided to. He's not finding the middle of the bat as often as he would like, so he's going to say, well, fine, I'm going to give the strike to the captain.
Well, he just played a supporting role. I can remember I heard a story when I was growing up that Sir Everton Weekes was playing against Spartan at Queen's Park. This is local cricket in Barbados. And Sir Everton Weekes keeps saying to the keeper, I'm going to score 100. And the keeper is saying, no, we have Redshaw playing. He said, I'm going to score 100. Redshaw was right mid-off. And Sir Everton was pushing the ball to his left and right. And he had to chase. And continue after this. Sir Everton Weekes scored 100. And the keeper said, how you scored 100? He said, Reds cannot come back to bowl. He's tired.
Approaching the halfway stage, another single to Carty, moves on to 44. It's 115 for 2. Here is Jacob Bethel with his left arm spin and retreating onto the back foot. Shea Hope nudges it down to Saqib Mahmood at long on, and they go through for another single. I love the fact that Casey Carty comes from St Martin, and it's purely because the travel schedules in the Caribbean are always slightly random and unpredictable, and I was scheduled to go, I can't remember from where to where, but with the stopover in St Martin, and that one is driven out towards Will Jacks at cover, and there's no run. And of course the plane, the onward plane, developed a fault, and there was no replacement. I ended up spending a couple of days in St Martin waiting for a replacement flight, and I loved it. It's clipped away out towards Long On again by Carty, and it's another single. Half French, half English speaking.
Yeah, French and Dutch. I believe
Dutch,
that you.
Sorry.
Yeah, Dutch. So you had. It was not a bad place for 2 or 3 days layover.
Oh.
I hope you didn't go to the airport down behind the runway.
Yes, exactly what I did.
Where the beach is, and people go and stand up on the fence and allow the jets, the steam from the engines hit them. That's crazy.
Yeah, I did that, and it was an unforgettable experience. Absolutely. Oh, edged, I think, and dropped by Phil Salt. Sounded like an edge. Salt looks like it was an edge. He looks guilty. He looks guilty, like a pickpocket is being caught. That was an edge. Jacob Bethel turned it enough just to hit the outside edge. And I think Phil Salt had a little snap at it, didn't he? He was just a bit snappy at that.
Yeah, it did. Good delivery, actually. Just tried to force it, didn't he, Shea, through to the offside. And he got that little edge, but difficult chance. But it's one that he should have taken. And West Indies survive. Current run rate now 4.68, 117 for 2 from 25 overs. I think the West Indies are in a good position here.
Yes, in a very good position. Obviously, that chance from Phil Salt, like the begging, the ball just pitch on about off stump, a hint of turn, a bounce, and Salt not getting his gloves in the right position. The ball is sitting on the top of his right glove, and he floored that opportunity. How costly that miss will be, we'll have to wait and see.
It did bounce a fraction more than I think the average height of the bounce. I think it was a quicker one from Bethel, and it did bounce. And he looks very frustrated. I mentioned this on Thursday, actually. The St Martin Airport, the runway is the bare minimum required for a 737 to take off, and you have to use every single yard of it. So the jets back up to the very end in order to have enough room to take off. That one is chopped away by Carty into the covers again, and there's no run. And so you literally, there's a chicken wire fence. I think that actually it might be a brick wall now, but back then there was a chicken wire fence, and there were maybe half a dozen of us, and that was chopped away outside of the off stump. It was in the Lonely Planet guide, things to do in St Martin. And then you stand behind the jet, and when it floors it, the captain floors the accelerator or the whatever it's called on an aeroplane, then this jet that's chopped out to Curran on the cover boundary, another single, we're into the middle overs. It's pretty hard work. And then the idea is to try and hang on to the chicken wire fence, and you're actually blown off your feet. The jet and the smell is intense.
Yeah, it's a serious
aviation
thing.
Fuel.
Yeah, the authorities are trying to stop people from doing it, but people see it as fun and videotape it and put it on all the social medias. But I think it's dangerous.
I was a lot younger then. That's punched off the back foot over mid-off. It's a lovely shot for 4. It was just a wee bit too short from Will Jackson. That's magnificent cricket from Shea Hope. Picked up the length so quickly. Rocked onto the back foot, mid-off up, just hit it over his head.
Do you know, in white ball cricket, a batter that can do this and pick the length so quickly, Harry Brook is one of the best in the business at it, picking length. And in Shea, the reason he's been successful, he picks the length so quickly.
Was slogs, well, it looked like he was shaping for a slog sweep. Jacks tossed it up and invited the shot, and he mistimed it for a single.
Well, my thing about Liam Livingstone is that you got a part-timer in Jack's bowling, and he's bowling with a mid-off rather than a long-off. You should have the long-off and long-on in and work your feel around that. So I find that sometimes, look, even just on top of the 30-yard circle for a part-time bowler, yes, there might not be scoring helter-skelter, but you still need to give Jacks a bit of protection just in case he loops one in the air, like what they've done, and hope hit it over mid-off for 4. You still need that protection. So I still think that field placing is going to be important as well to England in order to getting this partnership broken and maybe reducing West Indies for the average total here, which is 240. Anything above that, England are going to fight. think sometimes just field placing needs to be a little bit more strategic.
I can confirm, Philo, that it is no longer possible to play that St Martin runway game. They've built a solid wall now behind the runway. So,
but they're there every day, and I've seen it on Instagram. It comes up all the time. You can see them there as the planes come in. In fact, I saw one this morning. And do you know what it's like now, where they monitor our phone calls? You'll go on Instagram now when we get back out after a stint in the comms, and they'll be coming up there, the shots of it, because they are listening in.
124 for 2, 26 overs gone. West Indies put into bat by England. Sweep shot, and he's hit it for 4. But I tell you what, it was very, very full. And it was so full he almost wasn't able to get down on one knee. But it's his half-century for Casey Carty, who was once time struggling with a strike rate of around 60. But he's got to his 50 off 62 balls, and that's pretty good.
It's really good. And like I said, you soon catch up. Boundaries, like I said, 4s and 6s, and the scoreboard takes along, and you get back on track really quickly. You need 2, 3, 4 good overs, and you're back up there.
Bethel again, now slower. He's usually on the quicker side of for a spinner, but every now and then gives one some air, and that was an occasion, and Carty pushes it for a single to cover. They're working hard. England are getting through their overs very quickly, and that can be sometimes tricky for a batsman.
Yeah, when the overs are ticking along and you're not scoring as quickly as you expect, then you put pressure on yourself. But Carty obviously has his 4th ODI half-century. You hope that he can kick on to maybe record his first. But he's batting well in this situation.
Another single now as Shea Hope hits long off. And they go total moves up to 130 for 2. I mean, the scoring rate's now a fraction under 5 and over. And I think that's certainly. I mean, the last 4 overs have been very productive. I think 30 have come from the last 4. Here is Bethel again, and this one is slapped away and past Adil Rashid at cover point. Well, I'll be kind and say under Adil Rashid at cover point. He should have had that one covered.
Yeah, if it would have been off his bowling, he would have been disappointed with that. It's normally a good ground fielder, Adil. It really is, but nice little cut shot, good shot, going to his right. Yeah, shocker, wasn't it, really? Shocker.
Here's Bethel again. Oh, that's a long hop, and it's pulled away. It deserved to be hit for 4, but it won't be, because Sam Curran number 2, or is that not Sam Curran number 3? He fielded more balls in this innings than anybody else, I reckon.
Well, there's 121 runs from 142, so they're not that slow. They've obviously catch up in the boundaries that they struck. But again, they're rotating the strike, which is good to see.
Warm day, 30 degrees, 30% humidity. So it'll take its toll, and that one is driven out to Adil Rashid by Shea Hope. This time Rashid makes no mistake, and the over comes to an end. 27 gone. England with a couple of early wickets. Both openers, Brandon King and Evan Lewis, dismissed by Hampshire fast bowler John Turner for 7 and 4. But from 12 for 2, it's become 133 for 2 with Casey Carty 55, Captain Shea Hope on 66. And for the next little while in the commentary box from North Sound, it will be Miss Shelton, Patrick Hewitt and Mark Butcher.
You join us in sweltering North Sound in Antigua. I heard Manners say it's 30 degrees humidity. Well, I took a walk around the ground a couple of minutes ago and had to run back inside for cover to bring you this commentary. Mark Butcher is alongside me. West Indies are 133 for 2, just over the halfway stage. Butch Carty's on 55, Shea Hope on 66. They've made a bowling change. So Jofra Archer has returned after his first spell in the first power play. He only went for 8 off those 4 overs. And Casey Carty is on strike to Jofra Archer. And he dabs that down to third man at 4-1 to bring the captain, Shea Hope, on strike.
Well, I was just about to say that they've given Jacks a go, given Bethel a go. Rashid and Livingston had things locked down, really, against Carty and Hope. And the choice was, Okay, do you keep going with the 2 leg spinners because they're going okay, or do you change it? Livingston changed it, but went with his 2 sort of backup spin bowlers. Jofra Archer's got 6 overs left. I think this is absolutely the right thing to do right now. Maybe would have done it an over or so sooner.
Yeah, you said on Thursday, you made this point about having a lot of bowlers at your disposal. Come back to that. Archer into Hope. There's no run as Hope pushes that into the offside. So Bethel and Jacks between them have bowled 5. They didn't need to bowl 5, given they've actually got 5 frontline bowlers to use.
Yeah, and also in the context of it, in the sort of the economy rates of the bowlers, those 5 overs have cost England 36, which is what, 7s. So out of nowhere, the West Indies have kind of got going, and Carty and Hope have played really well. Don't get me wrong, 122 from 145 the partnership are now sort of sensing they can put some pressure on England.
This one drifts onto Hope's pads and turns that round the corner. 4-1 fine, moves to 67.
But you're right, I mean, you know, I had this as a captain at times. I've never captained at international level, but captained plenty of 50 over cricket at county level. Sometimes the more options you've got, you can't see the wood from the trees, and the most obvious thing is it becomes the last thing you go to. The most obvious thing at that point, I think, was to go to your number 1 strike bowler. Try and break this partnership before these guys get their feet too far under the table.
It's Carty on strikes Jofra Archer. Archer backs him up. There's no run there. Yeah, because the period before Bethel and Jacks came on, I think Rashid and Livingston had bowled 5 overs for 12 runs and really slowed the pace of the game down. And yeah, I think just go back to your point that Archer probably go to him a bit sooner than. It's like they've gone to him because it's got away a bit, as opposed to because that was the plan.
As opposed to doing something in a proactive way and being on the front foot.
Archer's only gone for 2 in this return spell, start of his return spell. That one rises on Carty a bit. Carty sways out of the way. So what Carty and Hope are doing at this point in time is, granted, a different kind of pitch, in fairness, on Thursday. We are using a different pitch today, wicket today, but Carty and Hope have consolidated and they've laid the foundation for the sluggers, the big hitters to come at the end, which is your Shimron Hetmeyer, Shafane Rutherford, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to be very intrigued to see how England approach it later on, because I don't think this wicket is doing as much as Thursday. This one, well, I'll see if Mark Butcher thinks that's a full shot, but Casey Carty's kind of uppercut guided it past a vacant, up and over a vacant slip area and down for 4.
He nicked it, basically. He tried to force it off the back foot through square and has just nicked it head high, probably just over head high, to the first slip had there been one there.
Do you think he was trying to check his shot at the last minute?
No,
or just genuine?
It just bounced on him a little bit more than he expected. Trying to get it perhaps backward a point, but clearly not that fine. But England, again, and the difference between making the decision to bring on Jofra Archer when you're in the ascendancy, or you're bringing him back on after the West Indies got away, is if they'd have brought him on directly, that Livingston had come off after that excellent tight spell, then the chances are you'd have had to slip it, because you're going, right, I'm bringing him on, these guys are going nowhere, let's take a wicket right now. But because he came on with England a tiny bit on the back foot, there was no slip and the chance goes by.
Adil Rashid, is another change at the other end, and Adil Rashid, first ball, Shea Hope defends down the wicket, there's no run there. So Adil Rashid in his first 5, none for 23. He's bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. We've got, I'll come back to that in a second. He's in again to Hope. This one turns sharply in on Hope, and he's able to work that off his pads 4-1. So we only have 4 fielders, or 5 in fact, inside the circle. We've got a long on, deep cover, long off, and a man in front of square, deep square. And this one's all the way through Casey Carty. You hear the oohs and the ahs. Phil Salt takes a sharp catch. We should remind ourselves actually that Shea Hope was dropped on 60. I think Phil Salt should have taken that opportunity. Will England rue that missed opportunity? This time Carty down on one knee, just drops in front of Jofra Archer at long on. Looking for the big shot, he only gets one for it. It's not been the most fluent of innings from Casey Carty. That's not to say that he's looked out of nick or anything of the sort, but he's certainly been beaten a few times. He's ridden his luck at times, but he's still there on 61 from 71. And this one from Shea Hope beats the dive in mid-off. There's one run there, driven down the ground.
Yeah, difficult perhaps to shine in terms of aesthetics when you've got Shea Hope at the other end.
Yeah, so if there'd been someone else there, maybe I wouldn't have made that comment. That's a very good point. This one's worked off his hips by Casey Carty for one. That's fielded by the deep square fielder. And that's the end of a quiet Adil Rashid over, 4 runs off it. England 143 for 2 from 29. Shea Hope is on 69 from 86. Casey Carty 62 from 72.
Yeah, it's setting themselves up in a really good position here, and it's worth pointing out the difference, obviously, between today and Thursday. Being a day game, you've got a lot sort of fiercer sun on this surface, and so from probably about the 10th, 11th over, I reckon it's played pretty well. I think in the early exchanges, while there was a bit of dampness in it, the ball stood up a little, and driving the ball was difficult, but from there on in, it's actually played pretty well. So England, despite perhaps having let go of a really tight pressure situation when they brought on Bethel and Jacks, will still be relatively comfortable given the record of this ground for chasing sides, and given where the West Indies are at the moment, that this isn't getting out of hand.
When we were last on, Butch, there was a point I wanted to mention which I never got round to, but we interviewed Shea Hope on Talk Sport prior to the start of the series, and I pointed out to Shea that he'd had a rough time of in Sri Lanka, didn't really get any runs, has had until today no 50s in 7 innings, and given he's so critical and integral to the West Indies batting lineup, that's very important. And his answer to me was, I'm not out of form, I don't believe in bad form. He says it's all about mentality and keeping good mentality. And I found that interesting, and I just want, as you as a former international batter, do you believe in form?
Well, I don't know. It's not a belief system, if that's what you're asking me. No, but there were always times where you were playing better than others. But I know what he means. He's kind of talking about the idea that if I can play, I can play.
Archer into Carty at the start of the 30th over, fielded in the covers, no run. And
that there'll be times where the results aren't going the way that you'd want them to, but it doesn't mean you lose belief in the fact that you're a very fine player, and he is an extremely fine player. And I guess he is such a good player, such an outstanding player in this West Indies One Day International lineup. The pressure is always on him to score. Nobody scores every game. Kohli doesn't score every game. Viv didn't score every game, and they were the best in the business at the time. So carrying that weight of expectation can be difficult sometimes.
Archer again. Carty goes for a pull. He's gone high in the air and will just drop over the boundary rope. It's an acrobatic attempt at a catch by, I think it's John Turner. Was it John Turner down there? Yeah, John Turner was an acrobatic catch, deep backwards square. But as he tried to take it, he fell over the boundary rope anyway. And it's a 6.
Well, we could see from our vantage point up here in the Sir Curtly Ambrose stand end that the ball was always going to be dropping beyond the boundary, and Turner has tried to get 2 feet on the ground, dive backwards and palm it back, but in the process he'd kicked the boundary cushion anyway, and then wasn't able to palm it back into play again.
Archer, this again drifts onto the legs, and Carty's able to swivel and pull on that, and this time it goes to Turner again at deep backward square, but this time he spills it, and that should have been taken. It's gone straight into his hands, and as he's tumbled forward, it's fallen out of his hands. It was almost a repeat shot, but this time less air on the shot, and John Turner spilled one.
Yeah, top edge the first one. This one, it got right off the middle of the bat and just guided it, really. Didn't try to hit it. Turner had to move, 6 or 7 yards to his left, and it went in around about knee height. Tall man, so he had to bend down and bend forward, but it went in, and then as he tried to pull his hands into his chest, perhaps, it rolled up his forearms. He never had control of it. Tumbled to the ground, and out it came. Shocker, really. He'll be desperately disappointed with that. Not as disappointed as Archer.
Jofra in again, goes down the leg side again. Is this a plan? Do you think this is... Archer's reaction to that drop was he was livid, but obviously it's a drop, it should have been taken, but it was a similar delivery to the previous ball.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Why not? I mean, the pitch is relatively flat. You've got two things happening here. One is that the boundary is relatively short, but the wind is blowing against the short boundary. So it's always a little bit of a risk with a short ball bowling into this end. But you do have the wind holding the ball up. And unfortunately for England, the plan had worked to perfection, but the execution was no good from Turner.
This one's straighter, and Carty defends that to Jofra Archer. No run. There's 2 balls remaining of the 30th. And an eventful over. Dot 6, drop 1, wide dot. Both of them are on 69 now. Casey Carty's on 69 from 75. Shea Hope 69 from 87. West Indies 151 for 2.
Can't get a break at the moment, Joff. I thought he bowled magnificently with the new ball this morning. Wickets have been hard to come by for him.
He runs in again to Shea Hope. Shea Hope tries to check the pull, and it falls into the outfield in the deep mid-wicket region. He'll only get 1 for that, fielded by Dan Mousley.
Neither Carty nor Hope are doing anything to dissuade Jofra Archer from bowling short here at the moment. That was another ill-controlled attempt at a pull shot that went aerial. Could have gone anywhere from Shea Hope this time. Both Casey Carty and Shea Hope have been troubled by Archer's pace. There's another man gone back now, backward a square. So there's 2 catching backward a square, 1 in front of square, all on the leg side. You've only got the 1 back on the fence on the offside. That's Adil Rashid at third man. So England are sort of almost shades of the Ben Stokes short ball field that you might see in a test match now.
We kind of, based on the field, we know what this should be doing. And, well, it doesn't go where we thought it would. In fact, it goes down to third man, and again, it bounces. Was that the double bluff? Jofra Archer did not bowl to the leg side field, and Shea Hope went for the uppercut shot down to third man, but no dice for Adil Rashid. That brings an end to a very eventful over.
Well, I mean, Archer went short, and I think Shea Hope decided he was going to stay leg side of it, because with the odds being in the favour that if you hit it aerial on the offside, there's only 1 down there, and there were 4 on the leg, so it went ballooning up in the air. It didn't go to hand for Adil Rashid, and Joff's frustration is evident. He's pretty phlegmatic, pretty cool guy, but he was slapping the thighs with both hands and sort of shaking his head. He's still shaking his head now, and he's been brought back to try and make the breakthrough. He should have done in that last over, but still no wickets for Archer.
West Indies 154 for 2 from 30. Adil Rashid continues his 7th over, none for 27 from 6. Hope down on the sweep, and they'll run through for 1. Bit of a fumble. That square leg. Turner.
He got moved, didn't he, after dropping the catch? Didn't mention that at the time, but he had the ignominy of being dragged from fine leg and positioned somewhere else after the drop.
Rashid in again, and no, he's gone through him. He's gone through him, and Adil Rashid, he's probably thinking, I should have had one of those much earlier. Casey Carty nowhere near the pitch of the ball. He has to go for 71, and Adil Rashid has done him all ends up.
Yeah, no shock that it's the googly against Carty. He's not picked it at all, and it's an absolute beauty. Flighted, gets it up in the air. Carty sort of comes forward, and at the last second he tries to turn the hands as though he's read it and knock it towards the leg side, but it spins enough, takes a little bit of the inside edge, clips a bit of pad and crashes into the stumps. It's been an excellent innings from Casey Carty, 71 from 77. That partnership 143, but it is now broken. England have huffed and they've puffed and they've finally blown the house down. 155 for 3.
Yeah, I think that's just rewards for Adil Rashid, to be fair. I think he's bowled well, he's asked questions, as he always does. That's why he's got so many international wickets. He's got his first one for 28, 6.2 overs. But in comes the informed guy, Shafane Rutherford. Shafane Rutherford made his international ODI debut on the last England series, actually, where he scored a 50 in one of the 3 matches against England. He's recently come off tour of Sri Lanka, where he scored 3 consecutive 50s, as well as, I believe, a 50 in the T20 series. So Shafane Rutherford is very much in form, and interestingly, he comes out ahead of Shimron Hetmyer, which suggests where they see what role they see Shimron Hetmyer playing.
Yeah, I mean, we're 2 balls into a 20-over game now, aren't we? So there's still a heck of a lot of cricket, heck of a lot of batting, heck of a lot of run scoring to be done here for the West Indies. Rutherford comes out, what is it, only his 8th one-day international. Yeah. And West Indies now got left hand, right hand at the crease. England have at times struggled against left-handed batters. Can they knock over Rutherford early before he gets his feet under the table? It was brought a slip in just to try and do just that. Googly coming, you'd imagine.
I'm about to put the mockers on Shafane Rutherford here, but he was very good against spin in Sri Lanka. That's what stood out from his 350s. As Adil Rashid comes into bowl spin to Shafane Rutherford, nearly backs him up, sorry, Shafane Rutherford works that into the offside, and they run through for a quick single. But yes, we're also impressed. The West Indies think tank Rutherford was his ability to play the situation. I think Shafane Rutherford's still only 25, 26 years old. He's been around for a long time. And he's kind of been pigeonholed as a white ball slogger, but in Sri Lanka he showed that he can play a long innings and build one. Shai Hope, the captain, is still there. He tucks that one off his pads for 1. West Indies move to 157 for 3.
Well, he's got plenty of time, that is for sure. Still, as I said, just under 20 overs left in this innings. West Indies still in relatively good shape. If England will be thinking to themselves, you go bang, bang here, get rid of Hope, get 2 new batters in. We've got a chance of really putting the squeeze on and keeping them to something that is eminently chaseable. But the West Indies have still got an opportunity here to push on to perhaps even getting up to 300 and giving themselves a really good chance.
Yeah, based on how this is playing and based on what Antigua's like, I think West Indies need or are looking at something in the region of 280 plus, but we shall see. Rutherford, second ball he's facing, he's gone straight down the ground. There's no fielder there. It's just the lofted drive. He's picked it from Rashid. Rashid's got the teapot out, but it's just a good shot.
Sure is. Second ball just picks it perfectly. Leg spinner, so placed just slightly inside it. Front pad goes up the line of leg stump. It's pitched just on off, but he gives himself enough room to swing the hands through and then just plays this beautiful lofted check drive over Jofra Archer's head at mid-off inside the circle. 4 runs. What you say is true. Plays spin very well by the looks of that.
One more ball to negotiate though, and that one he defends out into the covers, and they'll run through for a quick single. That brings an end to the 31st. West Indies 162 for 3. Shafane Rutherford's just come to the crease. He's on 6 from 3. Shai Holt 72 from 90. Butch, you said something so much earlier in the game that you thought Sam Curran might not bowl, and it's only now that I've looked at the scorecard and realised he hasn't actually had a bowl yet. Are they going to save him for the death, or you think he's not bowling at all?
I don't know. I mean, there is a chance. I mean, obviously one of his strengths in T20 cricket is bowling. Well, it's either bowling at the top, isn't it, when the ball might swing, or bowling at the very end when the charge is on. I'm not sure we'll see him between where are we now? Between the 32nd and the 40th, at least until the fielding restrictions get released further. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. We had this conversation during the first one-day international, didn't we, about Sam Curran and what his role might be. And I said at the time, my feeling is if he doesn't bowl with the new ball, then his role becomes much diminished as an all-rounder, as a bowler who bats in the top 6. So at the moment, he's playing as a top 6 batter, which he's capable of doing.
Jofra Archer in from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and Shafane Rutherford guides that down to third man for 1. And Jofra's 6th over was a very eventful one, a drop that should have been taken from John Turner. Several aerial shots from Casey Carty and Shai Hope, where I'd say that Jofra had the beating of them, so to speak. But Adil Rashid's the one who's picked the wicket. Now, Mark Butcher says Jofra Archer bowling to Shea Hope, and we do have that field again where we've got 3 on the leg side in the deep. This one, Shea Hope is able to defend. I'm fairly certain Shea Hope can see what trap is at play here. So we've got... Well, they're all literally within a few feet of each other.
Yeah, I don't think Shea Hope is going to be suckered into trying to take on a hook shot with 3 men back into the wind. Just the way he played that last one. He tried to stand up and get inside the line and just drop it backward a square for a single. England won't mind that. They'll want the new batter on strike in any case.
Archer in again. Shea Hope swivels, tucks that into the leg side for one. One of the deep fielders will have to collect, thanks to Liam Livingstone. And that will bring Shafane Rutherford back onto strike. Shea Hope 73 from 92. 27 away. I mean, that's a long way away, but 27 away from what would be a 17th ODI international century. Archer into Rutherford. And that one is no run, defended back to... Tried to work it on his hips, but defends it back to Jofra Archer. I asked Shea Hope if he was chasing any records, the ODI records in terms of international hundreds for the West Indies. He said no. I don't believe him. I refuse to believe that. 16 by the age of 30. He's surely got to have some ODI set. He's surely got to have a West Indian record in his sights. Archer in again to Shafane Rutherford. And Rutherford drives that past point. I think it's Will Jacks fumbled that point, and they'll run through for 1.
I mean, Shea Hope, barring some kind of injury, is going to still be playing for another at least 4 or 5 years. I guess he just calculates that you go out there and play, and those things will happen in and amongst themselves. He doesn't have to consciously go after them. They will just appear should he play for long enough and continue to play as magnificently as he does right now.
Yep, and the age-old question will continue to be asked by world cricket fans as Archer comes in to help, defended into the covers, no run or into point. Every time I bring up Shea Hope, non-West Indian fans will say to me, so when is he going to play Test cricket again? And it's the age-old question that no one seemingly has an answer to. The last I was told is that they have re-engaged with Shea about returning to Test cricket and that he wants to. But
there you go, done deal.
Yeah, but, and there's always a but, T20 contracts and T20 leagues, and something has to give on that front.
Decisions. 165 for 3.
Shea Hope on 73, Shafane Rutherford on 8. And actually there will be a bowling change, so although Adil had taken the previous wicket, 135 from 7, they're going back to Liam Livingstone. He went none for 17 in his first spell. And he will be bowling to Shafane Rutherford at the start of the 33rd. That one goes down, dragged down the leg side. Rutherford is onto that quickly and just hoists that over the deep point boundary for 6. Sorry, deep mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Yeah, Livingstone on to the left-handed. Rutherford chooses to bowl off spin as he does to the left-hand, as just drags this down horribly. There's no one within about 60 metres of where that one went, and it's a gift, a real gift.
Yeah, that was a gimme. It was definitely a gimme ball. Rutherford moved to 14 from 7. People look at that from a scorecard perspective and say, oh, he's come out really aggressive, but no, he's just, if there's been a bad ball to put away, he's put it away. I don't think he's trying to be overly aggressive. He's just good enough to put away the bad balls.
Well, I think there's a bit of an argy-bargy going on out there at the moment. Phil Salt having a bit of a chirp. Shafane Rutherford's not particularly happy about it. He's brought in square leg umpire Gregory Brathwaite to complain. Now there's a chirp coming from the man on the 45 on the leg side. Everyone's having a bit of a pop at Rutherford here at the moment. Livingston comes in.
There we go. And after all that chirp, it's a bit of a nothing. And it's just turned around the corner for no run. And we'll go again.
I think there was Sakib who was getting involved from round the corner on the leg side.
Livingston in again to Rutherford. This one sits up a bit. Rutherford backs away and plays that in front of point for 1 to bring Shea Hope on the strike. That's one thing I've always wondered about the chirp. So, and I think they're still chirping actually a tiny bit. I think when you're chirping at a batter who's on strike and then they get off strike, the chirping always seems to die down a bit till they're back, but they're actually closer to you to now have the chirp. Livingston into Shea Hope. Hope drives that down to long off for 1. And he moves to 74. West Indies 173 for 3.
I mean, it works one of two ways, isn't it? Either it inspires the batter to kind of go, right, I'll show you lot, and plays out of his boots, or they get distracted.
Rutherford goes for...
And play a stinking shot like that.
I think he looked like he was going for a drive, didn't get to the pitch of the ball. And I think he's bottom edged it to Phil Salt. So the sound you would have heard with the stumps coming off was Salt route. In fact, it didn't bottom edge it. It just went all the way through to Phil Salt and ricocheted onto the stumps afterwards. There's a bit of a rank shot there from Shafane Rutherford. Maybe the chirping has got in his head. Livingston again. It's defended and pushed into the offside for 1. That brings an end to the over. West Indies 174 for 3. Shafane Rutherford 16 from 11. Shea Hope 74 from 94. Have you managed to get outside yet, Butch, to walk around the... Well, no, you were out there at the beginning, but... or was that enough?
No, that was enough. It took me... We've had the commentary boxes in a relatively strange position whereby the sun is literally pouring in through the windows, isn't it? So I came upstairs after the pre-match show and was completely drenched. Went straight on to commentary for the first stint. And of course, air conditioning's on, but the sun is right in your face, so it didn't go away. I came in here straight after that, the sun's right in my face. It's taken me a good 2.5 hours to dry out, so I'm not going back out there again.
Yeah, I've done my one tour. and bizarrely, I went out there looking for coffee. Aborted the mission and came back inside.
Yeah, that's what they say, isn't it? Hot drinks in steamy weather is good for the body.
John Turner is back and he bowls to Shafane Rutherford. That's going to be a wide. He'll have to reload that one. So Turner in his first spell took the wickets, the early wickets in the power play of Brandon King for 7 and Evan Lewis for 4. Really good opening spell by John Turner.
Yeah, I think the really encouraging thing for me was him coming around the wicket straight away to Evan Lewis. He hadn't done that when Lewis took him down a little bit on Thursday night, but got him first ball around the wicket today.
So around the wicket from Rutherford, that one's defended, no run. Yeah, John Turner, Liam Livingstone has spoken about it. Liam Livingstone has spoken about it at length, and I think he was on this tour. Actually, he was on this tour last year as well, and didn't get a game, and has gone on several tours without getting a game. So, I mean, I've not been in that position to know how frustrating it can be to be on tours, but it's good to see him finally get a go. This one induces the pull from Shafane Rutherford, and he's able to find the fine leg boundary for a straight 6.
Yeah, Turner has gone with a short ball ploy. He doesn't have the wind for protection bowling at the left-handed Rutherford. And Rutherford plays it brilliantly, actually. He kind of gets his head inside the line of the ball, allows it to pass his right shoulder, and then just sort of lifts it, using the pace on offer from Turner up over Archer's head at fine leg, and it sails away for 6. This is a really good little knock, this. Immediately, 22 from 13. England have taken the wicket. They broke the partnership, wanted to really put the brakes on here and create some pressure, but Rutherford's come out and said, I'm not having any of that. I'm in good nick, I'm coming for you.
John Turner, how will he respond to that? And that's defended past point for 1. which brings Shea Hope back on 2 strikes. So Shafane Rutherford, 23 from 14 balls. I wonder if he's asked Shea Hope if he believes in form, because Shafane Rutherford is certainly showing why he got 3 back-to-back 50s in Sri Lanka.
I always try to stay out of people's beliefs, you know. You believe what you like. You believe what you like. Don't ask me any questions about it. I don't have to agree with it, but you do what you want. If it makes you happy, it's cool by me.
Well, I think the West Indies fans are very happy with whatever Shafane Rutherford and Shea Hope believe in, because right now the score is 182 for 3 after 33.3 overs. John Turner into Shea Hope. That's a full toss, and Shea Hope can't really do much more than push it down to mid-on for 1. Current run rate 5.44. This has been good going. Carty and Hope laid the foundation. And as we alluded to before Casey Carty got out, you have the big hitters of Shafane Rutherford and Shimron Hetmyer to come. And that's what you want to do in those middle overs. Allow those guys to play their natural game.
It's just taking the wind out of England's sails a bit as well, because they had that opportunity.
Last ball, oh sorry, no, not the last ball. That's turned off the pads by Shafane Rutherford for 1 into the leg side. 1 more ball remaining of the 34th over.
Had the opportunity, dropped the catch down at fine leg, albeit the Carty was removed shortly afterward. Then they had the new batter come in, so they had the opportunity to try and make another breakthrough there. And West Indies have done more than shut the door on those hopes. They've actually gone running through the door and disappeared off the road with the crown jewels, because they're right on their way now.
Last ball of the over, Turner into Hope. Hope swivels on that, dismisses it past the mid-off fielder. There's no one down there at long on even, and that is 4. So the score at the end of the over, 188 for 3 from the 34th over, and we will have a drinks break. If I can, I might run out there to partake in some of those drinks. But the West Indies are motoring along after 34 overs. The run rate currently stands at 5.53. Shafane Rutherford is on 24 from 15. Shea Hope, 79 from 96. The partnership in no time at all is 33 from 23 balls. The West Indies, the projected score, if they continue like this, the projected score says minimum 276. I think the West Indies will possibly be eyeing up 300 plus at this point in time, knowing that they have Mr. Hetmyer to come as well. If you're joining us, of course, you can listen to exclusive commentary of the West Indies versus England white ball series on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport YouTube channel, cricket channel I should say. So we're gonna, at the end of the 34th over, gonna hand over to Manners back in the studio, and he'll be hoping, and Darren Goff and co, that they can bring some success for England.
Many thanks, Smash. Michelle St Patrick Hewitt in North Sound, along with Mark Butcher, and I'd like to ask for an umpire's review on a comment that I made about an hour ago, which is this was not a 300 pitch, and I couldn't see West Indies reaching 300. I wasn't alone in that. I think alongside me, former England everything David Lloyd and Darren Goff agreed that it didn't look, when the West Indies were struggling along at 4.2 and over for a long time, that it was a 300 pitch, but it could well be now.
Well, we did say but the partnership is everything, and you can get anything at the end. If you get wickets in hand, that last 8-10 overs, most teams look to score 100, don't they, Bumble? Off the last 10 overs, they're looking, if they've got wickets in hand, they're looking at 10 and over.
Well, previous matches, it's been round about 240, 250, you've got a good score, but this looks a super pitch. The bounce is so even, and it's not a quick pitch. It's coming onto the bat very nicely. It's not a fast outfield. I think they're in a great position, West Indies, a super position, keeping wickets intact. Just go back to Livingston at the toss. saying that England batters, one of the top 6 has got to get a big score. Well, this is West Indies, and there's one batter going to get a big score. They're well on for 300.
And only John Turner early on has got figures that will give him something to smile about. John Turner, 5 overs, 2 for 28. The other wicket taker, Adil Rashid, who's got 3 overs remaining. He's got 7 overs, 1 for 35 currently. But I think Liam Livingstone perhaps has to get creative. I mean, he's done his best. He's used 7 bowlers. He's got Adil Rashid's got 3 left. I mean, him and Jofra Archer.
I just think Sam Curran must have an injury, because this sort of pitch for him, bowling across seam, his slower balls, his off-cutters, he's not bowled a ball.
Well, it's a mystery. You're spoiled for choice as a captain, Livingston. He's bowled 7, he bowled Jacks for a couple, hasn't bowled Sam Curran.
Or Dan Mosley.
Yeah, you know.
It's mad. The 2 bowlers I thought would be an handful on here, who would be the best type of bowlers, would have been Sam Curran.
Do you know,
and Mosley.
To me, Darren, it looks like a middle practice, this. So you come and have a bowl a few over. You come and have a ball. Come on, you have a ball here.
Well, as we say that.
Hello.
Guess who's bowling?
Come on, Sam, lad.
Sam Curran.
We've got you on. We've got him on somehow.
Well, that's peculiar. He's the 8th bowler, and he's coming on to bowl the 35th over of the innings from the circuit, the Ambrose end. And I mean, if there is any grip, and there's less grip on this pitch than there was in the 2 pitches further down on Thursday evening. But if there is, and the ball is stopping at all, then Sam Curran can be very useful. Which starts off with the Yorker. It doesn't matter how much that one grips in the pitch. It's gone very full and very straight, and it's blocked by Shafane Rutherford, who's 24 not out. Shea Hope 79 off 96, 188 for 3.
So who hasn't bowled? The wicket-keeper hasn't. Mosley hasn't. Who's the other unfortunate lad that hasn't had a go?
Cox, the other wicket-keeper.
Cox, the other wicket-keeper.
Here is Sam Curran once again, and it goes full and straight once more, but it's drivable. It's just not quite as full as the previous one. And Bethel Fields on the cover boundary.
Is it Pepper? Was that Pepper?
Is that Michael Pepper? Is he on the field?
Michael Pepper throws it to Phil Salt. There we go, first time. Salt and Pepper on the field together. I'm sure it was Pepper. Is he on there as a fielder?
Graham Onions isn't coach, is he?
Mustard and onions.
Mustard, onions. And then there's Arthur Vinegar, of course. You remember him? What a wonderful player he was.
Is there a burger playing in English cricket?
No, there is in
Namibia.
In South Africa.
South
in Namibia,
Africa, yeah.
There was dozens of burgers. Now, that single has taken Shafane Rutherford up to 25. Shea Hope has 79. And West Indies are 189 for 3. Here's Curran again, bowls full and wide outside the off stump. Nice drivable. Not sure it's quite a half volley, but it's fielded out on the cover boundary, sweeping, and they go through for another single.
I wonder how many times England in one-day international cricket have bowled 8 bowlers.
We can answer that. Actually, we had Gary sent us a stat on that. We'll have to ask him to resend it. How many times have they used 8 bowlers recently? It's nudged away by the left-handed Rutherford out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Straight to Jordan Cox. Took a brilliant catch. Feels like yesterday. So long ago. Magnificent diving catch away to his left at backward point to get rid of Brandon King. That was the first wicket in the second over. Evan Lewis, the other opener, went for 4, both falling to John Turner. And Turner still has 5 overs left after an opening spell of 5. Here is Curran once again. It's clipped out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run as Cox fields again. I mean, I know that you were being flippant, talking about it looks like a middle practice. But there is genuinely, there seems to be an element from Livingstone. I mean, he's not necessarily, you can't follow the logic. He's not bowling I don't know, off spinners to the left-handers, or it doesn't seem to be a great deal. It does seem to be a sort of strong element of gut feel in his use of the bowlers. Again, too many options. I think Curran goes full and straight to Rutherford, who helps it off his pads down towards long leg, and they go through for 2 more. Rutherford moves up to 27.
1 over for Sam Curran. He's gone for 4 runs, so that's okay. We just spotted Mousley there on our screen, and whether he's going to come into the attack. They're making 9 bowlers. England winning the toss, just as a reminder, winning the toss and electing to bowl first, so they must want to chase. They wouldn't see anything in this pitch to say, well, we're going to bowl them out for 200 here. They must have fancied a chase, thinking that this pitch is not going to change at all.
Well, he said Bumble at the toss, but it'd been watered, and he think it was going to do a bit at the start. Well, we didn't really see that, did we? It pitched up. There was a little bit of movement. We're not talking excessive here, are we? Here we go. Every time we mention it, here he is.
He is the 9th bowler to be used, Dan Mosley. Now then, Bumble, I can answer your question thanks to Gary Naylor, who's told us that the most bowlers used ever by England in an ODI is 9, so they've equalled it now, because Mosley's the 9th bowler.
When was that?
It was against Sri Lanka at the Arab Niaz ground in Peshawar in 1987. Right. I would love to hear you have a guess at who the 9 were. 1987 in Peshawar. I reckon there's one that there's one that I don't think you'll...
Beefy?
J.K. Lever, Beefy, Edmonds, Embury, Hemmings.
Lammy didn't bowl.
Beefy wasn't playing that game. Here's Mosley. First delivery, pushed away defensively out on the offside. And there's no
Gatting.
run. No Gatting. That's you're going for the one that you won't get, aren't you?
No, it was just anybody that I thought might have bowled.
That one is driven square of the wicket on the offside, diving at backward point. Saqib Mahmood, who did spend a little bit of time off the field, and he was his replacement was substitute fielder Michael Pepper. 1987. I tell you what, let me know when you want me to call them out to you. Gladstone Small was one.
Oh yeah, of course. John Lever?
No, 1987.
Neil Foster?
Dilly?
No, no Foster, no Dilly. Here's Mosley once again with his quick off breaks, and that's clipped away by the left-handed Rutherford out in the offside, no run.
What we do know in that period, in the late 80s and 90s, we did change the team every game.
That's clipped away out towards mid-wicket, and there's a couple of runs. I tell you what, I will say,
Nick Cook.
I'm going to give you no Nick Cook. I'm desperate to give you this
Embury,
one little
Edmonds.
Embury, John Embury, absolutely. But I'm not sure that I've ever recalled. Yeah, that's a swing down the leg side, and there's an appeal for a catch, but not out. So they're going to review it. Not
Review
out, so
straight away.
They reviewed it straight away. Well, that's interesting. It was because of the extra pace that Mosley bowls at, I think, that's why Rutherford
we have a player review
was late on the shot.
I've checked both feet. It's fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Immediate review.
Original decision.
So a little
is
tickle
not
down
out.
the leg side. He's got a real snap in his wrist.
Coming up.
I have to say that it's comfortably the worst ball of the series.
Copy. It's gone close to the pad there in the bat. So can we go to ultra edge when it's ready, please?
Over a yard down the leg side.
Great keeping. Look at the keeping. Look at the technique.
It is actually fantastic keeping. If he has got a touch on it, he's done brilliantly to reach it.
It's pad, isn't it? Surely, pad.
Okay, we've got a clear gap between bat and ball.
It's pad. It's nothing. It's
and
missed
then
everything.
Just rock and roll that again for me to make sure it's not hitting anything. So keep going back. Yep, thank you. Okay, Gregory.
What was worse,
involved.
the ball or the
so
review?
So there will be. You stay with your original decision of not out, and you're on screen now.
I don't know which one was worse. Both as bad as each other, I have to say.
There's the wide, of course, a signal wide at the end of all that.
Here is Mosley in once again. That's better, straighter, and Rutherford defends. Of the 9 bowlers used by England in 1987, both opening batsmen bowled.
Fowler.
No.
Broad.
Chris Broad. That's correct. He's one of them. That one is smashed out towards extra cover. And 1 bounce 4. That's a very, very fine cricket shot from Shafane Rutherford. And it brings up the 200 for the home side.
Tim Robinson. Wayne Larkins.
I haven't got the scorecard in front of me, so I don't
Chris
know.
Davery.
I don't know whether he opened. But he opened most of the time, but he did also bat 3. So I'm assuming he opened.
I'll tell you what though, while we're on that last shot there was absolutely superb from Rutherford. And one of the things he's done since he's come to the crease, he's upped it, hasn't he? And the timing of this innings has been fantastic from Rutherford. To get him to 200 now, only 3 wickets down off 36 overs. Well ahead of what anybody thought there would have been.
Powerful player. Just look at that scorecard. 71 from Carty, Hope 81, Rutherford just getting going. 300 is this.
Right, we're going to end this game now. 1987, the last time England used 9 bowlers in an ODI.
Go on.
De Freitas, Small, Pringle, Embury. I'll break off as Sam Curran runs in, and that one is guided away by Hope. To backward point, they set off for a single, and there's a direct hit at backward point from Adil Rashid, but they were comfortably home for that single. 201 for 3. De Freitas, Small, Pringle, Embury, Hemmings, Gooch, Bill Athey,
yes,
Chris Broad, and the one that you were never going to get. And what on earth was he doing bowling? I didn't know he could even bowl at all, ever. Alan Lamb.
All right.
What did he bowl?
Pass.
If you'd asked me whether he had ever had a bowl in his international career, I probably would have said no. But Peshawar, maybe it was baking hot.
I did say Alan Lamb didn't bowl. That's the first name I said. You weren't listening, were
you? You said Lamb.
He did. He did.
Curran in again, steered away out on the offside. I apologise, I wasn't listening. I was too gobsmacked by the fact that Alan Lamb had bowled.
It was the first name I said. Alan Lamb didn't bowl.
Well, that's you said it. He didn't bowl.
But
so
he did bowl.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. We were trying to find out who did bowl.
Yeah,
you said he didn't
name.
bowl.
You said Alan Lamb didn't bowl.
Right then. Where I went to school.
You mentioned his name, but you said he didn't bowl. West Indies 202 for 3 as Sam Curran is in once again, and Shea Hope opens the face of the bat. Glorious piece of timing. He might not get 4 because this outfield is so slow. It's a very good chase from Saqib Mahmood. Good backup from Jacob Bethel, I think that is, who sprinted alongside for a long way from cover to pick up and complete the relay throw. But it is 2 runs. Third umpire is going to have a little check to see whether Mahmood made contact with the boundary. I can't see any movement on the boundary cushion, but the third umpire, Rod Tucker, no doubt get the magnifying glass on that. Did you see it move? It looked close.
I think he's all right.
I think he's all right.
It just shows you how good this 200 plus is, because this outfield is that slow.
I mean, you could add 30 on it if it had a fast outfield. 30 runs easy.
It's not even an exaggeration. We often, I find myself often exaggerating the effect that a slow outfield can have, but I think it would be that many. Think of the number of 4 shots that would be 4 anywhere else that have only been 2. That one is well fielded by Adil Rashid at cover, and he throws at the non-striker's end needlessly. Sam Curran is gesticulating his frustration, and that really was a bit silly from Adil Rashid. He's and a good stop at cover, and then gave the run away anyway. Shea Hope moves to 85. Rutherford 34. We're in the 37th over. West Indies are 205 for 3. Shimron Hetmeyer to come. Roston Chase become a very, very good finisher, hitter as Roston Chase. Kudakesh Moti's not the worst actually as well, so there's batting to come. It's a bit more depth in the West Indies lineup than there is in England's with 9 bowlers.
I'm just trying to logic. Why 9 bowlers? Is the think tank saying, look, we've got to keep changing the bowling, don't let any batter get settled to one bowler? or are they just having a bit of a go?
Because this is what England do in the test matches in New Zealand. We ain't got a backup opening batter.
Here is Sam Curran again, and that one is pushed defensively out on the... There's no backup opening batter, and there's no reserve keeper.
You can't second-guess this current setup. Well, you can't second-guess Keezy and McCullum and Stokes. No chance. You don't know what they're going to do next.
But you would think that if you're going to bowl 9 bowlers, I'm trying to think of it from tactics, strategy. Keep changing the bowling, don't let batters get settled. Well, they have got settled, so that's not worked. Or is it the opposite to that? Is, look, we want to have a look at these guys under a bit of pressure, and we're going to bowl all of them a few overs to see how they go. And so it becomes that practice match. It's a middle practice.
It's one of the topics that we'll be discussing during the lunch break, Bumble. You know, the selecting all of these young cricketers and what constitutes a decent look. You know, how much cricket do they? How many overs do they have to bowl? I mean, how many? Really, I mean, are you going to judge Dan Mosley's quick off breaks on 1 over? He's about to bowl his 2nd over. Jacob Bethel bowled 2 overs. Here is Mosley once again, and that one is fired in again towards the pads and fielded by Jofra Archer. They take an easy single. Rutherford moves on to 35. Shea Hope 85. And the West Indies still very, very nicely placed at 207 for 3. 12 overs left after this one. England won the toss, put the West Indies in, and they're on course for 280, you'd have thought. 270, 280. More if they keep wickets in hand and Shimron Hetmyer gets in. That's Mosley in with a rapid... he bowls a region of, 70 miles an hour with his off breaks, and that one is slap driven hard to the captain, Livingston, at mid-off. And it's another single.
It all seems very jolly to me. There's a lot of smiles in there. It's very, very jolly. Hello. After you, Claude.
There is a... I won't go so far as to be disrespectful and say it's got a benefit match feel to it, but it has a certain exhibition feel to it. That one is guided away by the left-handed Rutherford behind square on the offside. And, yeah, I mean, for the West Indies... for the West Indies cricket board, it's all about England returning the massive favour that the West Indies did for them during COVID, keeping the lights on and coming and playing 3 test matches in strict lockdown circumstances at Old Trafford and the Aegeus Bowl. That one is clipped out on the onside, and they go through for another single. All in all, that tour was worth £60 million in the broadcast deal with Sky, and England were immensely grateful, and the West Indies said, don't give us your gratitude, give us your presence. You need to repay us, and that's why they're going for their 3rd consecutive white ball tour.
Well, there's nobody there.
It's all about television revenue. There are some people there. That one is driven full and wide outside the off stump. Livingston dives as he chases it back towards wide long off. But that's a lovely boundary from the West Indies captain Shea Hope, and he moves on to 90. It's a small crowd at North Sound. I mentioned on Thursday that the love affair is yet to start between the cricket-loving people of Antigua and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, because it's out of town, and it's in suburbia. And there's so much affection, of course, still for the recreation ground that it's difficult to get to. It's midway between St John's and the airport. It's, with respect to the people who live in the suburbs around there, it's the middle of nowhere, and it's you would have thought by now that a few bars and restaurants would have sprung up, but it's a long way from the coast. It's just a long way from the action, and. Anyway, enough of that. I'm sure that eventually the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium will enter the hearts of the locals.
So it's a TV venue, isn't it? There are plenty of them around the world.
Yeah, built for the World Cup, of course, in 2007. That's how old it is. Yes, exactly. TV venue, exactly right. Just the two stands, north-south, the Sir Andy Robertson, Sir Curtly Ambrose ends. It's really a dozen hospitality suites, the changing rooms, the media commentary box at the other end. So it's just the basic rudimentary facilities that you need. Here's Sam Curran to begin his third over, 2 overs for 9. That first delivery is back of a length and pulled away to Jordan Cox at deep square leg, and they go through for a single. In New Zealand, let's take New Zealand venues. They're amongst my favourites, really. They're unpretentious. They don't exceed what their status. They don't pretend to be what they're not. And the 2,000 or so people, apart from the Basin Reserve in Wellington, but the 2,000 or so people that attend in Dunedin and Hamilton, they get to sit on grass banks. And here is Curran again, and that's punched off the back foot out towards extra cover, no run.
Well, you got Christchurch now, haven't you? After the earthquake, they built the other ground at Agley Oval, isn't it? I played there when I was in there '89. Played for East Shirley in the league when me and Corky lived over there. And now it's their main ground there. You've got Hamilton, which is lovely as well. Wellington, they've got 2 stadiums. They've got the indoor one now as well, where we film Lord of the Rings.
They play they play white ball cricket there, yeah, but they still play Test at the Basin. That one is pulled down towards long on, fielded by Bethel.
Did you know that? We did the Orcs sound, yeah. We did it at that One Day International. England versus at half time. We did all the sounds. He came on and orchestrated everything. It was amazing. We were all the orcs in one of the Lord of the Rings films.
You've lost me.
You don't watch Lord of the Rings?
No, I've never seen it.
Wow.
There's a stadium that's had multiple sponsors' names over the years. It holds 35,000. It's affectionately known as the Cake Tin.
Cake Tin?
Yeah,
I know that. Yeah.
So there were 28 or 30,000 people. Here's Curran again, driven in the air by Rutherford and nicely placed. Really, really top cricket shot. Picked his spot, hit it up and over the cover fielder, over extra cover, and a couple of bounces into the fence for 4. That's a quality shot.
They're getting away from England. Another partnership building. The constant is the captain, Hope. Rutherford is dangerous. Over extra cover, airborne.
Rutherford on to 43, Shea Hope 91, 221 for 3. Here's Curran, slower ball, rolled the fingers across the seam. Rutherford spotted it and nudged it away for a single to cover. Anyway, to complete the story, Bumble, the very, very famous director, and his name's gone on my head now, film director, who did Lord of the Rings, and he needed Jackson. What's his first name? Peter Jackson.
That's it.
Peter Jackson.
There we go. A little bit of help from my friends.
Absolutely. Now then, he needed sound effects, and there weren't any in the libraries of audio libraries of sound effects. He wanted his own unique sound effects, so he went and used the crowd, and that's Curran in again and driven by Hope behind square on the offside, and they go through for yet another single. And so during the lunch break or supper break during that game, the director Peter Jackson went out and explained to the audience to the crowd what the noise he wanted to. So you all need to make the noise of a hawk, and he had microphones in all the way around the stands.
And then we did the march. So when you got 20,000 people marching, and that noise was used in the film, it was amazing.
Created his own sound effects with the cricket crowd.
I can't remember what noise the Orcs did though, but we was definitely Orcs.
I'll say this is fascinating.
You would have loved it, Bumble. It would have been right up your street back in the day. That absolutely would have been right up your street. I'm sure you were there. It was '97. When you were there then?
Yes.
You were there.
You obviously weren't.
He did. He would have been there. He was there. He just can't remember.
Rutherford 44, Shea Hope 92, and on strike as we begin the 40th over. West Indies 223 for 3. England have used 9 bowlers, which is an interesting piece of trivia, the first time since 1987, when Alan Lamb, Bill Athey and Chris Broad were counted amongst the attack.
we never established, did they win that match or not? Oh, they did apparently.
Yeah, we won.
Good gracious.
Yeah.
Strategy then. Bowl as many bowlers as you like. Unlikely bowlers. Livingston's back. I'm captain, I'm bowling.
That's what it looks like.
You lot have been rubbish. He's bowling off spin and he gets at a thick outside edge, a top edge from Shafane Rutherford, who, I'll tell you the truth is that he just played a filthy slog. It was a poor delivery, an even worse shot. It was a head-up hoik. He got an edge, and Jofra Archer has accompanied the ball down to the boundary, and he flicked it back, although the ball had already rebounded off the foams, I think. So.
Well, listen, the captain's not happy. I mean, this was an average effort.
The ball's bounced back off.
I know it's radio and they can't see it, but that is an average effort. There were no dive. You were just hoping you were going to get there. And his timing of it was terrible. The captain, Livingston, is having a mare.
Livingston is about to bowl and Shafane Rutherford backs away. I just think Jofra Archer's encumbered by all the cotton wool that people keep wrapping him in. He doesn't want to dive. He doesn't want. I mean, you don't want him to dive, I suppose, really, unless the match or the series is on the line, and it's a series more important than this one. Then perhaps he might tolerate a dive, but you don't want him injuring himself, the great man. 2:28 for 3, 40th over. Here's Livingston again. Is he bowling now to the left-hander? Off spin, yes he is. Rutherford goes over the top, hits him for 6 over wide, long off. Right up, it was a slot ball from Liam Livingston.
Livingston keeps having a pop at Rutherford, and Rutherford keeps winning. There's another 6, and he's moved to 54. Off spin this time. Flighted outside off stump, and another powerful shot. Just stand and admire and watch it. 6 more.
Here's Livingston again. Short. It's a long hop and it could get him a wicket, and it does. Slapped away out towards deep cover. Deep extra cover. Is that Michael Pepper? Was he the substitute fielder? It was a very, very good catch. Saki Bermuda spent some time off the field. I'm not sure if it's Dan Mosley. If it's not, I think it could be the substitute fielder, Michael Pepper, but it was not a good ball from Liam Livingston. Not the first time. It is Dan Mosley, I was right, second time. But not the first time we'll see a poor delivery get the wicket, but good innings from Shafane Rutherford, 54 from 36.
I think it's a brilliant innings from him, 54 from 36 deliveries at the time when it was needed. That little injection, he came to the crease, played some wonderful, wonderful shots, got immense power. And that one, he just fell off it, didn't he? We're just trying to hit it through the offside, but fell off it, lost that pace on the ball. And it was a great catch, actually, from Mosley in the deep. Much needed, but they're in a great position here, the West Indies. 234 for 4, still 10.1 overs to go.
Are you getting a bit hungry? Did you just say muesli then?
Muesli to start with.
Muesli's just... You're not peckish again, are
Mosley.
you?
I'm getting myself confused. It's Mosley.
It's also Shimron Hetmeyer who's come to the crease. Shafane Rutherford prides himself on how hard and long he hits the ball, but when there's no pace on it, and that was a slower one from Livingston, it's quite difficult. And he lost his shape completely, and I'm not even sure he knew where he was trying to hit it.
He's off balance when he played the shot, so it's gone right up in the air. It's a good catch. They've not been the greatest in the field, England. I think they've been a bit sloppy with the throws. They've took 2 decent catches, dropped a couple. There's been a misfield here and there. That needs to get sharper.
Livingston to the crease now again. No, still bowling off breaks, this time to the new batsman, also fellow left-hander Shimron Hetmeyer. Fellow left-hander Shafane Rutherford, I should say. Shai Hope has a 93, the West Indies captain, looking at a 17th ODI century. 40 overs gone into power play 3. Shimron Hetmeyer, well, it's just absolutely perfect for him. Shimmy, what was your ideal situation? I'd like to walk out there with about 230 on the board with 10 overs to go.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, in T20 cricket, Rajasthan love him, don't they? Coming in at that 6 and 7 number where he comes in and finishes the games off, and he's now in a situation where he's coming in with 10 overs to go. Ain't got long to get your eye on, but it gives him a couple of overs, doesn't it, Bum? We get used to the pace of the pitch, and then away he goes.
Well, players who can change the game. He's got a great platform. Just build this in. He's get up to 300 plus. So you've got an half an eye now with 10 overs to go. How many are going to score? You're going to score at 80. Minimum 80, you get 315. Good score. A bit better than that.
Adil Rashid's got 3 overs left, and he's going to use up his 8th now. And the first ball is slapped away for a single by Hetmeyer to the sweeper Curran on the boundary.
Well, if they get up to that 320 mark, Bum, that is an amazing score on here. Like I said, you could easily take 30 off with a slow outfield. That is a huge total. Huge. I don't think he's got it right, Livingston, with the captaincy and splitting his bowlers up and the changes.
Here's Rashid. Oh, he's given that one a huge amount of air. I almost thought it had slipped out of his hand. It was quite deliberate, though. It was a high, loopy leg spinner, and it's driven for a couple by... No, just one, actually, by Shai Hope out towards extra cover.
I think Curran came on too late, miles too late. Should have been on a lot earlier. Went to spin too quickly when the seamers were difficult to get away.
Here's Rashid. Down the wicket comes Hetmeyer without any form of headdress. No helmet, no cap. He's often seen him batting in a sun hat, but nothing on today, and it's nudged away out towards mid-wicket for another single.
Am I right in saying that England must wear a helmet?
Yep.
Yeah, they do.
When batting.
Yeah.
Against spin, even. But that's it. That regulation only applies to professional cricketers in England. Doesn't apply anywhere else. It actually legislates law, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. But it's still optional, although encouraged in other parts of the world. Rashid in again, leg spinner, flapped away by Shai Hope. I don't mean that disparagingly at all. It was a loopy slap push through point, and West Indies moved to 239 for 4. Shimron Hetmeyer has 3. Shai Hope has 95. Here's Rashid to complete the 41st over. Oh, well bowled, beautifully bowled, googly from Adil Rashid, whizzes past the left-hander's outside edge into the gloves of Phil Salt. I have to say, apart from one error from Phil Salt when he dropped Casey Carty on 45, he's actually kept really well. I think his glove work's been excellent. Are they reviewing that?
To director,
they are reviewing that. I'll let Darren Goff and
stumping.
Dave Bumble. I'm doing one more over. But anyway, you can still talk us through it.
Please.
Well, they're having a look. Like I say, it was a googly from Adil Rashid to Hetmeyer. Little bit of turn, little bit of bounce.
Back foot is
straight
down.
into the keeper's
back foot
gloves.
Is down, not being lifted. Yep, back down.
Safe as houses.
Down. It was down there when the bails were removed, so I've made my decision.
I just want to say it wasn't umpire's review. It wasn't England reviewing it.
Not out. There you go. Confirmed. His foot popped up for what? A fraction of a second? And it was back down.
Fair enough, actually. Have a look at that. Sometimes the batsman is unlucky. His foot happens to be in the air, and he's sometimes just switching them over as well, and off balance. When you said there's nobody there, Bumble, there's always England supporters
you know what
in the Caribbean. It's a small crowd. It's a
sparse.
oh, that's an awful ball from Livingston. It's a half tracker. Maybe not quite half tracker, but he's dragged it down, and it's on its way down after the bounce. By the time Shai Hope pulled it for a single,
it's a sparse crowd,
but they're having a good time.
Of course, a bit of music playing, a bit of dancing. You get thirsty as well. It does make you thirsty.
96 to Shai Hope, 240 for 4. 8 overs left after this one from Livingston, and that's pulled away out towards long on and dropped, I think. Did it carry? I think it did. Will Jacks, he certainly looks suitably chastised, so I think it did carry.
It did carry. Tell you what, Hetmeyer, he got back onto the length there. He hit a good shot actually, but straight to the fielder. He actually totally misjudged that, didn't he? He thought it was coming harder to him, and it dropped and dipped.
Livingston in, bowls a leg break, came out of the blue, bowling off spin. But he's the right-hander, so of course he'd bowl a leg break, and that one is chopped away. Not timed, bottom edge. I would imagine that the West Indies captain, Shai Hope's puffing a little bit now. It's 30 degrees, humidity over 30%, and he came in the 4th over. Oh, that's smashed by Hetmeyer! Miles and miles onto one of the berms, the grass banks. Liam Livingstone is persisting with himself here. I reckon if he was one of the younger spinners, he'd have taken himself off. But that is absolutely smashed.
And Will Jacks, head in his hand. Hetmeyer, very, very dangerous. Perfect 10 overs to go. And he's going to launch himself. He smacks this over deep, long on. Look at the power in the shot. Long, long way back.
He didn't hold back there at all.
Liam Livingstone now might be slightly rattled because he's, we've seen some poor deliveries from England in this innings. And that one is an off-spinner which pitches on the wide line and turns even further away. Shimron Hetmeyer couldn't have reached that if he he bowls the same ball. Another wide. Also out of reach. It's like Hetmeyer could not have reached either of those two deliveries. 250 up with 2 wides. 250 for 4. Down the wicket comes Hetmeyer again. He's mistimed it. It's only just cleared the boundary by 10 yards rather than the 30 of the previous 6.
The thing about this, let's be straight here. If Owen Morgan would have been captain, Ben Stokes would have been captain, Butler, Livingstone wouldn't be bowling. He's captain and he's kept himself on and bowled far too many overs when he's got better spin options in his side. And Hetmeyer, we all know this is what he does well. He hits 6s.
Livingston in now overcompensates, goes 2 straight, and he's pull swept by Hetmeyer down towards deep backward square leg. And he's bowled poorly. That's the thing. I mean, it's not just one poor over. To hit for 2 6s there, but he's been inconsistent, and I can't really explain it. 257 for 4. Another word from David Lloyd or Darren Goff, whichever one is going to be most diplomatic, and then it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Well,
to
it
take
won't
us
be
through
diplomatic. It's not diplomatic. 7 overs, 1 for 56. It's too many. And I mentioned before you're using 9 bowlers, and I can't see any clear strategy other than, well, come and have a go. Let's see what you can do, and they're going to get a big score.
Well, he's a part-time bowler, Bumble. We all know that, and I can see it on a flat pitch. Now and again, you want to mix it up, bring him on for 2 overs, change the pace and everything. But he's playing as an out-and-out bowler here.
It is going to be Adil Rashid, and it is the left-handed Hetmeyer coming forward. Drives it through extra cover. Jacks will do the fielding at mid-off, and they will take a single. The West Indies go to 258 for 4. Just to remind you, the average score in day games on this ground is 246. The West Indies are 12 past that with 7 overs and 5 balls to go. Shai Hope is 97 not out. Facing Rashid. Rashid goes in, bowls him a leg break, pushed into the offside. Single to be taken. 259 for 4. Philo Wallace is alongside me and feeling very happy about things at the moment, Philo, because this is one heck of a platform for the West Indies.
Yeah, and obviously you look at Shai Hope. He got dropped at 60 by Phil Salt. I know he's rubbed the salt into the wounds. He's
very good. Very good. Hetmeyer's down the pitch to Adil Rashid. It's into the offside. It's over the offside. Over wide, long off. And Hetmeyer goes to 24 from 10 deliveries with the 10th 6 of the West Indian innings. They're 265 for 4.
Yes, Hetmeyer obviously a good player spin. And Rashid struggling to pick that googly and hit it straight over long off. A lot of power, good bat spin, speed. Obviously good positioning and just hit straight through the ball for 6. And this is where he's most dangerous.
Rashid in once again. Hetmeyer's down the pitch. Thick outside edge, and he'll be caught by Archer at point. He was there for a brief time, but a good time, Hetmeyer. And England have their 5th. Hetmeyer goes for 24 from 11 deliveries. Archer takes the catch, and that might have saved England about 25 runs.
Yes, a good delivery there from Rashid, just slowing it up a bit. Hetmeyer looking to hit the ball over extra cover because of the slow nature of the delivery, just going to take outside edge. And Archer took a very easy catch at the point, and he has to depart for 24, but he obviously has done his bit in 11 balls. And it just goes to show that the partnership between Casey Carty, that 143-run partnership for the 3rd wicket with Captain Shea Hope, has really led to West Indies to have a launching pad now going into the final 8 overs of this innings. But again, Andrew, you don't want West Indies batters to believe that they can just go helter-skelter from ball 1. The surface is still slow, and you still need that extra 2 or 3 balls to get in. Hope is there on 98 from 116 balls. So Ross and Chase, who's joined him now, will have to come and obviously use common sense and rotate the strike and keep Shea Hope warm. Don't get him cold going into the back end of this innings.
So Roston Chase is the new man to the crease, the right-hander, so they've got a left-right combination once again. I'll keep mentioning the fact that I mentioned this earlier. There's only been 4 totals of over 300 batting first on this ground. What the West Indies are doing here is not the norm. That is how well they've done. Now, in fairness, England do have an inexperienced bowling attack, and as we've already mentioned, they have used 9 bowlers, so the West Indies made the most of what's been sent down, but this isn't the norm. So West Indies are putting a good total on the board here.
West Indies are facing what England are throwing at them. West Indies don't pick England 11s, they pick their 11. England put an 11 out where they believe can restrict West Indies for under 300, but it doesn't look that way today.
Rashid is in. Oh, this is a long way down leg side to Roston Chase, so he's able to just scoop it around the corner. Sam Curran at deep mid-wicket will field, and Roston Chase is off the mark straight away. 1 from 1. And it means Rashid has gone for 9 from the over with the wicket. He's got 2 for 48 so far. 1 ball left in his 9th. West Indies 266 for 5, and Shea Hope back on strike. 98 not out. Rashid is in. Hope is square driving this one. It will only be a single. Mosley does the fielding to complete the over. 43 gone therefore. 267 for 5 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 7 overs to go. 42 balls therefore. So 42 balls when you want a minimum of a run a ball and probably, let's say, 1.5 a ball. So you're looking there at about another 70, which puts you at 340.
Yeah, I mean,
wow, that's massive.
I mean, I'm talking about the time of the day. 340 runs would be a lot for England to chase them on this surface. West Indies obviously been very, very happy if they can get it to 340, even surpass. But you've got to look at the muscle that is left behind their forward Moti Seals and Shamar Joseph, who can all bat. But I think that Shea Hope has to be will be the key. He's on 99 for 117 balls. Obviously, he's looking for that another ODI 100, and then he will maybe look to express himself a bit more, give Roston Chase some time, because you know Roston Chase will take some time to get in, but he too can score quickly.
Saqib Mahmood is back. Not bowled for hours. Bowled 4 overs, have gone for 20 so far. He's in, right arm over, and Shea Hope square drives it out to Sam Curran on the deep cover boundary for a single that takes him to 100. His 17th one-day international 100. It's his 2nd against England. He's got there from 118 deliveries. Congratulations, Shea Hope. 6 fours, 3 sixes.
Yeah, well played to Shea Hope. He came in when this team was, in some trouble from a big partnership with Casey Carty, and he just continued on his merry way. Just drove a length delivery out to the sweep on the offside and just struck through for a single to get his 18th ODI 100. Well played to him. And you hope 17th ODI 100. So you hope now that he can kick on and push this into even his highest ODI score.
Well, his best is 170. I don't think he's going to get there, but his highest against England is 109 not out. That's definitely on the cards. Saqib is in once again. Roston Chase square drives, beats the man at point. They'll definitely get one. Sam Curran's arm will not be taken on, so it'll just be a single. 269 for 5. Interestingly, his highest one-day international score in the West Indies, so a home game, is 115. So that's definitely on the cards as well.
It's on the cards. 129 matches, 5,315 runs for 1,700s. And he's level with Desmond Haynes, who's played 238, 8,648 with 17. So he's up looking to get past a great man.
Saqib goes in. It's a slower ball pulled into the leg side by Hope. Will be fielded by Mosley. Out at deep mid-wicket. Single taken. 101 for Hope. 270 for 5. The West Indies here on TalkSport 2.
Yes, it is a very good comeback series from the series loss in Sri Lanka for West Indies. And obviously they play well at home conditions. They know the conditions well, and Shea Hope obviously relishes playing in Antigua, and he's really showing his class here today, and he has to continue to show his class in a young team that he's building.
Saqib in, swing and a miss from Roston Chase, and it's through to the keeper. Salt, no run. He played a absolutely straight bat. He was trying to smash it back over the bowler's head, but the ball just moved away, and therefore he got nowhere near it, and it's through to the keeper, no run.
Yes, a very good delivery there from Saqib Mahmood, one just full length and just shipping away slightly. And as you said, Chase looking to hit a ball that is moving away from him straight, and the ball whizzed past the outside edge. But this is also going to test Shea Hope's fitness, Andrew, because he has to come down and keep.
This is true, and we'll keep reminding you, 30 degrees in Antigua. This is going to be hard. Saqib goes in, goes full, almost pitches in the crease outside of off stump. Chase is trying to squeeze it out on the offside, down towards third, can't get anything on it, no run. 5 balls of the over gone, 3 singles so far. And the run rate, I remember Bumble, when he came onto commentary earlier, it was about 4.8. It then dropped to about 4.2. West Indies are up at 6.2 and over now, thanks to this acceleration, with power to add. And actually, just as you mentioned there, Shea Hope is now at the non-striker's end, just stretching out the back of the calves and the hamstrings. In goes Saqib Mahmood. Chase plays it back to the bowler in his follow-through, hits it hard. Saqib gets a hand out, deflects it to cover, and they will take a single. 44 gone, 271 for 5. Shea Hope will be on strike. He's 101 not out from 119. Roston Chase 3 from the 5 balls that he's faced. Phil O'Wise.
Yes, Shea Hope obviously making amends, not getting a lot of runs in Sri Lanka, but he's come to Antigua, he's come back to the Caribbean, and he's shown his worth. Solid 101, batting at number 4 against England in the second CG United ODI. It just goes to show the class and the caliber of the man. He's very determined to obviously do well for West Indies and do well for himself. As I heard him in an interview, said he has a lot of hundreds, but a lot of them on the losing end. And I hope that this one today, he hopes that this will be on the winning end. But it's good, very good batting for him.
Adil Rashid is about to bowl his final over. 9 so far, 2 for 49, and that'll become 50. As this ball is a googly to Roston Chase from outside of off stump. Chase is able to turn it around the corner, and they will take a single to square leg. So Rashid's bowling his final over. Jofra Archer has bowled 7. John Turner has bowled 6. Saqib has bowled 5. Livingston's bowled 7. But we shouldn't see him again, you would have thought. Rashid goes in. Hope has pretty agriculturally swung this away into the leg side through deep, wide, mid-on. And Will Jacks can't get round. It's 4 more. The 17th boundary of the innings. 276 for 5.
Yes, obviously he's in. He's seeing the ball as big as a soccer ball. The ball was length on off stump, and he just dragged it to the right of wide, mid on and down to the long on and down to the boundary for 4. So he's certainly looking now to put his foot into the accelerator.
That was a definite come over to my side job. So Rashid goes wider of off stump, and Hope this time makes beautiful contact with it all the way over deep long on for 6. He's fetched it from a very long way, and he's hit it even further. 11th 6 of the innings, 282 for 5.
Well, Rashid ball a very poor delivery actually. Hope struggling with some cramp in his right leg. That ball was wide and on length on off stump. I Hope just hit straight through the length of the ball and over wide long on into the stands for yet another 6. So Rashid has to look to create some more pressure by bowling straighter.
Hope is swinging hard. He is cramping up big time. He's hacked that into the leg side. They will take a single out to the deep mid-wicket fielder. England now have to get Shai Hope to use his feet to get to the pitch of the ball because he can't move.
Yes,
so he's just going to be swinging from his bootstraps.
Maybe he wants to do a Glenn Maxwell.
It seemed to work okay for Glenn, didn't it?
Yeah, just swing from his stance. And this is something that West Indies is going to be concerned about when it comes to fielding.
Roston Chase will get this from Rashid. It's shorter and wider. He's able to guide it to short third. And there is no run. Well, absolutely. Now, you do have Jewel Andrew, who is a wicket keeper, not involved in the starting lineup. And, of course, we can have changes if necessary. You would want Hope as your captain out there if you can get him ready. Chase is facing Rashid. Rashid in. Chase pushes all along the floor down to long off, and they take a single. So Rashid is finished. That is his 10 overs done and dusted. 2 for 62 for his 10 overs. Adil Rashid getting Carty for 71 and Hetmeyer for 24. 45 gone. Therefore, 30 balls of the innings to go. 284 for 5, the West Indies. Shai Hope 112 from 122. Roston Chase 5 from 8 will be on strike.
West Indies obviously be looking to get it maybe to 330 if they can. Really push this game out of the reach of England. The surface is still good, slow, but the West Indies have shown good batting attributes so far in this innings, particularly Shai Hope, who's gone on to record yet another ODI 100.
A runner ball from here, only a runner ball from here, is still 316 on the board. Saqib Mahmood to bowl the next over. He goes full, and it's been driven by Roston Chase through point. Sam Curran can't get around, and that's 4. So if they are looking at 6 and over, well, they only need 2 more this over. Saqib goes, well, it was a good length to just swing your arm at, really.
Yeah, it's a good length delivery, but at this stage you need to be a lot fuller. Roston Chase loves to open the back face or hit the ball over point, and he's done that successfully and got a 4. A good start to the over. So pressure now on Saqib Mahmood. How will he respond?
Yeah, pressure on straight away. Saqib is on his way, passed on by Brathwaite. And Roston Chase got down as if to reverse ramp that over slip, and it hits the Q end of the bat and rolls back to the bowler.
I wonder why he wanted to play that shot. If he batted normally, that would be a full toss and he could clip it straight through mid-wicket for 4. Why would you want to ramp up ball from outside leg stump, almost causing yourself to be dismissed? Still need to be, careful. Still play proper cricket shots.
I think I'm right in saying that's probably the first funky shot we've seen from the West Indies this innings. The entire team, they basically just played normal cricket and then just deposited the bad ball. Roston Chase gets a shortish one from Saqib Mahmood and will swing and hit it out to Bethel at deep square leg. Just a single taken on this occasion, but it was a short ball that Roston Chase tried to pull away. He got something of it, he didn't quite get enough of it to get to the boundary though.
It's a short ball, obviously looking to pull it more in front, and the ball obviously got big on him, and just the fielder on the boundary just picked up the ball and got a single, but he got Shai Hope on strike, which is important. You need to keep, he's struggling with cramp, but you still need to try to get as many runs as possible from him going into the latter stage of this innings.
Shai Hope waits for Saqib Mahmood, swings hard, gets an outside edge, flies through the slips. Jofra Archer is inside the circle at third. It will be another boundary. It's 4 more to Shai Hope. He goes to 116. So this is now his highest scoring one-day internationals in the West Indies.
Yes, fortuitous edge there for Shai Hope. Just swinging hard on a length delivery. Ball peeling off the outside edge and down to third man for 4. More frustration for England, more frustration for Liam Livingstone, and obviously the more runs he keeps scoring is going to hurt Phil Salt, who dropped him at 60.
He did indeed. 60 off 76 balls he was at that point. He's now 116 off 123. You can add no more, because he's perfectly timed the drive back from Saqib. It was a full straight ball, but Saqib managed to get his foot out and stop it. Otherwise there would have been certainly one, maybe a couple more, as England do have long on and long off in place. but every ball at the moment seems to be disappearing. The scorecard is quite lopsided. Brandon King 7, Evan Lewis 4. England would have been pleased to have got rid of those two after what happened the other day. But Casey Carty 71 from 77. Shea Hope 112 not out. 116 not out, as we've mentioned. Shafane Rutherford 54. Hetmeyer 24. Roston Chase is there 10 not out. Now Sakiba's gone full, and it lands in the crease, and it is not called wide. I would question what shot the umpire thinks the batter can play there, but they do use the marks in the crease as a guide. They are only a guide. It's not a case of if it's inside this it's good, if it's outside this it's bad, because of course if you've got a 6'7" batter, he's got a longer reach than someone who's 5'4". So it is only a guide, but I think Sakib might have got away with the one there. End of the 46th over, 293 for 5.
Yes, 293 for 5. It's a very good position for West Indies. England have won the toss and inserted the West Indies, so this will be hurting them. Shea Hope is 116 from, not sure the dismissal when he was dropped there by Phil Salt at 60. An expensive drop, one would say now, but obviously England will have to try to restrict as much as possible if they can. But West Indies will be looking to go maybe up to 350 if they can. 116 from 125 balls, Shea Hope. We're seeing Jofra Archer now coming back for his 8th. So this is going to be very important over.
Archer it is to Roston Chase. It starts with a slower ball outside of off stump. Grips in the surface, and Roston Chase has almost swung himself off of his feet. And because it's a slower ball, doesn't get anywhere near it. It bounces for a second time on the way to Salt, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a good start there from Jofra Archer, using his head actually. Just looking to take the pace off that ball. Roston Chase swinging for the heavens, which is expected at this stage now. Andrew, the ball was through to Phil Salt. And you can see the concern on his face, Phil Salt.
Absolutely, they're not going to let him forget that one. Archer in once again wide of off stump. No real timing from Roston Chase, but he gets it up to extra cover. Will Jacks will field on the edge of the circle, and a single is taken. Chase has done his job. It's 294 for 5, and he's got Shea Hope back on strike.
Yes, and the good thing about Roston Chase is that he's coming and he's 11 from 13 balls, but he's looking to get his captain Shea Hope on strike, who's 116 from 125, and he'll be looking now to throw kitchen sink, house and land at anything that Jofra Archer bowls.
Three overs and 4 balls of the innings to go. There's a short third and a deep backward point on the offside as Archer goes in, and it's hit on the offside by Shea Hope, but straight through point. Mosley will do the fielding out on the cover boundary, and it's just a single. 295 for 5.
Yeah, Liam Livingston has the field spread far and wide. There's nobody in that inner circle there on the offside through extra cover. That is free space. Obviously, Jofra Archer has to bowl the ball wide of off stump. He has that short turn man and that man short at backward point. But if the ball splits them, it's going to go to the boundary goal. There's no turn man. So it's very crucial that Archer gets his control and length right.
In he goes. No timing from Chase whatsoever. And it's back to the bowler and his follow through. And there is no run.
Yeah, good bowling so far from Jofra Archer. Just getting two singles from this over. But he needs to be consistent. Because, you know, once you give a bad ball, it's going to go for a boundary, and it changed the whole dynamics of the scoring. We heard Dan Goff lamenting on commentary that all you need is 3 sixes and you're back up there, and it's proven right.
Archer in for the 5th ball of the over. It's another slower one. No timing from Chase. And actually, he makes such poor contact with it, it drops into the leg side, and they're able to take a single because there's no fielder anywhere near, and Jofra Archer will have to field in his follow-through. 296 for 5.
Yes, Jofra continues to use the pace-off deliveries to great effect. He's bowled 5 balls in this over, and he's only going for 3 singles. So that is good control. He needs to now finish either with a dot or even another single. But to give a boundary, you will feel that this over was all wasted. But he's doing well. He's doing what his captain has asked him to do.
Archer in for the final time. No, it won't be the final time. He's gone for the back of the hand slower ball, but it drifted well wide on the offside, so he's going to have to reload that and do it again. 297 for 5.
Yes, looking to be cute, Jofra Archer. 5 good deliveries, and you want to try something on the final one. Got it all wrong, and has allowed Shea Hope and West Indies to face an extra delivery. At 297 for 5, I don't think England will be wanting West Indies to get too many extra deliveries at all.
Absolutely. 117 from 126 balls. Shea Hope. He waits for Jofra Archer. Swings hard at this one. Now this is got underneath. Is there a fielder close by? Yes, there is. And Liam Livingston takes the catch. Shea Hope's innings is done. 117 from 127 balls. And the West Indian captain walks off. The England players actually go up and just acknowledge what he's done as he leaves the playing area. Archer bowled him another slower ball. He went for it, tried to clear the field, but got underneath it, sort of sliced underneath it, which meant the distance didn't happen. And the West Indies lose their 6th wicket, 297 for 6.
Yes, a good delivery from Jofra Archer. Another back of the arm, slower ball this time. Hope looking had to reach for it, looking to flat bat it over long on. The ball peeling off the thick outside edge. And Captain Liam Livingston running in from long off and just taking a very good catch just on top of the advertising mats in the outfield. But a very good hand from Shea Hope. You get a standing ovation from a very appreciative crowd at Northstown in Antigua.
And rightly so. Good effort. Now the West Indies have sent out Matthew Ford at number 8. He's going to be at the non-strikers end because it was the final ball of the over. So Roston Chase will face Saqib Mahmood. Now he's another bowler who's got the bag of tricks, slower balls and cutters. Well, let's be fair, they've all got them nowadays. You've got to. 297 for 6. How big will that wicket be for England? But Saqib goes in and it's full ball. Chase can't beat the fielder at mid-off on this occasion. And there's no run as Liam Livingston fields. So Shea Hope dropped on 60 and went on to make 117. So
very costly miss.
Yeah,
but you can't look back on that. You have to look forward. And look, obviously England will be looking forward to the target that they have to chase down to keep this series alive. West Indies getting over the line here would have sealed this series two up with one to go in Barbados.
Saqib goes in. It's a short ball. Roston Chase helps it around the corner. Doesn't get all of it. If he had, it would have been 6. If he got slightly more, he'd have been caught by Jacob Bethel at deep square leg. As it is, he helps it around the corner and they'll take a single. Chase goes to 13. The West Indies 298 for 6.
Yes, Saqib Mahmood again going hard into the pitch with that short ball. Roston Chase obviously not getting a lot of bat on it, but as you said, good for him. He got a single because maybe if he had gotten more into it, Jacob Bethel would have been in with a chance to take a catch. Although the England fielders and their fielding display so far in these 2 games have not been really up to scratch. You expect a better fielding and bowling performance from England.
I think we're at 4 drops today so far. Saqib is in. Off of the back foot punching is Ford to Livingston at mid-off. Chase was offering to come from the non-strikers end and had taken 3 or 4 strides down before the call of no came from Ford. Sends him back, had a little slip, but Livingston wasn't throwing from that position.
When I saw that, I remember Australia with these 2 batters, Chase and Ford, got a mix-up in Australia and some words were exchanged. It was quite comical. I thought that was going to be a repeat.
And judging by the smiles on their faces, so did they for a second. In comes Saqib for the 4th ball of the over. Slower ball and swing by Ford, and he misses it. It's through to the keeper. No run. I'm going to say there wasn't much conviction in that swing. I kind of, you know, at this stage of a one-day international where there's, 14 balls left of the innings, I'm kind of expecting to see him as if he's trying to hit a 400-foot home run.
Well, I'm not trying to see that at all. I would like to see Ford just get bat on ball and get Roston Chase on strike. We know he can hit a good ball, but on this surface you need to get in. Just get on strike, get the ball onto your bat, and let Roston do the hitting until you get in.
Can he do that? Saqib is in once again, full and straight. Oh, that's a cracking shot. Straight back past the stumps on the onside. It'll go down to Jordan Cox, who took a very long time to get that ball in the air, and they'll score 2 to bring up the West Indies 300. And I think you could hear through the stump mics there that the England fielders felt that Jordan Cox should have got that in the air a wee bit quicker.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at Jordan Cox's laziness on the ball. He got to the ball in his left. I just hold it in his hand before releasing it, and that 306 they came up in 37 balls. So the 550 came up quite quickly.
Final ball of this over is Saqib to Ford. Ford is, well, his weight's back in the crease, hits out to Sam Curran on the deep cover boundary, and they will take a single. So 48 gone, 301 for 6, 12 balls therefore of the innings to go. We are coming up 3.5 hours. So I wonder if England might be penalised here for the over rate and have to bring in an extra fielder for the last over, because you're supposed to have started the final over. Well, they're not going to get an over done in about 90 seconds.
Well, no, but obviously they'll take all the conditions into play, the breaks that they had and stuff like that. I don't think it's anything that England would have done that would have made them behind the run rate or the over rate. And then obviously the balls were struck some pretty distance away as well. But again, we're seeing Ford and Chase. Ford just needs to understand that he has to support Chase, let Chase do the bulk of the batting, but Ford himself will want to maybe cash in as well on a tiring English bowling attack.
Ford then to face Jofra Archer. It's again another wide-ish ball outside of off stump. Ford will pretty much guide it into the offside. They will take a single. So Shea Hope leading the way for the West Indies once again. 17 one-day international hundreds for the West Indies, putting him, as Philo mentioned earlier, level with Desmond Haynes on 17. Viv Richards and Gordon Greenwich only got 11 apiece. Chase deep in his crease to Archer. No timing, but it goes out into the offside. They're able to take a single. England are happy with singles at this stage. With already 300 on the board, what they don't want is the big shots that suddenly produce 4s and 6s. Singles from here mean they're only chasing 320. Yes, I did just say only 320.
Yeah, only. Anything above around the ball, this surface is going to be difficult.
Jofra Archer goes in, bowls a full toss actually. Matthew Ford is pulling this around to the leg side. Finds Sam Curran at deep mid-wicket. 1 to the total, he goes to 5.
I think sometimes when the captain has too many bowlers to choose from, it confuses his thinking. Not that you don't want to give him room for error, but he's used 8 bowlers?
9
bowlers today.
Yeah.
Only the keeper has
equals the record for what England have used. Jofra Archer goes in. It's another back of the hand slower ball. Chase has got this through backward point and got it away for 4. We were just saying you want to avoid the boundary balls. Singles okay, and then the next ball goes for 4. It's 308 for 6, and Ruston Chase has got 18 from 19 balls faced.
Yes, a poor delivery there from Jofra Archer. Back of the arm delivery, slow. This hit and sat up in the pitch, and that's Ruston Chase to slap it through backward point, which he obliged, and down to the boundary for 4. And those boundaries will continue to hurt England. They were going well with not getting any boundaries, but all of a sudden, Jofra Archer going too much into the lab and end up paying the price.
2 balls left of the over from Archer. That is a beautiful Yorker that is landing in the crease, and Chase just sort of drops the bat down on top of it. Offers Ford the chance to come from the non-striker. Said Ford, not interested at all. Thank you very much, I'm staying where I am.
The York is a forgotten ball in the fast bowler's armoury, and Jofra Archer bowls it quite well. And this is the first one he's gone to actually. And he bowled it after he bowled 8 overs of 4 balls. So sometimes with the pressure that you're under as a bowler, your thinking gets a little muggle, and that go-to delivery you sometimes forget about it. But well bowled, good dot ball. And we'll see how we close off the 49th over.
Here we go then for the final ball of the over from Jofra Archer. It's a swing from Chase. It's an inside edge. It'll go past his stumps down to short fine leg, and they will take a single. So 49 overs gone. 9 bowled by Jofra Archer. That will be his work for the afternoon. 1 for 40 for Jofra Archer. Getting Shea Hope for 117 was his wicket. And the West Indies have got 6 more deliveries to eke out what they can, Philo wants.
Yeah, but they're just obviously going to go for broke here and try to get as many as possible. But when you look at Jofra Archer, I thought that he bowled well in spells. But one thing, if there's any criticism of him, I would like to see him bowl more aggressive with that new ball. I think he has it in him, but maybe he's just holding back because he's working himself back into international cricket.
Saqib to bowl the final over. Goes in. Chase aims a huge shot into the leg side. Doesn't time it, and it actually goes down to Bethel at long on, and they'll take a single. And 3-10 for 6.
Well, obviously we know that Saqib Mahmood is going to use his bag of tricks. We saw it in the hundreds. He's quite skillful coming back from injury. He said he wants to play Test match cricket, so it's good to hear that fast bowler still wants to put in the hard yards for Test match cricket. And we'll see how successful he is and his process and build up back into the Test squad.
Saqib on his way in, right-hander forward, backs away, carves to Liam Livingstone, who is at mid-off inside the circle, and there is no run taken. There's a lot of humour at the moment between Salt and Livingstone. There's obviously a long-range conversation going on about something or other, because Liam Livingstone's actually, like Sheldon Cottrell, with his wicket celebration, he's given him a salute. I'm not sure what that's all about. Saqib on his way once again. Oh, that's into the wheelhouse of Ford. He's gone for that one. It's got very high, but he hasn't got the distance. Do you know, he has just. I thought it was going to land just inside the rope, but it clears it. And Ford has a maximum. The 12th of the West Indian innings. They are 316 for 6.
Yes, Saqib Mahmood being guilty of bowling length and Ford getting under the ball, getting a lot of height, and had enough to get it over the ropes at long on for a 6. Welcome boundary for West Indies.
Saqib in once again. He's gone short ball. Ford has pulled this into the leg side again. Lots of height. Not enough distance. No, he has. Breeze has got hold of that one. Again, I thought that was going to drop straight into the arms of deep mid-wicket, but it just carried on and on and on, and the England fielders were spectators. And this is a brilliant end to the innings from a West Indies point of view. It's a pretty horrible one from England. 2 sixes hit by the number 8 batter, and all of a sudden the West Indies are 322 for 6.
Yes, 2 good shots for Matthew Ford that brought him 2 sixes, and that obviously would put shivers down the Englishman back.
2 balls to go. Saqib goes in. Low full toss. Oh, Ford has taken this as a shin-high full toss, and it's the 3rd 6 over long off. That is the best shot of the lot. It's not easy sometimes to hit a low full toss, and he's absolutely pinged that one out the middle of the bat.
There's a top shot there from Matthew Ford. Saqib looking for that Yorker, missed his length, and Ford just clearing his left leg and just bringing his right hip through the ball and hitting it high again, getting good height and good distance, and yet another 6. So 3 sixes on the bounce from Matthew Ford. Very well played indeed. Rutherford shows his appreciation.
Final ball of the innings. 19 off the over so far. Matthew Ford now 23 not out from only 10 balls faced. Saqib is on his way. Goes in, he bowls it outside of off stump full. Ford isn't able to get anything on it. He's looking at the umpire. The umpire says, no, that's a dot ball. And Ford wants a wide because he's looking around where his feet are. But he carried on sort of falling over after he played the shot, which is why it took him out of that, past that wide guideline. No wide given. So it means the West Indies, from their 50 overs, have posted 328 for 6. Chase finishes 20 not out, but Matthew Ford has come in at the end of this innings and has given the West Indies a real injection. It is a fantastic effort from him. 23 from 11 balls Matthew Ford ends up with.
That is a very good innings from Matthew Ford, actually coming in the bottom. Those 23 runs from 11 balls will really hurt England and Liam Livingstone. And Russell Chase obviously just coming in and putting the icing on the cake with his cool, calm composure, getting 20 from 22 balls. So a very good total for West Indies, 328 for 6 in their 50 overs, and only 8 extras, Matthew. So obviously it looks like a lot of bat has been thrown today and now sung by the West Indies. West Indian batters. Shea Hope obviously topped the chart, 117 from 127 balls. Continue to eke out these ODI runs. It's just unfortunate that we can't see him play much Test cricket, but hopefully in the not too distant future we'll see that. But well played to him, well played to Casey Carty as well. That 143 run partnership between Carty and Hope would have brought some respectability and some comfort in that dressing room. And then Rutherford continued from where he left off in Sri Lanka as well to get a well played 54 runs. And he too obviously will be happy and buoyant to know that he can show some consistency in that middle order.
So to recap that innings, England won the toss. They put the West Indies in. That is partly due to the fact that they wanted to bowl first, but more importantly, they wanted to bat second, because the record recently is teams who bat second in games in Antigua do go on to win them. And when they got Brandon King and Evan Lewis out for single-figure scores, Brandon King 7, Evan Lewis 4, England would have felt pretty good about things. But Casey Carty 71 from 77, Shea Hope 117 from 127 balls, Shafane Rutherford 54 from 36, definitely got the West Indies back on track. And then the lower order helped chip in as well. Shimron Hatmar 24 from 11, Roston Chase 20 from 22 not out, and Matthew Ford 23 from 11 was the other not out man at the end. So 328 for 6. The bowling figures, as England used 9 bowlers. Jofra Archer, 9 overs, 1 for 40. John Turner, 6 overs, 2 for 42. Saqib Mahmood, 8 overs, 0 for 56. Adil Rashid, the only England bowler to bowl the full 10. He went 2 for 62. Liam Livingstone, 7 overs, 1 for 56. Jacob Bethel, 3 overs, 0 for 20. Will Jacks, 2 overs, 0 for 16. Sam Curran, 3 overs, 0 for 17. Dan Mosley, 2 overs, 0 for 17. And I'll remind you once again that the average score in a day game in one-day internationals in Antigua is 246. The West Indies are miles over that. So how do England go about chasing that down then, Phil O'Wallace? Put your batter's hat on for me for a moment.
Watch this game. This innings, this run chase, it's going to be very important of the openers and how well they give England a start, how well they play the power play, and then when it comes into the crunch time, how well the middle order of the England batting unit can counter-attack Moti, because I believe that Moti is going to be the key on this surface. Yes, it's a good surface, slow in nature, a lot different from the one on Thursday, but it's a day game. It's hot in Antigua, and you expect obviously the ball to do something in the second half of this game. But Modi has been in good bowling form, and you would expect him to come into play in this run chase. So it's going to be very important, first of all, on the openers, if they can get a good start, and then the middle order of the England batting unit counter-attacking Moti, keeping Moti dry with runs. This is also the debut game for young Shamar Joseph as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how he goes in this run chase in defending 328 runs, which is a mountain to climb, but it's still hot and dry in Antigua.
Yeah, absolutely. And also to give you a little bit more context on that score, 328 for 6 is the 4th highest total that the West Indies have made against England in one-dayers, but this is now the highest total in one-day internationals on this ground. It beats the 326 for 6 scored a year ago. So that is a bit of a historical context.
Well, the West Indian batters like the English bowlers. Obviously, the English bowlers are not as potent as before, and I think a lot of discussion for me will be had around that bowling unit. And look at those bowlers that they have there in Antigua, and who is in charge of managing the bowling unit. We have a lot of people in the backroom staff, and sometimes you wonder what are they doing and what are they telling these young cricketers to do. Because when you look at that bowling performance, it's quite ordinary from an England standpoint. And I know you're missing some of your big players because of the test series that is soon going to start in New Zealand. But you would expect that this second tier of fast bowlers or bowling unit would have been a lot better. Adil Rashid looks way down on confidence. He's not bowling as well as he used to. Is it because they have other spinners there in the wing? I know we all talk about mentoring and stuff like that, but he actually wants to play. In bringing in those other young spinners, is it putting pressure on Adil Rashid that he's not focusing on what he's supposed to be focusing on? So all these are questions that need to be asked. But 328 is there. It's down now to the England batters to get up to 329 to win this game.
Daunting stuff. 328 for 6 is the highest total in one-day international cricket on this ground. And England have got to try and get one more. Well, they're about to start the pursuit of that. Phil Salt and Will Jacks are out in the middle. Salt will be on strike to Matthew Ford. He's got the new white ball in his hands. Now, the West Indies are not overly attacking, despite having that mammoth total on board. There's only one slip in place. The right arm of Ford is on his way in, and it's a ball that runs back in on the hands of Salt, and he gets this through the covers. Hetmeyer's chasing after it. It will be Shamar Joseph who picks up the ball, and England underway with a couple. 2 without loss from the first ball here on TalkSport 2. I'm Andrew McKenna, alongside me Phil Wallace and David Bumble Lloyd, watching the early stages of this reply.
Well, one would say it's a good start. One ball, 2 runs. And Phil Salt will be, obviously in the back of his mind, he would be the culprit who dropped. He was the culprit who dropped Shea Hope at 60. So he would like to make amends and maybe go on to score 100. But it's a good start. I hope he can spend some time at the crease, Phil Salt.
In goes Ford once again. Now that one nips in off of the seam. Nothing doing there from a run's point of view. 2 without loss it remains.
Is Ford going to run it back into the right-hander? Just these 2 deliveries that we've seen have just come back in from the offside towards the leg side, just on the angle.
That is, generally speaking, what he was doing the other night, wasn't it?
He was running the ball back in on Thursday night. And I think the reason for it is because he doesn't want to give Phil Salt the room outside the off stump to use his arms.
Ford goes in. Salt from the crease, basically just using hand-eye coordination on that one. Feet didn't move at all. Drives to Hetmeyer at extra cover, and there's no run.
Just looking back to the West Indies innings, some real powerful shots. We've talked about the outfield being quite slow. Well, if you keep hitting it in the air and into the stand, you're taking the outfield out of it. So they had the powerful players. Have England got the same sort of players that can play that powerful style of play to hit the ball into the stand? Outfield slow.
Ford in once again. It starts a little bit too wide, and it gives Salt the opportunity to hit hard through cover. He's not timed it. Hetmeyer will have to go to, 15 in from the boundary to retrieve it, and they will take a couple more. If you didn't just hear Bumble and Goffey during the interval, Goffey reckons that England are chasing about 50 more than what they should have, thanks to 4 drop catches, some pretty ordinary fielding on the ground at times. I will just remind you that we are potentially in a thunderstorm area today for about the next half an hour or so. So it might be the atmospheric start to have an effect. This from Ford is outside of off stump, and Salt has climbed into this one and is able to get it out, and it goes through backward point, and it will go away for a boundary 4. So it didn't exactly clatter into the sponge at a great speed, but it got there in the end. That's the main thing. 8 without loss, England.
Yes, just an average length delivery off stump, allowing Phil Salt to use his arms and hitting through the line of the ball, beating the gap and down to the boundary for 4. And this is where England will have to use their common sense in this run chase. Don't take unnecessary chances and risks. Just bat normal and build a partnership at the top here.
Ford in once again. Salt is covering up onto the leg side on this occasion. No run there, so we are safely going through this first over from an England point of view. The first over is done. 8 runs are on the board, so it's just a matter of 321 more.
And back of a length, that first over. No chat about swing and full length deliveries, just short into the body, trying to get into the body, but knocked away through the offside a couple of times. The bounce is fine. The bounce has been consistent throughout this game so far.
It was interesting on Thursday in the fact that it was a fairly slow pitch. It was a bit stoppy, but then the rain during the interval actually helped it, and then the floodlights and the dew just helped to then come onto the bat. This has been pretty solid, it has to say, from the start. Jayden Seales is going to get the second over. He took 2 for 22 from his 8 overs on Thursday. Ford took 2 for 48 from 9 in his, and it'll be Will Jacks on strike, and that is down the leg side. It's flicked towards short fine leg, and it doesn't carry to Matthew Ford. That is only just short, and Seals might have made an immediate impact into this run chase by removing Jacks. It wasn't a great ball, but my goodness, it was very, very close.
Yes, Jaden Seal obviously is the informed bowler for West Indies. That ball was on the pads. Really not for delivering. Jacks has held it down to fine leg, almost gifted his hand away. Matthew Ford diving forward, but not being able to pick the ball up on the full. So it, obviously, luckily for Jacks to get a single there.
Seals on the way once again. He's leg side-ish, and it is going to be flicked away. And actually, I thought fine leg was going to cut it off, and it hasn't. It actually rattles into the boundary sponge. So Salt has another boundary. England 13 without loss after 8 deliveries here on TalkSport 2.
It's a bad line delivery from Jaden Seal, that new ball. Just coming anyway into the pads of Phil Salt. Good timing, getting the ball down to the boundary for 4. And he will feel good, Phil Salt, to know that he has gotten off to a decent start so far without taking any chances.
Yeah, he's got 12 from 7.
Yeah, and Will Jacks has just had 1 single delivery.
Seals in for the 3rd ball. This one is outside of off stump. The first 2 were swinging in and were leg stumping outside. That one he's got outside of off, and it was straight. Salt drops it into the offside, takes a single. 14 without loss.
Well, the feature of what we're seeing from Salt, just in these 8 deliveries, how tall he's standing. He's just standing tall at the crease, and he's taking the ball on top of its bounce and just knocking it into the offside. In a little flick down the leg side. It's a poor line. If you're going to drift down the leg side and your fine leg is inside the circle, you're going to go for 4.
Seals on his way for the 4th ball. In he goes, and that's beaten the inside edge, has it? It certainly takes Jacks on the pad, probably outside the line. The appeal got strangled very quickly. I've seen worse appeals than that, given a full-throated job.
I think he might have nicked it playing forward. He just nicked it into his pads, and you see slightly different that Will Jacks is coming forward to the ball, whereas Salt was just stood there, tall.
Seals back at the end of his mark. In he comes. Right arm over bowler, past the umpire, and delivers. He's a chest-on bowler. Jacks flicks this again. It's down the leg side, and it's flicked through square leg. Ford will have to go all the way around from long leg, and they'll take a couple. That's what, 5 balls of the over. 3 of them have been leg side.
But he looks a terrific build for a quick bowler. He looks very athletic. What sort of pace does he get up to, Jason Seals?
If he get up in the high 80s, he's been at Sussex with a success
there.
Yeah,
he was.
Then he moved, and after that he went to have a fast bowling stint with a consultant near Shabazz Chowdhury, and actually put on a metre or a yard of pace, and he wants to continue to hit the splice of the bat with a new ball.
In goes Seals once again. It's leg stump-ish, maybe middle and leg. It's clipped wide of Carty at mid-on by Jacks for a single. 2 overs gone here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 17 without loss. Seals' 1 over has cost him 9 so far.
Normally Jaden Seal is an outswing bowler, and I'm surprised he's getting so much balls that go into the right-hander. So maybe it's a ploy from the West Indies fast bowlers to bowl the ball into the England batters at the top to stop them from using their arms, because they're very good through the offside. But he's getting a lot of in-swing on that new ball.
But he is looking to bowl at full length, and an outswing bowler would be looking to bowl a full length to get it away, swinging towards slip. What it is, it's not swung at all, and in fact it's gone slightly the other way and gone more leg side.
I was told sometimes fast bowlers say, if the ball is going in, allow it to go in. Don't try to fight it going in by looking to bowl out swingers, and then you mess up everything. So if it's going in, just get the right length, the right line, the right pace, and work it from there. So it's important to see how Jaden Seals will continue in his 2nd over.
Well, Matthew Ford is going to start his 2nd now. It's again an in-swinger. Jacks will clip, but it's fielded well by Rutherford at mid-wicket and saves runs, because Jacks would have been thinking off the bat there, I've got a few.
Well, also, we're talking about swing. One of these bowlers is at the favoured end for outswing because the wind is straight across the ground and it'll be a stiff breeze. So there's one of these bowlers at a favoured end.
Absolutely. 17 without loss, England, trying to make 3-2-9 to stay in this series. Ford in once again. That again is a little bit leg side-ish. Jacks exacerbates it by sort of taking a step outside of off, flicking it down to long leg. And 1 to the total. 18 without loss. Jacks has got 5 from 6. It's just dawned on me, actually. 328 for 6. The West Indies have effectively made the highest score of the New Zealand-India Test match. That's how crazy that's been. New Zealand 235 and 171 for 9. India 263. The boys back with you 4 o'clock in the morning for that one. As Ford goes in, shorter, wider. Whoa, well fielded Hetmeyer at cover. Off the back foot, Salt hit that really hard. Hetmeyer going away to his left-hand side. Prevents the run being taken. Yes, so New Zealand are 143 in the lead, but only 1 wicket remaining. And they're about to start day 3 in the morning of that.
Well, spinning pitch. Nothing wrong with the spinning pitch. Nothing wrong with the spinning pitch at all. And so that's game set up. It really is. So much on that last wicket partnership. Eke out what? Can you get another 7?
Absolutely. Into Salt comes forward once again. Again, it's an in-swinger, so he helps it on its way down to long leg for a single. 19 without loss.
Both opening bowlers who've just got the line wrong. It's tailing in, as the pros would say. It's tailing in from the right arm over bowler, just going from off to leg, and so he can adjust his line and bring it more outside off stump. The great Curtly Ambrose, I had a chat with him once. I said, what do you aim at? What did you aim at when you're running in? He said, I aimed at the keeper. He said, the keeper's always stood just outside off stump, so just aim at him. Sometimes it moves this way, sometimes it moves that way. I don't know which way it's going, and neither does that batter.
So true.
He had a target.
He aimed at the keeper.
Ford in once again. Slips come out. Jacks again gets a ball that is shaping towards the leg side, so he turns it on the leg side but can't beat mid-wicket. No run.
Just think how logical that is when you're stood at the end of the run and you look down and there's a batter and the wicket keeper is always stood round about what they'd say 4th or 5th stump if there was 2 more stumps. Look, and on the angle of over the wicket, just keep aiming at him. If you're deadly accurate, which Curtly Ambrose was, you're going to be aiming at round about that wicket keeper, outside off stump, business area.
In goes Matthew Ford for the final time this over, and again it's Will Jacks turning it to mid-wicket to end the 3rd over, and there is no run. 19 without loss. England trying to make 329 to win this game. Just on that, actually, I was listening to the India-New Zealand coverage earlier on today. Ian O'Brien, the former New Zealand bowler, was part of the commentary team, and he was talking about how, for the quick bowlers, actually they're trying to get out the top order batters by getting them to nick off. Said if they hit the stumps, it's almost like they've made a mistake, because their natural line and pace will, generally speaking, take the ball over the stumps anyway. So they're trying to get you to nick off. So that is absolutely the line. You bowl to your keeper, because in an ideal world, thank you very much, nice little nick, keeper or first slip does the job. And the boys, as I mentioned, back with you 4 o'clock in the morning for what is absolutely going to be the final day of that Test series. Which way it's going to go, I genuinely don't know.
New Zealand 1 up in the series.
2 up.
2 up in the series,
yeah.
Of course.
Yep, final test.
Oh.
India potentially being clean swept at home. New over from Jaden Seals. It's almost Control-C, Control-V at the moment. It's 2 leg side. And Salt is able to turn this into the leg side and take a couple more. He's now got 16 from 11. England 21 without loss. Yeah. The run rate just under 6.6 and over.
Yes, obviously Philip Salt has made a very conscious effort to bat and bat properly. He's just allowing the balls to come onto his bat and just working them into the open spaces, into the gaps. He just turned that ball quite nicely in front of square and pick up 2 runs. He also has to remember that he is also a big hitter once he gets in. He has to give himself a chance to get in order to play the big shots and execute well.
Seals on his way. Now that is outside of off stump. Salt is push driving that one to Hetmeyer at cover, and there's no run.
You get all sorts of batters, particularly in your top 6 or 7. There are different styles of batters. You've got your steady eddies who are really careful, And then you've got that bit of Stardust who can be careful at the beginning and then just change a gear and take the game away. Game changers, they talk about the game changers who can slip a gear and just take the game away from the opposition. You need your steady eddies as well.
Yeah, you can't all go playing the same way. You've got to have a balance in the same of so many things in life. Seals is in. From the crease is Salt, hitting it straight to Carty at mid-on. That felt like runs when it left the bat, and it was only denied that because it was straight at the fielder.
That's a beautiful cricket shot. Ball is coming in on length, just pitching just inside off stump, go heading towards the leg side, and he presented a full bat face onto the ball. And you know how these bats are now, Andrew. Oh, I say they don't have any edges. All they have is faces.
I'll tell you what, don't start Butch on that one. Butch will tell you they haven't changed that much. They're still made of wood. They've still got a handle, a bit of glue in there as well. Seals goes in. Oh, shorter, wider, off of the, weight on the back foot, really. And Salt has hammered that through extra cover all along the floor. That's a glorious cricket shot. 25 without loss.
Same shot again. He's stand and deliver, taking it on top of the bounce, just back of a length, outside off stump this time. And his feet haven't moved. It's just hands and coordination and a bit of timing, and slots it through extra cover.
Yeah, Butch's theory is that what's different now is the players themselves, because they're doing weight training, they're doing range hitting and all of that kind of stuff, and they're actually looking to play more attacking shots. Salt is looking to attack this from Seals, only gets it to Carty at mid-on, and there's no run. So Butch's argument actually is that it's the players and the way they're playing that makes the difference. And I do hear that. All I would say is that some of the bats from 20 years ago, 30 years ago, if you got them if you got the ball fractionally out of the middle, it felt like someone had put 1,000,000 volts through you. If you miss hit, we regularly see people miss hitting balls for 6 nowadays. So I think there is an element that, yes, it's the player, but I will also say I think the bat does make a heck of a difference as well. Seals on his way for the final time this over. Salt is covering up, dropping it into the offside, and there's no run. 4 overs completed here on TalkSport 2. 25 without loss are England. Salt's got 20 from 16. Jacks has 5 from 8.
So Butch is saying that the bat is no different. It's just a piece of wood with a handle.
He's not having it that it's the bat technology that's
making
the difference.
Well, I would like to debate that with the distinguished singer-songwriter.
I think I would like to debate as well, because if you look at these modern day bats, the edges are so big that the players can top edge balls and know they will go for 6. When I play you top edge a ball, you are certain that you're going to be caught. Look at the edge of that bat.
So we're seeing it from the stump cam of Will Jacks's bat, and I reckon the edges are thicker than a bat I've got in my garage at home from about 30 years ago, from what would be the middle.
The bats have made a difference. Yes, the players are a lot fitter and stronger, but that willow in their hands, it's completely different of the modern day bat to the yesteryear bat.
5th over will be bowled by Matthew Ford. Jacks has played that nicely. He's on the front foot, keeping his hands high, and pushes it out through cover. Wow, that ball has pulled up 5 metres inside the rope. They're going to have to run them. They will run 3. What looked like, and what would be expected to be a boundary 4, ends up for 3. England 28 without loss.
Andrew McKenna, I'd like to be in the room when somebody goes up to Sir Vivian Richards and says that they're fitter and stronger these days than when you played. I'd like to be in the room.
But there are exceptions to the rules. Don't get me wrong, there are exceptions to the rules, because the Greenwich and Haynes were very fit. The Holdens, the Crofts, and the Roberts, they were very quick. Jeff Thompson, fit people as well. But if you look at most of the modern day cricketers nowadays, you see them they're going to do treadmill, they do weights, they do this, they do that. They're supposed to be fitter, stronger. And with those kind of bats well balanced, what you do is middle.
Ford is in. Salt's got a wide ball outside of off stump, throws his hands at that one. It takes the outside half of the bat, flies down to third, couple of ounces, and it goes away for a boundary 4. 32 without loss, 7 from the first 2 balls of this over.
Well, they're off. England are away, and it's been wayward bowling from the West Indies.
Yeah, I think that sometimes with the new ball, you have 2 fast bowlers. They need to hit the hard lengths and look to swing the ball naturally. Don't tell me you're just going to pick up a ball and bowl it in swinger to a right-hander because you don't want him to use his arms, but you can get the ball to a waist swing and nick him off.
Ford goes in, leg stumpish. Lovely shot from Salt. There is a man deep on the leg side, so it will be just a single. But boy, he timed that one well. Only a single, as I say, 33 without loss. Now, something that just dawned on me. We were talking a lot about the fact that England had used 9 bowlers today. First game, West Indies only used 5 bowlers. Now, they only bowled 45 overs and 1 ball, in fairness, but they only showed the indication to use 5 bowlers. If they get away from them here, as Ford goes in. Oh, another great shot from Jack. Surely that one's going this time. It will get there, but only just in the end. And Jacks has got the boundary, and England are 37 without loss. Jacks 12 from 10. So just to finish that point, the West Indies might find themselves under a little bit of pressure. They don't have the bowling depth if England do get on a roll here.
Well, you always want one extra bowler. You want your 5 and a little valve bowler who can come on and bowl 3 or 4 overs if you're in a bit of a jam. But England are playing sweetly. There's some lovely boundaries here.
12 off this over. Ford in. Jacks has decided he's going after Ford. He's hit it out to deep mid-wicket, but he's caught. Well, now that begs a question. You've taken 12 from the over already. Did you need to do it? Short. Jacks has pulled into the leg side and has been caught out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. England lose their first. 37 for 1. Evan Lewis barely had to move.
Yeah, well, obviously they're bowling into Jacks and Salt. That was a length ball on from Ford. Not a lot of pace. And Jacks just helped it into forward square. Lewis just moving 3 steps to his left and taking a relatively easy catch. There's no third man, so obviously the clear indication that the West Indies fast bowlers will be bowling into the English batters. And Jacks obviously will feel that he's gifted his hand away to just an ordinary delivery from Matthew Ford.
I think he's going straighter there. And the ball stayed into the pitch again and it's a bit slow coming off. He's almost hit it straight to the fielder. He just had to move a couple of paces. Comfortable catch, round about waist height. You know, when you're in position and you're stood still, you're going to catch the ball round about waist high. Cox is the new batter.
Yep, Jordan Cox. He made 17 from 31 balls on Thursday, on his one-day international debut. Just seeing the replay again, it was a very, it was very edgy from Jacks there, wasn't it? It wasn't out the middle of the bat. If he gets
right
in the middle,
at the bottom.
If he gets that in the middle, it's flying.
It's at the bottom of the bat.
And that's the difference. That's the difference in about 15 metres. Right, Ford into Cox. Ford defensive from Cox to finish the over. 5 gone, 37 for 1 are England. Salt has 25 from 18. Cox that 1 delivery, 37 for 1, trying to make 329 to win the game and keep the series alive here on TalkSport 2.
Yes, a successful over there for Matthew Ford. He'll be happy because Cox was starting to look good, punching some balls quite nicely off the back foot, and then just got an innocuous delivery, looking to hit it in front of square and managed just to drag it from the bottom of the bat straight into the waiting hands of Evan Lewis. And Ford obviously quite happy to pick up that wicket to break that partnership, and obviously he will feel now that he can make other inroads. Cox has come second ODI international. Salt is still there, 25 from 18 and looking good, but then the rebuilding process, Bumbles, has to start again.
Yeah, and we're looking to that first one-day international. 1 or 2 decent starts, but no big score.
Seals to bowl his 3rd over, starts right arm over, and Salt is defending. 4 defensive, no run.
Yeah, Philip Salt has to be the one that has to bat deep into these 50 overs. He has the ability, obviously, to really change gears and can change the momentum of a run chase. But he has to be there. He has to bat himself. He has to back himself to do the job for England if they're going to save this ODI series. West Indies obviously are looking to close it out here in this match and then go to Barbados knowing that they have a cushion and can then express themselves in that 3rd and final one. But it's going to be very important here for England and Salt.
Seals is into him once again. He's pushing into the onside, up to mid-on. That's a brilliant run. Phil Salt had almost completed the single before Casey Carty at mid-on had come in and got the ball. That's a brilliant, brilliant run. 38 for 1.
He's playing it on the run. He's seen an opportunity to mid-on, and it's almost a push and run, like he used to play in the playground as children. A push and go. And he's going to the danger end, gets in comfortably.
Well, we call it tip me too.
That's it. That's the one.
Yes. You hit it and you run. But Jordan Cox responded well.
Cox takes guard, taking middle stump to the bowling of Seals. One slip, then there's a point, cover and mid-off. Cox is driving to a full ball. Seals is able to stop this in his follow-through no run. Good-looking drive, but for none.
We've seen pictures of the crowd. Crowd look to be enjoying themselves, so they should do. 30-odd degrees, it gets you thirsty. So you get really thirsty, makes your thirst quench, and then when you quench your thirst, it makes you sing a lot.
And then you always have ice to cool you down.
Yeah, it does when you've got really thirsty. It makes you sing a lot.
It's amazing what good liquid can do to you.
Seals is back at the end of his mark and is on his way in past the umpire. Jordan Cox just playing from the crease, weight forward, drops it into the offside, and there is no run.
Just sometimes when you have been really thirsty, there's just that urge to start dancing and singing.
To get rid of some of that liquid.
Absolutely.
It's called balance. But it's good to see Shea Hope actually behind the stumps with the gloves on, because coming into the latter stages of his innings, he was struggling with cramp. So obviously the medical staff in the CW West Indies camp would have worked a magic one and get him up there.
Seals in once again. Cox is pushing towards mid-on. Carty will field no run. Well, it's pickle juice nowadays, isn't it? That's what the Australians started that. I mean, as with all crazy ideas, comes out of Australia.
In the Caribbean, you've got to be careful, Andrew, when you say your pickle juice, because we have pickled cucumbers. So you might give a man pickled cucumber, and the cucumbers produce juice. So you got to know what pickles are. That's an American thing. In the Caribbean, you can't tell a guy go and get pickled juice. He would give you pickled cucumbers.
I'm not exactly sure which variety of pickle is supposedly
I know the
best
pickle
one.
is the American one.
Yeah. It is Seals in once again. Cox is playing back to the bowler in his follow-through no run.
What is pickle juice then? If it's an Australian thing, what are they drinking then?
It's a shot of basically like acetic acid or something like that, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it sounds horrible.
It does.
But yeah, you get one of these sort of like little plastic bottles that have got, I don't know, 10 or 15 mils or whatever, and you just neck those. You see players taking them all the time.
Andrew, eat more bananas.
Well, that's the other option.
Yeah.
Who was the banana man? Peter Siddle.
Yeah.
Peter Siddle, the banana. That's all he ate, bananas. He went slower and slower.
But he was Banana Rama.
6 overs gone in this run chase for England. Ford is going to start his 4th over. Bowling to Phil Salt, who's got 26. Salt is playing from the crease, punching to Hetmeyer, and there is no run on this occasion.
There were Bananarama. It ain't what you do, it's the way that you do
That's
it. That was Bananarama.
Bananarama and Fun Boy 3. They did that as a joint one.
They did indeed. Fun Boy 3. What was Fun Boy 3's other big hit? Oh, I've got it. Fun Boy 3.
Fun Boy 3. This takes me back, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Back in Sri Lanka in 2001, when we did a tour there, Bumble one evening did an impromptu music quiz in the hotel foyer as Ford comes in and bowls down the leg side, and there is no run. It was a Poya day, which if you've not been to Sri Lanka means basically you can't buy alcohol. So the entire broadcast crew, we all went back to the hotel and said, well, what? Because we didn't realise. Said, well, what are we going to do? And Bumble, thank heavens, just launched into this music quiz off the top of his head. It was it killed an hour and a half. It was brilliant.
I'm just looking at Fun Boy 3, Our Lips Are Sealed.
Our Lips Are Sealed, that's the one. Ford, outside of off stump. Salt carving, beats the man at point. That'll be 4. Brandon King's giving chase. No point. Give up on that one. It's 4 more to England. Salt has 30 from 22 balls. England 43 for 1.
I love the start by Phil Salt. As a former opening batter, that's what you want to see. Good balance, just taking the time, and just hitting the ball into the areas, hard into the ground, beating the man at backward point and down to the boundary for 4. I like the position he got into to play at that shot. Well balanced, good execution.
Phil Salt has 103 50s to his name so far. This is his 26th one-dayer. So it's Ford going in. It's on the pads. He's clipped it down to deep backward square, and they will take a single. That 100 was scored against the Netherlands in June 2022, which was his 4th one-day international. He then made 77 in the next match, but he's had only 150 in 21 one-day internationals since then. So today would be a really, really good time from an England point of view and his point of view if he could address that.
He dropped here, Shea Hope at 60. He scored 100. So
you're not going to let that lie, are you?
No.
In goes Ford. Cox is playing from the crease out on the offside. No run.
Have you got his scores there in recent games? Has he been non-3-2 or has he had 40s or 20s and 30s?
I will get them for you.
Those numbers are not encouraging at all. To score 100 in your first 5 games and then only have 2 half centuries after that, that's pretty bad scoring for a man who bats in the top.
Opening batter.
Yeah, that's poor. That's very, very poor. He's lucky to be playing, actually, with those kind of stats. But he can make amends today. He's gone 31 from 23 and looks quite good.
He is watching from the non-strikers end as Cox is facing Ford, turn to square leg and no run. So, Phil Salt's last few one-day international innings.
Last 10, go on, last 10.
26 not out that's today's game. 18 in the first match, then 45, 22, 0, 12, 17, 4, 21, 45. His last half century was against Ireland at Bristol, September 23. Cox defending on this occasion, back down the pitch, no run.
Modest.
But as England have proven, it's about the talents, because they don't necessarily look at numbers to get you into the team, and they don't necessarily look at numbers to get you out of the team. They're looking at, what's that phrase they're using? About whether you have a high ceiling. In other words, how good a natural talent you are as to where you could go.
Well, I went on the 14th floor, which has a cafeteria, so there's a high ceiling. I think we're taking the human element out of cricket too much and putting it into a computer and stats and looking at people and putting it into saying the potential. I think you still need that human being eyes looking on that play, on those players, and that person have experience and can look and see, well, look, this player has what is required in tight situations to manage certain situations of a cricket match, rather than say he has potential. I don't want to know what is potential.
Historic buildings have high ceilings and they need a lot of maintenance.
Shamar Joseph is coming on for his first bowl in one-day international cricket. Today is his debut, the 25-year-old right-arm fast bowler. And he's coming on with England 44 for 1 after 7 overs. He bustles in. It's slightly leg side-ish. Cox is able to guide this down to long leg for a single. So Salt goes to 32. 45 for 1 England.
He left the Sri Lankan series before the final game to return to Guyana for personal reasons. He's now in Antigua and he's been given his first ODI cap today, presented by his fellow countryman Shepherd, Mario Shepherd. So it'll be a big day for this young man. Hopefully he can live up to the billing, but I don't know how much bowling he has done in the last couple of weeks.
In he comes. He's not a tall man. Skiddy sort of bowler. Cox is coming forward, pushing back to the bowler in his follow-through. Not able to stop it mid-on, will come around and collect it. No run. It means Cox is yet to get off the mark, having faced 9 deliveries.
Yeah, well, Shamar Joseph, his strength is sitting just on top of our stump. He bowls good lines, good length. Obviously has good pace as well. He's had a stint in the IPL. Only played a couple of games. He's also in the CPL. But it'll be interesting to see how he goes in this ODI format where you have to bowl 2 or 3 spells.
Joseph in. Outside of off stump. Cox can't get this one away either. It's another dot ball next to his name. 10 of them now.
Let's continue to hit that good line, good length. Not giving Cox any room outside the off stump. We know that this young man is well talked about in England. They believe he has a whole lot of talent. He's very, very talented cricketer. They believe that he can go the full distance. But obviously Shamar Joseph will be looking to get a wicket early in this bowling spell of his to give him confidence at this level.
Joseph is on his way once again. Coxwell, that's the inside half of the bat. He will be underway with a single down to long leg. Ford will do the fielding. And therefore, 1 goes next to Cox's name, and it's 46 for 1 England.
Well, they've done a good job there on Cox, the West Indies. Keep him quiet for 10 deliveries. Gets a single off his 11th. Yeah, that's what's happening. He's just said it's tailing in, it's going in. All bowlers that we've seen have just angled the ball from over the wicket, just angled it towards the leg side.
Phil Salt waits, bat raised, and he brings it back down, hitting the ball hard, beats mid-off, and that will be 4. Bat made contact with ball, ball made contact with boundary sponge. England, with that 4, bring up their 50, they're 50 for 1.
It's a wonderful off drive. Ball did not come back in as much as Joseph expected, but it was met with a full face of the bat. And Phil Salt again presenting that left high elbow. And the ball just ran across the outfield and down to the boundary for 4. So this is a little challenge for Joseph. He's bowled five balls. He's gone for 6 runs. The last delivery was a left delivery and was punched back past him. Let's see how he responds with his final delivery in his first ODI.
He comes in once again. It's on the pads of Phil Salt, but he can't get it past Evan Lewis at mid-wicket. End of the over. 8 gone. It's 50 for 1. That is our time done for the time being. Picking up the commentary, it's Mark Butcher and Michelle St Patrick Hewitt.
Thank you, Macca, and you join us at North Sound in Antigua. England 50 for 1 from 8. Phil Salt playing great guns at the moment, 36 from 26 balls. Jordan Cox slowly getting into his work. He's only on the solitary 1 run, having faced 11. But I don't think England will mind that too much at this moment in time. There's plenty of time to try and chase down the remaining 279 runs. The required run rate is 6.64. And from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, Matthew Ford will be bowling. He's currently bowled 3 overs. He's taken the solitary wicket. Sorry, 4 overs, I should say. 1 for 28, having got rid of Will Jacks for 12. Mark Butcher is alongside me. And after giving all of that about Matthew Ford, it's James Seals who will actually bowl from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He comes back. He's changed ends once Shamar Joseph came on from the Sir Andy Roberts end. So Jaden Seals, none for 17 thus far. Mark Butcher.
Well, I do believe that Sir Alistair Cook made the comment that when pitches are flat, English batters in all formats are very, very good. It's when there's a bit in it that they tend to struggle to find a way to consistently make runs. Well, it's flat now. I'll give you the tip.
Seals in 2. Salt wants to go down the ground, but Seals fields that with his chest on the follow through, and there'll be no run there. Yeah, I give you that, Butch. I think it's flat. I don't want to say it's a concern, but England, I don't want to say they're one-dimensional in how they approach it, but having seen how Shea Hope approached it, I'm just trying to work out if England need one person who's going to play that kind of innings, or if you can biff your way on this track all the way through to 329. I mean, Shafane Rutherford managed to do some of that, and Shimon Hetmeyer and Matthew Ford at the end. Seals. And Salt lofts that one over his head. He'll beat the mid-off fielder Matthew Ford, and he goes all the way 4-4. And just like that, Phil Salt has moved to 40 from 28. England 55 for 1.
I don't know if the listeners at home can hear it on the stump, the effects mics, but the sound off the bat in the last half of the West Indies innings and now the beginning of England's has sounded different from any that we heard during the first ODI. And the sound is much crisper, The ball is actually flying out of the willow as opposed to sort of being mistimed and miscued. So we've got a game on our hands here. West Indies are going to have to find different ways of unlocking things. It won't simply be a case of just building pressure.
Most definitely. Seals back into Salt. That's defended. Seals fields in his follow-through. I think the key that West Indies will be looking at now, there's two things here. West Indies really only have the 5 bowlers, so they don't really have the option.
That might do them some good.
Well, so they don't have the option to turn to somebody I'd call a genuine 6th bowler. That would be Shafane Rutherford, if anybody, but they don't really have that option. And then I think the key bowler is how England play Gudakesh Motie, who will, I assume, will come on for the 11th or 12th over and twirl away from them. Seals back into Salt. Salt just dabs that down to 3rd man for 1.
Yeah, agreed. Motie and Chase are going to be the key here. How well do England play them? I mean, the interesting thing is, because there'll be all sorts of conversations opened up. Should England chase this down? They're miles away. But should they chase them down? Then the spotlight will fall upon the West Indies. Could they have pushed a little bit harder, etc., etc.? I tend to think, given the way that the conditions changed over the course of that 50 overs, that I'd rather a team give themselves a chance, get 328, make the opposition sweat to get them if they're going to get them.
Yeah.
Then having played, defensive stroke from Jordan Cox, who's taking a long look, end of the over 56 for 1. Then a situation whereby a team comes out and goes absolutely hell for leather, only makes 220, the opposition knock them off in 30, and we all go home dissatisfied. So, from a neutral's point of view, 328 poses a really nice little problem for England chasing them down. They might get there with time to spare, but my feeling is, given the inexperience, it'll take some doing nonetheless.
Yeah, that's the thing. If the England top 6, I don't know if I should put Sam Curran in that conversation, but I will. If the England top 6 play to what their strengths are, you'd think that they chase it before 50 overs are done, just because of how they would play their style of cricket. As ridiculous as that sounds, that would seem more likely. So definitely an element, not even an element, there is scoreboard pressure.
Although you could be projecting a team that had Rory Bairstow, Root, Morgan, etc. into that conversation, as opposed to what England have today, which is, Cox playing his 2nd game, Bethell playing his 8th or 9th, 3 and 4. Livingston and Curran, a couple of guys used to batting further down.
Shamar Joseph back into the attack for his 2nd over. It's easy to forget, we were discussing this before the game started, that this actually Shamar Joseph's ODI debut, and because he's been in and around the team, that had completely skipped me by. I just assumed he had played one by this stage, but this is actually his debut for the West Indies in this format of cricket. Obviously, having made his name and come to the fore earlier this year. That feels like it was a lifetime ago when his exploits in Australia. Joseph in again to Salt. Salt tries to smash that through the offside. Shimron Hetmeyer fields that cover, no run. So even for someone like Shamar Joseph, he actually fits that same metric that you're talking about with the England players, in that this is only his third list day 50 over game. So, and again, some people say, it doesn't matter because he's played Test cricket and he's played T20s, but actually there will be a level of adapting that he needs to find at this level. Bustles in again. And this one goes through. Phil Salt. I think that a bit quick for Phil Salt there.
Yeah, there's one thing that the West Indies have in their favour, and that is the inclusion of Shamar Joseph, which is not to say that Alzari Joseph is not a top bowler. But given now that this surface has turned into a road, given now that you're not going to be getting that little bit of hold in the off the pitch, what you need then is somebody that's got some pace through the air, might be able to get the ball to reverse swing at some point during the innings, possibly, but somebody who can knock a batsman over genuinely rather than wait for him to make a mistake.
This one, there's Phil Salt on the back foot again. Shimon Hetmeyer is there at cover, and there's no run. What do you make of Joseph's action? Because everyone's got him down as this. He's a really quick speedster. I mean, that ball was just 144. But some bowlers you see him and like they're quick. He doesn't look obviously quick. Or no, the deliveries are quick. But what do you make of his action?
I love his run-up. He's got a real sort of smooth, grooving run-up as he runs in. There's something of the Michael Holding in him.
Yeah, I thought that's what you might say.
Nudges that into the offside for a single, sharply taken single. But yeah, there is something. It's not quite as graceful. He doesn't sort of wind up quite as much as Mikey, who seemed to spend an eternity in the air before the shoulders rolled over. But there's definitely something of Michael Holding in that action. Loose-limbed, runs beautifully, moves smoothly.
And it's interesting because he's nowhere near the finished article. You add up all of his international games and he's literally at the beginning. Like I say, just made his debut at the start of this year in Australia with a broken toe. So Shamar Jones at the top of his mark again. Final ball of the 10th over, the first power play. Jordan Cox on strike. He's only on 2 at this moment in time. That one's down the leg side. Cox will turn it round the corner. 4-1, and that will bring an end to the first power play. England 58-1. That was a leg by. 58-1, and Phil Salter's on 42. Jordan Cox remains on 2. Do you think this is deliberate from Jordan to take a longer look this time, or it's just this is just how he's playing at this specific point in time?
Possibly. I don't think he'll be fretting whatsoever. These guys are very capable of turning slow starts around in terms of their shot making ability. It's debut Thursday, second game. Stay out there for a bit, soak it up, get an idea of what it's all about, and start to then find your feet in the middle. West Indies showed that you didn't have to go hell for leather in order to put 320 on the board. Acres of time and a good surface.
Jaden Seals from Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Cox on strike, defends that. No run. Seals so far 4 overs, none for 22. This is the 11th. I would be surprised if we don't see Gudakesh Moti sometime soon.
Yeah, I wonder if Shea Hope is just thinking to himself, you know what, I'd really love it if we could just pick up a wicket before we bring Moti in, and I don't mind hanging a little bit, waiting to introduce him a little bit later into the piece, because I know I'm going to need him more towards the back end of the game. So the longer I can delay it, the better it might be for me. He just needs these guys to maybe pick him up one now.
Seals back into Cox. Cox dabs that into the offside. Again, there's no run there. England 58-1. I went back out during the interval, and I think I said at the start of the game that we would fill up as the game has gone on, and it's a really healthy crowd here today in sweltering heat. And again, I think this is probably helped from the fact it's Independence weekend, but there is a really healthy contingent of local populace in the ground today. When Shea Holt scored his century, that was the local population celebrating the century rather than polite applause. Seals in to Cox. Cox turns that round the corner for 1. And England move to 59-1. So you've got quite a lot of people on the banks, not the VIP one, but the more open bank. Obviously adorned with plenty of England flags. I've not done the football check today. I think there's Luton Town immediately opposite me. But can't see too many football clubs on the flags today. Seals back into Sol. This one wraps him on the back pad. So there's nothing doing there. Possible inside edge as well. Salt runs through for 1. Optimistic appeal there by Jaden Seals, actually. I think it was declared. I think it was given as a leg by, in fact. So there was no bat on it. I thought it was an inside edge. So it did just wrap him high up on the back pad. Or back thigh. No run. No run, sorry. Just watching the replay of that one. Yeah. Good zip on that delivery, actually.
Yeah, way too high. Nipped back and hit him up on the thigh pad. Just seeing a replay there of Shimron Hetmeyer gesturing that the ball was going over the top.
England 60 for 1, seals into Cox and just beats Roston Chase. You know, kind of falling over in a gully position, and Dab's down 4-1. Cox moves to 4. I had a bit of a debate with some of my West Indian friends in the interval about Shimon Hetmeyer's innings. And they said to me that, or there was an argument about, did he do his job? And I said, yeah, I thought he did. 24 off 10. Now, my argument was, Sherfane Rutherford just got out and they wanted to keep that momentum going. So Shimron came out and hit plenty of sixes and boundaries and essentially tried to slug West Indies to a total. I'll come back to that point. Final ball of the 11th over. Skews off the inner portion of Phil Salt's bat. Goes down backward of a square for 1, and that brings an end to the over. 5 runs off it. England 62 for 1. Phil Salt's on 43. Jordan Cox on 4. So the argument was, I said that he'd done his job because I felt that he maybe had been given instructions that go out and keep slugging, keep the momentum on, let's try and take the attack to England. Sherfane's already done that. And the argument in reply to me was that, yeah, but he was only there for 10 balls. He didn't stay there long enough to finish the job, so it wasn't a good innings. I want to see where you stand.
People are hard to please in this, aren't they? Because, you know, had West Indies not managed to get up to 328 and said, oh, well, what were they doing messing around? They had wickets in hand, they should have been slamming it everywhere. Hetmeyer came in to replace Rutherford, left-hander for left-hander. Shea Hope was at the other end. It was the job of the incoming players to go big and let Hope do his thing at the other end, and they did it. I thought it was pretty good.
Joseph starting you over. Cuts that down to third man. Phil Salt, bit aerial, bit uppish. But he moves on to 44. John Cox back on strike. Just a quiet lull in the game at this point in time. I need to double check when the last boundary was. It feels like it was at least more than 3 overs ago. But I'll double check that in a second. Jordan Cox still there on 4 from 18 balls, continuing to take his time. Another thing that someone like Cox will have to get used to, not just the fact that this is international, not debut, but his inexperience, is playing in this kind of sweltering heat as well. As no mean feat. Whoever plays that long innings is going to be playing under extremely sweltering conditions. This one catches the top edge. Cox tries to swivel on it, and just as we said, he's out. He's out. Shamar Joseph strikes. I think it bounced high on Cox, and Cox has tried to swivel and pull it on all his. He's caught the top edge. And Shea Hope has a simple job of just running after that and catching it, and West Indies have their second.
That is exactly what I'm talking about. When the pitch is giving you nothing, you need a bowler that's got that little bit of extra something, and Shamar Joseph has that pace. Skiddy, quick bouncer, and Jordan Cox was really startled by that. Went to try and hook it, realised the ball was on him way before he expected it to be, and could only fend it up in the air to a retreating Shea Hope, who takes the catch. So Cox was giving himself time, but time has now been sawn off for him. He's out for 4 from 19, and England are 2 down for 63.
Indeed, and that will bring Jacob Bethel in at number 4. I mean, Phil Salt is still there, seeing the ball well, going fine. But as Mark Butcher alludes to, Shamar Joseph, since making his debut for the West Indies, he is an X-factor bowler. Some bowlers just have that, where you know that they can produce a delivery that other bowlers on the field or within their team can't produce, and Joseph got bounce that no other bowler has got thus far on the West Indies side. Jordan Cox, miscued hook, sees his demise. So England will have to start again, certainly from one end. Yeah, I'm just watching that replay, Butch. Cox almost was a self-defense shot. But not even, I'm not even calling it a mistimed hook. It was actually almost felt like he was trying to defend himself.
Yeah, ended up having to fend it off in the end. It really did him for pace. Excellent fast bowling.
So Jacob Bethel, this is his 6th one-day international, 7th actually, one-day international. Scored 20 odd on Thursday. Looked good up until the point he got out on Thursday. He's definitely going to want to make his mark in the Caribbean. Anyway, Shamar Joseph into Bethel. It's leg side-ish from Shamar Joseph, and Bethel's happy to just defend that. Back to Shamar Joseph. No run. 63 for 2, England. 3 balls left in this 12th. And actually, I think that wicket may mean that Shai Hope will feel even more like he doesn't need to turn to Moulty yet. He may even go to chase before he goes to Moulty.
No, absolutely right. And that's, again, it's worked out absolutely perfectly. It didn't go to him straight away. He's picked up a wicket.
Joseph into Bethel. Again, that one just a bit quick. Bit quick there. Catches the inner portion. I think they might have even caught the back handle of Bethel. Rises on him more than he expected. No run.
Just zipped through him a bit as well. Just, again, onto him quicker than he expected. 137 the last delivery.
Is it the pace or the skiddy action?
A bit of both. Yeah, it's just, it kind of comes out a little bit like, I don't know if you ever batted against a bowling machine. And you're not in tune with it, and it comes sort of like zipping out of that hole. The flat trajectory on it, and the ball kind of thuds into you.
This one a bit fuller from Shamar Joseph, and Bethel can't work that away. On the leg side, there's no run there. 1 ball remaining of the 12th over. England 63 for 2. Phil Salt still there on 44. Bethel on none. A reminder that you're listening on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport YouTube cricket channel. You can hear the entirety of this white ball series on both entities. We go to Barbados next for the final ODI. Joseph in, final ball of the over, and again that one's quick. Onto Bethel's pads, and there's no run there. That brings an end to the 12th. England 63 for 2. Jacob Bethel yet to score after 4 deliveries. Phil Salt is on 44.
Yeah, just like that. You mentioned a couple of overs back that there's a bit of a lull. Cox trying to get himself in, accustomed to international cricket. He's gone. Boundaries are dried up. Salt has been starved of a little bit of the strike. And all of a sudden you look up and England need 7s for the first time. So the rate just outside the power play has gone up to 7 runs and over.
So they will turn to Moulty now, which is going to offer Salt and Bethel a different kind of challenge. Just seeing Moulty's figures, 18 ODI matches, 30 wickets at 19 apiece. Probably even more impressive than that is the economy, 3.96 economy. When you've got a bowler like that, as Shai Hope does, you're pretty much guaranteed that he's going to take wickets and he's going to go through his 10 for not much. Genuine strike bowler. In he comes, start of the 13th to Phil Salt. Salt works that through the covers for 1 to bring Jacob Bethel on strike. Moulty's bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Got a lot of success from this end in the first ODI.
Yeah, and here he is bowling at Jacob Bethel, the left-hander. Obviously, in match-up cricket, left-arm spin to left-hander. It's supposed to be all in the batter's favour, but Moulty knocked over Mosley and Curran in the last game, so he has no fear of bowling at lefties.
Moulty into Bethel. Bethel pushes that. It's well fielded by Shimon Hetmeyer. Diving at extra cover, there will be no run. And that's the thing that Moulty offers Shai Hope, not just the control, but it just builds pressure and it allows somebody to attack from the other end. This time Bethel does cut down to 3rd man. It's a chase for Shamar Joseph and he does win it. I think they'll come back for 3 all the same, but he does prevent the boundary. In fact, it looks like they only came back for 2. No, yeah, 3. But they came back for 3.
Yeah, excellent effort. And the home fans absolutely loved that. Loved watching Joseph go full pelt, sprinting to the boundary, diving full length, saving that run. That's the sort of commitment they love to see.
Most definitely. And actually sharp contrast to some of the fielding that we saw in Sri Lanka from the West Indies, which was extremely subpar. This one is pushed down the track, but the fielded off his own bowling by Moulty, no run. Phil Salt 45 from 40 balls. Jacob Bethel is on 3. England 67 for 2. Moulty in again. This time Salt's able to drive that. Down 2 long off for 1. 1 ball remaining of the 13th over. Several people out on the grass banks must have one hell of a tan by now. And multi to Bethel, no run at the end of the 13th over. England 68 for 2. Full salt on 46, Jacob Bethel on 3. Smart Butcher says required run rate is now over 7. Not a disaster, but a sign that West Indies are on top at this particular point in time. We think we would expect that Shamar Joseph will continue from the other end. He's 1 for 8 from 3. Matthew Ford has gone 1 for 28 from his 4, and Jamie Seals none for 25 from his 5.
Wouldn't surprise me here, Mash, if Shamar Joseph doesn't drop a bumper on Phil Salt here. Having just knocked over Cox, surprised him with a short ball. He's got 2 fielders back behind square. He's also got the wind, which is not quite as strong as it was this morning, but is helping him or holding the ball up, hitting it into that area.
Joseph into Salt. That one's back of the length, and Salt just dispatches that through mid-wicket for 4. Sat up there, that one, for Phil Salt.
Yeah, it wasn't short enough, wasn't a bouncer. It was either a drag down or missed his length, and that's 50 for Phil Salt, an excellent 50. 42 deliveries, strike rate of 119. He's certainly been holding his end up. Slightly less than his career strike rate of 126, but he is motoring all by himself here at the moment. Only 22 runs from the other end so far.
His work just beginning. Joseph in again to Salt, dabs that down to Ruston. Well, actually wanted one, but Ruston Chase, like I say, is very good in that point gully region. And Phil Salt has to stay where he is. I feel like Salt will have to go deep here. Now he's already in and got to his 50. He's got to tell himself, right, we go again, we start again. Next landmark is make this 100 and let everybody else have someone to bat around.
Absolutely, absolutely. Cameos are no use chasing 328.
Joseph to Salt, and Salt this time dabs it. It's a quick run there. Maybe a better Shamar Joseph followed through, and it may be a better throw. May have had Jacob Bethel in trouble, but I think he probably would have been safe. But it was very much a drop and run there from Phil Salt. It's important to just kind of keep that scoreboard ticking over. See it as a way of bringing the total down bit by bit. But this is a good debut thus far for Shamar Joseph. 13 runs, 1 wicket. Halfway through his 4th over. This is the kind of dilemma that Darren Sammy wants his bowlers to give him. Joseph in 2, Bethel defended, no run. These two teams are heading in completely different directions in so much as England, of course, have the Champions Trophy to consider. West Indies probably have World Cup qualifiers to consider. So both of them are building for different things, but building nevertheless. We've already seen what happened in 2023 when West Indies didn't make it to the World Cup, which left the entire region in shock, to say the least. Joseph runs in to Bethel. Bethel wants to swivel and pull that one again. It's a bit quick on him. Catches him somewhere he didn't want it to catch him. But every now and again, Joseph is hurrying Bethel up. Actually, Bethel's down on 1 knee at the moment. He may have to send someone out to help him.
He might have dragged it on to amidships, shall we say. He's in a lot of discomfort, and the actions that he's taking, i.e. 2 hands on top of the bat handle, bending down, sort of trying to open the legs up a little bit in his as he stands, tells me I think we all know where that's gone. All know where that's gone.
Yeah, I think he should take all the time he needs before we start again here. And yeah, he's back in his no, in fact, no, he's not ready just yet. So Jacob Bethel, whilst he tries to run off the effects of that blow, he's now back at his crease. Final ball of the 14th over. England 73 for 2. Joseph in to Bethel, wants to drive, but Shimon Hetmai's been good in that cover region. Always seems to be in the action, and there's no run there. Bethel goes down on his haunches again. Tells you how much that hurt, that previous ball. England 73 for 2 at the end of the 14th. Phil Salt's on 51. Jacob Bethel is on 3. Of the remaining batters, Butch, you're going to say they all need to contribute, obviously, but has it really got to fall on Livingston and Curran when they do come in to get the majority of it?
Well, they'll be able to get in at all. These two knock them off, obviously. I mean, look, whatever happens, particularly for those two more senior guys, and senior is in inverted commas because even they have played very little one-day international cricket in comparison with those of the big nations that have senior players all over the place. So you just like to see somebody or two players take real responsibility of seeing England home. Somebody make a big score, get the job done, even if it has to be done filthy in the last over. Take some responsibility on what is a good pitch. Hold your nerve and get England home. You know, it takes some doing. It was never going to be straightforward, which is why I said, happy with the tempo the West Indies play with. Anytime you put 328 on the board, the opposition has to come out and play unbelievably well to win.
Yeah. So Gudakesh Motie is ready. Start of the 15th over. And Salt rocks back and cuts that through the covers for 1. Moves England on to 75 for 2. Butch, there was in the first innings, we were speaking about music. I think there was some reggae music playing over the sound system, and I wrote it down to ask you a question, and I've only just remembered I never got round to it. This one has Bethel pushing out into the covers. They rotate strike again for 1. You have a music career. Have you ever thought about delving into the music whilst out here, doing a bit of getting someone in the studio and doing a remix or something?
Well, you put me in touch with somebody and I will.
Motie into Phil Salt, drives it down the ground for 1.
It's got to be how long I've been here? Got here Wednesday night, Saturday, 2 games in those 2 days. Not really felt like I've got my feet under the table yet, so maybe we'll burn down or break down the studio door tomorrow.
This one is a dot as Bethel can't work that. Off the square, no run. England 76 for 2. Phil Salt 53. Jacob Bethel 4. And again, Bethel back and punches that down the ground for 1.
See, again, in terms of trying to chase this thing down, kind of manoeuvre yourself into a position where you can make an assault on it in the last 15 to 20 overs.
Motie into Salt. Salt again just cuts that through point for 1, and that brings an end to another just quiet over. 5 off it. Bethel on 5, Full Salt on 54, and at the end of the 15th, England are 78 for 2. And I'll hand back to Manners back in London.
Thank you very much indeed to MASH, Michelle St Patrick Lewis, and to Mark Butcher. It's a mountain to climb, but it's not as though these players haven't done something similar. Maybe not at international level, in fact not at international level, but they know what to do, they know how to structure the innings, they know how to pace the run chase. Not perhaps in conditions quite like this. There's the heat, the humidity, the unfamiliarity of the pitch, the slowness of the outfield. They need to talk to each other and understand where the direction. They set little targets. Where do they want to be after 15? With 78 for 2 on course? Where do they want to be at the halfway stage? How many do they want to leave? This is the most important one. In the last 20 or in the last 10? Are they happy with 80? the West Indies scored 93 in the last 10. Would England be happy to lead themselves that? Depends how many wickets they had in hand. Quite a long tail. Anyway, Shafane Rutherford's into the attack for the first time. And that's angled in. He might actually have followed Salt there. It looked like he was backing away to give himself a little bit of room outside the off stump. And it may well be that Shafane Rutherford followed him. Tucked him up and he wasn't able to get it away. Salt remains on 54. Jacob Bethel 5. 78 for 2. Target 329. Asking rate already well above 7. 7.2. I suspect that Shafane Rutherford didn't follow Phil Salt in the first ball because he bowled this one again heading down the leg side. And Salt misses out rather. Glances it straight to short fine leg. But, there's no run. The 2 men out so far for England. Will Jacks opening the batting. Went for 12. Caught a deep square leg off Matthew Ford. Here is Rutherford once again, and it's guided away down to third man, fielded by Gudakesh Moti. The excellent Gudakesh Moti was brilliant in the first game 48 hours ago, 4 for 41. And the second wicket to fall, Jordan Cox. It was a painful stay at the crease, to be brutally honest. For such a fine ball striker, just never got going, never even threatened to get going. 4 off 19 balls before he was tangled up by a very good bouncer from Shamar Joseph. Wide outside the off stump now and chopped away by Jacob Bethel to wide third man. Good fielding from Matthew Ford, diving away. First of all sprinting to his left and then having to put the dive in. He's a very wide third man. You might even say sort of a deep backward point, but it's that's good work. And talking of work, there's a lot of hard work ahead for England. Power play over, and now we enter the middle overs, and that was perhaps the most impressive thing about the West Indies, is the way they worked the ball around during those middle overs. They weren't perturbed by scoring at only 4 and over for much of the first 20 overs. But in the middle overs, they worked the ball, worked hard, ran hard. Weren't bothered about the glory shots. There's some width here on offer from Rutherford outside the off stump. Chopped away by the left-handed Bethel. They take a single and he moves on to 9. Coming towards the end of the 16th over. Who is capable of playing the kind of innings that Shai Hope did? And in fact, Casey Carty as well. Carty made 71. Shai Hope is 17th century, 117. And they added 143 together. Not a great many boundaries in there. A lot of hard work, a lot of running. A little shy at the non-striker's end now as Jacob Bethel looks to try and steal a quick single. He does so. He moves to 10. Salt 55. And it's the drinks break. 16 overs gone. Darren Gough and Phil O'Wallace alongside me. Who can do it, Goffey? Who do you see making playing the Shai Hope innings?
Well, Salt's set, isn't he? I mean, Salt's well set. He's got off to a flyer. We all know what he's like. When he gets going, he can get big scores. I think all of them are capable. I think you look at Jacob Bethel, from everything I've heard about him, the way England think of him, they believe he's a star of the future. He plays spin quite well as well, Jacob, from what I've seen, so he's got it in him. We know Liam Livingstone, on any pitch, against any opposition, can score big. Sam Curran, very good player. Look, I'm not doubting any of England's ability. This would be an unbelievable victory from here for England, full stop. It was already a ridiculous score that the West Indies got, and there's a long way to go. But look, they've got to start. Phil Salt's set, but we do know now, but he has to go on and get the big 3 figures, same as Shea did.
Yeah, and obviously, as you rightly said, Darren, is that Salt opened the bat and he's there, not out. And he has to be the one to tell himself, look, I have to bat deep into the overs. He dropped Shea Hope at 60, he went on to get 100. But being 55 off 50 balls, he's not going at snail's pace, he's up there. And then you got Bethel, who's coming. He's 10 from 16. Looks the part. These two will have to try to force that partnership, a terrific partnership, similar to what Shea Hope and Casey Carty has done in the West Indies innings. But 329 is a big target, but it can be overhauled if you have the confidence of your batters to build partnerships, build on what they have, knock the bad balls to the boundary, and run the West Indies fielders ragged. The West Indies bowling attack has been pretty steady, picked up 2 good wickets. The inclusion of Shamar Joseph, who brings the X factor, saw what he can do when he got Jordan Cox out. So at the back of it, it's going to be a good challenge for the England batters to get up to this target of 329 on a good surface against decent bowlers.
I wanted to ask you, Philo, about Shafane Rutherford, because we were talking about the West Indies only using 5 bowlers, and in fact I think I made the error of saying they only had 5 bowling options in the first game on Thursday. But Shafane Rutherford didn't bowl on Thursday, and he's been brought on quite early here, bowling the 16th over. Is there something about the pitch and conditions that might that persuaded Shea Hope that Shafane Rutherford might be more effective today and wasn't used on Thursday?
Well, he didn't bowl on Thursday because he had a right shoulder injury. He was favouring his right shoulder.
He's recovered quickly then.
Well, they have magical medical teams now, Neil. There's so many things that can happen overnight, and obviously he didn't bowl on Thursday. Roston Chase is the other slow bowler that very successful, but seems not to feature in Shea Hope's bowling plans. And Rutherford, to me, I was surprised today to see Rutherford bowling before Roston Chase. But obviously, maybe the surface has aided Shea Hope to say, look, let's give the medium pacer who does a bit with the ball an opportunity to bowl at the England batters.
I don't think that's a bad option either, because he'd have looked at the way England went about it, and I think we just were going through the motions when we were bowling, and he just kept going spinner after spinner after spinner. And that's why I was talking in earlier. He should have brought Sam Curran on earlier, left arm option, different, mixes it up well. I thought Sam Curran come on too late.
Yeah.
There's no point in playing and coming on at that stage of the game. He should have come on a lot earlier.
Well, it's going to be really intriguing to see who's prepared, and they're all willing, but prepared and able to put the hard work in here. And I'm talking about with the bat. Gudakesh Moti is in once more. I think it's obvious that he's going to play a huge role. First delivery after the drinks break is pushed away nicely by Jacob Bethel through extra cover, and they run through for 2. You called it straight away, Philo, before the innings began. You said Moti would be the key. But Roston Chase as well. One left arm spinner, one off spinner. I think he, as you said, both might be spread quite thinly through the course of the innings. I think Shea Hope might be tempted to try and keep one of them at least for the last 10 overs. Keep 2 or 3 overs, depending on how many wickets fall. That one turns sharply from Moti. Jacob Bethel finds it spinning into him, a little tucked up, clips it to mid-wicket straight to the field, and no run. Bethel 12, Phil Salt 55 of 50. So West Indies have reined him in, or he's reined himself in. Moti in, fires that one in, quicker ball, straight, Bethel defends.
Yeah, but this is going to be the challenge here, this period, this special play with Moti in the attack. Obviously there's no chase to part of him, he's going for Rutherford, but Moti is the key to West Indies.
Down the wicket using his feet, Bethel, then defends. But positive intent from Jacob Bethel.
Well, they have to as well, don't they? They have to keep it under 8, right? What's he sitting at? Required run rate now is about 7.5.
Turns sharply again from Moti into the left-hander, tucks him up, no run.
And I think they have to keep it under 8. Once it starts going up to 8, it rises very, very quickly, right? And it's going to be very difficult against Moti. We've seen he's a clever bowler, mixes his pace up really well. Not as much turn on this surface as we saw the other day. And it'll be interesting when Roston comes into the attack as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a similar passage of play that we saw with the West Indies batting with Casey Carty and Shea Hope. Obviously, Casey Carty was the one who was getting the singles, nurling the ball around, and Hope expressing himself on the field boundaries, then started to work the ball into the gaps when it got tight. So this is going to be a good passage of play and a good test of character for both Phil Salt and Jacob Bethel. How well can they get through this middle passage of these slow bowlers and orthodox knobbly bowler like Rutherford? How well do they bat him to put pressure back on Shea Hope and the other bowlers?
Shafane Rutherford about to bowl his second over. England 86 for 2. and pushed straight by Phil Salt down the ground towards mid-on. Fielded by Shamar Joseph. I haven't been to the Caribbean for 6 years, but here's a question for you, Phil Wallace. How long have they been making Carib in cans? I've only ever seen it in bottles.
Yeah, they've been carrying the cans for a little while now. Because when you go to a lot of fetes in the Caribbean, you're not allowed to take glass bottles in. So you get a lot of beer in cans in the Caribbean now. But it tastes the same way, I believe. I'm not a beer. I don't drink beer. I only drink clear liquids.
Slapped here from Jacob Bethel out to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
I'll tell you what, Manners. I'll send you a picture. I'll text you in a couple of weeks when I'm out there. I'll tell you what it tastes like in a can.
The reason I mention it is there's a lot of England supporters waving. It's a kind of repackaging as well. They're in. It's mostly a gold can. I didn't recognise it. Thought they were drinking pop for a while. Is Rutherford in again? Straight in at the pads. Hit Salt on the pads, and they trot through for another leg by as Shimron Hetmeyer comes in to do the fielding.
I think is a sign of changing times, isn't it? Everything now is environmental friendly, eco friendly. So the can, obviously, I think it is Carib Gold they might be drinking. And just, marketing people come with a different brand on the can. But it tastes the same way, I believe.
Well, I think it's simpler and cheaper to recycle cans. I understand. Although it does use a lot of electricity. Wide outside, wide from Rutherford. Bethel swings at it, chops at it, doesn't make contact, and through it goes to Shea Hope.
I can remember when I used to work in government at the Corporate Affairs Intellectual Property Office. We had a lady there. She was addicted to Coca-Cola, and the doctor stopped her from drinking Coca-Cola, and she became miserable for 3 weeks. And she said, "Look, I have to have a Coca-Cola."
That is driven in the air uppishly by Bethel, I think deliberately, and it clears cover and they go through for a single.
I went to change the Coke bottle from glass to plastic. She said, "This is not the same thing." Amazing. She said the Coca-Cola in the glass bottle tastes different to the Coca-Cola in the PEP bottle, the plastic bottle.
Oh, I agree totally with that. Absolutely, 100%. 100.
I would ask Goffey whether he thinks wine tastes different out of a box than a bottle, but I suspect he's never drunk box wine. That's down the leg side, and it's flicked away down towards fine leg, and it's going to beat the chasing Matthew Ford. So Shafane Rutherford's been very leg side. In fact, they were leg buys, but it came off the pad very quickly. And England will take them however they come. 18 overs gone, 94 for 2, needing a record 329.
Well, if I was skipper here, I'll be getting Rutherford off rather sharpish. Looks pretty innocuous to me, it really does. I'll be getting Roston on, having a look at this in this period. Might just buy him a wicket. Got the outfielders out, grazing in the outfield. I'd just let him come. We've seen Moti, he looks dangerous. You can tell they're a bit anxious, the England batters, when they're facing up to Moti. I'd get it on at both ends, get through some overs, try and get through 5 or 6 pretty quick, and then switch it up again. Bring one of the seamers back.
Yeah, don't let it get out of hand. Don't let the game dribble away. And plus, at Rutherford's pace, I think that Hope should be even standing up to the stumps rather than standing back. So you're giving the English batters a little breathing space. You don't want to do that. You want to keep squeezing them, make them work for their runs.
I'd bring Roston Chase on for a couple of overs, I reckon. It's beginning to turn now. Moti is in, and down the wicket comes Bethel. He does use his feet very well, and that's a fine shot past mid-off for 4. Really, really good cricket, as Jayden Seales was well beaten and knew that there was enough on that not to bother chasing it.
That's
good
a lovely
cricket from Bethel.
Very good shot indeed. Moving down the pitch to the left arm spinner Moti, who's turning the ball and getting enough bat on it to beat Jayden Seales to his right at mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. Quality shot.
Moti in once more, and that is clipped away off his pads by Bethel down towards long on. Another single. Bethel on to 19 from 27.
Yes, as we saw in the first game, he got a start, Jacob Bethel, and then threw his hand away, tried to pull a length ball and toe-ended it. So he needs to understand that he and Salt have to continue to build on this partnership.
Salt now drives down the ground. He's playing really well in recognising the role that he must now fulfil, and it's not one that we associate with him. He's a dynamic, explosive T20 opener. You know, 40 off 20 balls, yes, but pushing it, hitting the gaps, nudging it into the gaps, pushing down to long on and long off, rotating, taking singles, working hard. Not necessarily Phil Salt's natural game, but anyway, Bethel does that now, drives it down towards long on. They go through for another single.
I think they've realised at last they're communicating and realised now that Bethel's the ones that's got to do the gambling, and Salt's got to now go on. He's got the start. He's got to go on and get 100.
Here is Moti, and it's again down the ground towards long off. There's only so long I think the fielding captain should allow this against the spinners. You know, you've got to. I don't know. If it looks too easy, just knocking it down the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 singles.
Yeah, it's okay if you take the 4 out of there. You take it. They need 7.5 and over. Well, 7.28 is the required run rate.
Moti in again. Reverse sweeps. Trying something different. Jacob Bethel turns himself into a right-hander. Doesn't make contact. Hits him on the pad. He remains on 20 from 29 balls. 102 for 2 after 19.
Sorry, man. I chatted to Owen Morgan about this last week. I was in Portugal with him playing a bit of golf, and I mentioned to him, I said, what is your mindset when you was England captain about when you're chasing a total and it goes up to 7, 8, 9, 10 and over? He said, first 2 balls has to go 4. Always my mindset. First 2 balls. I can't rely on leaving it
one of
to
the first 2 balls.
No, boundary.
Yeah, one of the first 2 balls has to go for a boundary.
Not both. And then you can push the ones. But if you're bowling and they take, at this stage of this game now, needing the runs they need, and I'm going for 6 and over, I'm happy. As a bowler, I'm going for 6 singles.
Yes.
There was a stage when I wouldn't be.
Yes.
But now in this situation, I would be.
Yes, agreed.
Because the rate's going up all the time.
It's a good position that West Indies find themselves in. England, obviously, a wicket here, you're going to open the floodgates of that middle order, which is not so deep. So it is important that Salt and Bethel understand that they still have to be cautious while looking to score, as Roston Chase now comes into the attack.
Good move, I reckon. I'd even perhaps have a slip in or a catcher somewhere close on the offside. Just try and, you know, West Indies are in the driving seat. First ball is defended by Phil Salt. It feels like they're in the driving seat. I mean, you know, England have got a very, very high score to chase. They're only 2 down. That one is punched into the covers straight to Brandon King, and there's no run. So 2 dot balls to start for Roston Chase. Just as the batsmen need to hit one of the first 2 balls for 4, the bowler does like to start with a couple of dots. Make him feel like he's controlling the over. The 3rd ball is nudged away down to long on for a single.
I think for England, the partnership's the key, and you take it down to a 20-over game, and say they're needing 150, 160, you would say that's doable, right? But they've got to keep wickets in hand. If they start losing wickets and they need 160 off the last 20 with 5 wickets left, it becomes a very difficult task.
I think the England fans that the cameras keep showing us are in the party stand, which is an all-inclusive and very fun experience. That one is nudged out to mid-wicket again, fielded this time by Rutherford, diving to his right. All-inclusive, I mean...
Yeah, I'm going to say,
lunch,
describe that.
snacks,
drink. Yeah, like most hotels in the Caribbean, right?
Resorts, yeah. And punch, and that's driven by Bethel, using his feet once again. It's really good cricket. I mean, Goffey said that he needs to take the gambles, but if that is your natural game, if using your feet and leaving your crease is something that you're accustomed to, then it doesn't feel like gambling.
That's a great shot. Gives himself a bit of room, opens up the offside with a little bit of turn, and his timing is immaculate. He's a good player, this kid, and I see why England is showing faith in him, because he's such a talent. Great fielder.
He certainly is above average as a fielder. That's the last ball of the over, and it's chopped away to backward points to the fielder, and there's no run. That's 20 overs gone. England needing a record 329. Highest score it would be on this ground, and the second highest run chase ever in the Caribbean. They're 107 for 2.
And what you've got to remember about Jacob Bethel, not long ago, I was watching him play for England under-19s in a World Cup.
Yes.
And people were saying about this kid's got talent. In a couple of years, he's going to be fantastic. Well, in that couple of years, he is now playing for England.
Yeah.
he's going on the Test tour now. He's in the one-day side. He's in the T20 side. I mean, the world's right there for him to take.
Yes, all he needs to do is keep his nose clean and do what is required of him, which is bat, bowl, take catches, and win matches. And this is an ideal situation for Jacob Bethel to show the qualities that everybody expects to see of him at this level.
Oh, that's smashed away high into the air. I don't think he's got all of it. He hasn't. There's a fielder underneath it, and he takes the catch. Gudakesh Moti takes the catch. Matthew Ford had a bit of an scruffy first 4 overs, brought back into the attack, and he takes his second wicket. And it's a really important one of Phil Salt, right off the toe end of the bat. He was looking to hit it over deep mid-wicket. He did actually hold his shape, but I mentioned this a lot on Thursday. It's Matthew Ford might be a medium pacer, but it's not the same medium pace. Just a little subtle variations here and there. That's his reputation, and that may well have been the cause for Phil Salt toe-ending that one up into the air. But England back in the spot of bother at 107 for 3 now, with Salt gone for 59.
And the key to that as well, let's praise the captain. The captain, rather than just say let's get through a few overs pretty quickly and get both spinners on each end, he thought, no, I want to keep it mixed up, I want to keep them guessing. He's brought the opening bowler back on Ford. First ball, Salt didn't even have a look, bowler coming back on, trying to dominate from the first ball, hit the boundary, straight up in the air, similar to his shot the other night. And now England have lost another wicket, 107 for 3. But it brings Livingston to the crease again. I think he's someone who needs to get his eye in, needs to get used to the pace, and then he can carry on where he left off.
That's the first rash shot that Phil Salt played. Obviously a seam-up delivery, looking to hit it over long on, not getting any bat at all to end the ball. And Moti holding on to a very good catch. The ball haven't even cleared the 30-yard circle. Matthew Ford punching his heart and the West Indies crest. But again, Phil Salt getting in and not seizing the opportunity to go deep into these 50 overs.
Driven down the ground as new batsman Liam Livingston scrambles off the mark, mid-on, pretty deep, right on the edge of the circle, didn't hit it with full power, and so therefore was able to take the single. I've been interested for the last couple of years in Matthew Ford, and I've read a couple of interviews and also expert opinions about him, and his variations aren't easy to pick. It's not like he bowls a one out the back of the hand, or as a sort of the off cutter, or it's just he holds the ball a bit deeper in his hand for a slower ball. It comes out the same.
Well, Benny Howell. There's a Benny Howell.
Yeah, right.
Not. He's a bit quicker than Benny, but very similar. Very hard to face. You don't know. You're thinking it's the same pace, but it's a bit quicker or it's a bit slower.
Punched away by the left-handed Bethel to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, he's a smart bowler. He's been on the circuit for a little while playing T20 cricket, and he's really improved his skills. As I said, he's under the guidance in the CPL of Darren Sammy, the St. Lucia Kings head coach, and Flav Duplessis, who's the captain. They're the champions. And a lot of discussions would have been had among them about him. And he's finding himself now in West Indies cricket. He started at T20, now he's in the ODI squad, and he's holding his own.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Bethel now plays defensively up towards mid-on.
And he rates himself as a batter too. He thinks he can hit.
Well, he hit
ball
3
along.
sixes in the last over.
Yeah, he believes he can hit 6. He's that kind of man. He obviously backs himself to hit the ball. When he's at home, he practices with Joffa Archer once he's on the island. So he does a lot of work in the background to improve his game, and he's really improved. He went to Nepal as well with the A team, and now he's obviously a fixture in this white ball squad.
Forward in again, and that's pushed away by Bethel to mid wicket. I think he's got a couple of weapons in his favour. The first is that all of his deliveries look the same, which is really good, because if you are offering little subtle variations, but every delivery to the batsman looks the same, then that's one tick. And secondly, I think it's a great strength for any bowler if batsmen think they look innocuous. Pushed away by Bethel again to cover straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Do you know what I mean? Same like Benny Howell. For a long time, batsmen would think, why does he keep taking wickets? What is it?
Yeah, it's the variation in pace with very little change, and it becomes very difficult. And I think when you say that he's under the tutelage of Darren Sammy, I can see it as well. He's a very similar cricketer. Darren Sammy, when he bowled, I played against Sammy. He was very much the same. You think, oh, he's got no pace, and then suddenly you get one through, and then you think, oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
And then the next one were back, and then it was a slower ball, then it was a wider slower ball, and he made a great career really out of doing it, right?
Yes.
And Ford's a very, very similar cricketer.
Correct. He carries the same mannerisms and same skill sets as Darren Sammy, and you're hoping that obviously he can continue to grow in stature as a well, you'll have to class him as an all-rounder. And these are the kind of players that we want to also see looking to push for test players as well. Because all the white ball cricket they're doing and doing well, you still like to see them putting in the effort of giving the opportunity to play red ball cricket.
Here's Shamar Joseph. He's back into the attack now, and the first delivery is 2 full, 2 leg side and clipped away, but it'll only be a couple to the captain, Liam Livingstone. And England now need 219 from 28.5 overs. Asking rate is climbing all the time.
Interesting, isn't he? He's gone for seam at both ends. Livingstone comes to the crease. I think he could possibly have gone with a spin again for another couple of overs. Just got rid of two of the overs, but he's wanting wickets. Look, to win the game, you have to get 10 wickets, right?
Yes. Shamar Joseph in his maiden one-day international has a wicket already. Oh, and a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end as Livingstone and Bethel were just in two minds there. I don't think there was any calling. There was just a look and a hesitation and then a sprint. And Livingstone completes the run, and then it looks like he's wagging his finger at Jacob Bethel there.
Well, he would have been out, wouldn't he? Let's be honest. He would have hit there. Watch. He would have been out by a yard.
Yep, he's taking on Roston Chase, who's one of the better fielders in the West Indies team. He's very lucky that ball missed the stumps.
He went straight over the top of them as well.
Yep.
Didn't miss by much.
But the Roston Chase is coming into his right side, which is the stronger side. And obviously he's just taking one motion and throwing at the stump. So he's very lucky there, Liam Livingstone. Needs to be careful running between the wickets. You don't want to lose a wicket now on the run-out route.
Livingstone on 4, but Bethel on strike on 24. Shamar Joseph in, bowls wide outside the off stump, wide and full, drivable, but only as far as the cover fielder, sweeping on the boundary. That's Casey Carty. There's got to be another reason, Goffey. You said that he's brought the two seamers back looking for wickets, but there must be some theory that maybe Livingstone is perhaps more vulnerable in the early part of his innings against. I mean, he's a good player of spin, but why would he make the double change, bring the two seamers back?
Only thing I can think of, he thinks it's harder to score a boundary off the seamers than it is the spinners.
And that is punched off the back foot, not timed at all by Livingstone up towards mid-on.
If you know what I mean by a spinner bowls, if you're good on your feet, you can get down there. If you get anywhere near it with a power that Livingstone's got, he can miss it for 6, right? We saw it from the West Indies batters. But against the seamers, when they first go to the crease, you're trying to get used to the pace of the pitch, right? And that slow balls, you want to have a little look right first before you take the risk against the seamer. Spinners, you're more confident, and miss it can still go for 6.
But my theory is that Moti is my best bowler, and I want my best bowler to bowl at the captain.
I'm with you, fella. Oh, edged, and it's gone past Shea Hope, and between the keeper and slip and down to the boundary for 4. It was full and wide. It certainly was tempting, and Livingstone, he's just throwing the kitchen sink at it. I mean, he really, if anything, he tried to hit that too hard. It's a thick edge. There's a wide slip, more of a second slip. So could Shea Hope have done a wee bit better there?
I think he thought his slip was at first. It looks like he left it in the end. Look, oh, slip will get it. Oh, no, it will mine. He stood at third slip, not first slip.
Yeah, and I saw him earlier as well. He was limping when the return came in. So he's still being affected by that cramp. But he went, and then obviously he withdrew his glove. And that's a lapse in concentration. Luckily for Livingstone, he lives to see another day.
Here is Shamar Joseph in at the thigh pad height of Livingstone, tucks it away for a single to long leg as Matthew Ford runs around to do the fielding. and 22 overs gone. England 117 for 3. Just a wee recap if you missed the first innings. West Indies made 328 for 6, the highest score in an ODI in North Sound, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. A century for Shai Hope, a brilliant century from Shai Hope, the captain. His 17th with 71 from Casey Carty. That added 143 together for the third wicket, having been reduced to 12 for 2. Shafane Rutherford made 54, and England equalled a record of their own by using 9 bowlers.
Unreal, wasn't it? 9 bowlers. I mean, I think England, to be honest, if they say they were sat in a room thinking of plans to play in this second one-day international, they were all over the shop in the field. They were all over the shop.
Livingston on strike as Matthew Ford continues, and he's happy to block this one defensively. Such is the power and T20 record of Livingston that I suspect. I asked the question earlier whether England would be happy leaving themselves, 160 off the last 20, 90 off the last 10. That's what the West Indies scored.
93 they got off the last 10 overs. West Indies.
And if England are 3 down, 4 down maybe, with that many needed. Oh, he's used his feet brilliantly, Livingston here, and he's flicked Matthew Ford away over deep square leg. I think England decide that's the key, get to the pitch of it, use your feet. Bethel's been doing it to the spinners, and that is such a Liam Livingston shot.
Well, it is. He got nowhere near it. He just used his power. But he used his crease, the momentum went through with it. He actually was decent bowling. He followed him, and he got half a bat on it. He likes a one-handed shot as well, doesn't he? He loves a one-handed shot. And it cleared the boundary comfortably. I bet he's 30, 35 yards over the boundary.
It was with the wind. He's taking his top hand.
He does it all the time. He's got immense power. Amazing. To be honest, I don't think I've ever seen him in the gym, but he's just got natural, immense power and timing.
You don't get biceps like that without going to the gym, do you?
But that's why I would have him. I think when England were thinking about dropping him, in white ball cricket, his best role, his best position to me is doing what Ed Meyer come in. The last 10 overs, last 12 overs, he comes in, he can destroy any attack. He does it against spin, he does it against seam. But I just don't want him to get too carried away with a ball. I mean, he bowled too much today, didn't he? But that's a huge 95 metres, is it, that one?
Well, he's hit it out of the ground. That's why the fourth umpire's on the field with the box of replacements. He's literally hit it over the berm, the grass bank at deep square leg. 95 metres, that's a decent hit.
It is. And you look it up now, with 206 runs required from 27.4. England take it down now. If they could score at 7 and over, right, for the next 7 overs, they're in a T20 game, right? It becomes doable. But they can't lose wickets.
What are they comfortable with in the last 20 overs?
I think 160. I think that's the figure.
160. I think if it's these two together, they wouldn't mind. 160, 170.
I think 160 or 170 is pushing it. One of them has to go and get 120, mate, if you think about it.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Here's Matthew Ford again, and once more it's angled into the pads. Been a lot of leg side and leg side-ish bowling from the seamers. Shafane Rutherford bowled a couple of overs. I reckon 9 out of 12 balls were leg stump or outside, and it's a single. Livingston moves to 16 off 9. Jacob Bethel has 25. 124 for 3. I think, Goffey, one of these has... Well, I think one of these two has to score 100.
Yeah. Well, basically, yeah. And they're in a position. Both of them are talented enough to do it. We've all seen the potential of Bethel, and Livingston's done it before.
They still need 205. Slower ball from Matthew Ford. Now, there's a variation that even I picked. That one's come out the fingertips. I think that was a slower ball, seam up, fingertips, and that's why nicely bowled.
Unfortunately, it doesn't matter how well you pick it, because you're not batting. As long as Livingston and Bethel are picking it, I'm happy.
I'm fascinated by Matthew Ford because, like I said, every ball looks the same, and clearly they're not. Just that was an obvious one. Oh, Livingston uses his feet again here, plays a bit of a hoik. That wasn't quite as successful, and thick inside edge out to the fielder at mid wicket, just a single.
Oh yeah, that was a tail end
slog,
shot, wasn't it? That was the 9, 10, 11 shot. That But doesn't matter. Got the one. Come on. Won't say that in the scorebook, will it? End of the game if England win and Livingston's 100 not out.
Yeah, I think that what happened there is he was through the shot a little bit early, and that's one of those, again, super subtle variations from Ford. I think that was a couple of miles an hour slower, and that's why Livingston was through the shot early. Here's Ford in once more, and Jacob Bethel now chops it down to third man. And again, they go through for a single. The singles are important, but we are already in a situation where I think that England really need a boundary and over. More thoughts from Darren Gough, and then it'll be Andrew McKenna and David Lloyd.
Well, I think what we've seen as well now is, but it looks like it's totally changed again. It looks like Bethel now is going to be the one hitting the ones and the twos and nudging it around, and Livingston's come in to up the tempo. Looks like he's going to come in and try and hit the boundaries. He's the power man in this England side. He's the guy who loves hitting sixes and fours. So now Bethel can play his natural game with a spinner sweep and reverse sweep and push the outfielders and get ones and get twos and possibly threes. And Livingston looks like he's coming in and he's going to try and up the tempo and have a good 5 or 6 overs for England.
Cheers, Coffee. Thank you, Manners. 2:02 needed for England. 7.5 and over from here on in. And here is Shamar Joseph with an off-cutter to the left-handed Bethel. Bethel pushes out on the leg side. Casey Carty will do the fielding. They'll come back for 2. Good hustle from the England batters. Bethel goes to 29 from 40 balls, so it's 129 for 3. Livingston at the other end, 17 off of 10. 5 overs and 1 ball for Joseph so far. Bumble.
Well, they're just in touch. Required run rate is 7.45. Modern player thinks that's very gettable. They've got to keep wickets. With 3 wickets down, I think that's crucial that they build this partnership. It's just starting, just developing. Livingston 17, Bethel 29.
Rutherford is Joseph is around the wicket. Bethel carves it down to third for a single. 1 more to the total. Just look at it still. Sam Curran, Dan Mosley, Adil Rashid to come, and then Jofra Archer, Saqib Mahmood and John Turner. So these two need to do a good chunk of the heavy lifting on this one.
Yeah, it seems that they're a batter light in the makeup of the team. There are so many bowlers. That was quite laughable, 9 bowlers. Anyway, let's forget that. 199 still required.
Shamar Joseph is on the way. Oh, that's going to be 1 less with the ball to be bowled again, because he's got that one wrong and pushed it down the leg side, and Shea Hope does very well diving away to his left hand side to not only stop that but take it cleanly, ensure that there's no bye as well. So the wide is there. Tried to dig in the shorter one and just lost control of it.
Do you know, I think as a captain wicket-keeper in one-day cricket, you've got a lot to think about. And as a top-order batter as well, Shea Hope with his 17 ODI centuries, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. In goes Joseph with a cutter, an off-cutter on this occasion. Not timed by Livingston, therefore. Underside of the bat, drills through to the keeper, no run.
And you'd also think with this, it's a fresh pitch that they've used today, but this second innings, the West Indies will be quite clever, I would think, in bowling slower deliveries from the quicker bowlers. Quicker bowlers varying the pace and very much taking pace off with a pitch that has been played on and a bit of wear and tear. Usually on Antigua they just lose pace.
Joseph in full straight. It's hit by Livingston directly back to the stumps at the far end, which is the clatter that you can hear, and it denies him a run. He has to go scampering back down the pitch to make his ground, and there's no run.
He's ticking, Liam Livingston. He's hit that enormous 6 into the leg side, and he usually, once he gets a taste, he wants to carry on with these big shots. Look at him, leg side, looking leg side, square.
Well, the leg side is the leg side, the boundary that is with the wind. So he's probably taking that into consideration as well. As Joseph goes in, he goes on the pull as it's sort of waist high. He'll get it to deep backward square. Carty will do the fielding, and they will take a single from the 5th ball of that over. 132 for 3. Trying to make 329 here on TalkSport 2.
I think that's a slower bouncer. The one that's rolled across the fingers into the middle of the pitch, comes off slower, and he had to wait for the shot, just one bounce into the deep fielder on the leg side. Yeah, you're dead right. If he's hitting with the wind, that's an attraction.
Final ball of the over then. Joseph around, it's a short ball. Oh, Bethel's climbed into that one, over the leg side for 6. Whoa! He got all of that and then some. Bethel's got 36 from 42. England after 24 overs are 138 for 3.
Well, I heard the crack on the bat from here, right out of the screws, into one of the advertising boards. It's gone flat, it's not one of these high ones. It goes really flat and clatters straight into the advertising boards.
It was a sort of a high rib cage, high sort of level, and he just put the weight on the back foot and slapped it over mid-wicket. Wide mid-wicket mid-on, and England need 191 runs from 26 overs. We've spoken a lot about Liam Livingstone in the first innings when he was captaining, and obviously had a lot to deal with, used 9 bowlers and had to think about the bowling changes. I sort of asked the question on Thursday that with Jos Buttler missing this series due to injury, did sort of Liam Livingstone almost get the captaincy by default as the most senior player, although Phil Salter's captained England recently, of course. Now, Livingstone was captain at Lancashire for a while, wasn't he?
He was, and just thinking back to Neil Manthorpe earlier saying that England have had 6 one-day international captains this year.
Yes. Matt Ford will continue. He's going to bowl his 7th over. It bowls to Livingstone. Livingstone clips wide of the bowler in his follow-through to mid-on, and they take a single.
I wonder if you win a prize.
Set of steak knives if you collect them all.
Yeah, just, you can be captain. They've had 6, and we got them eventually. It took a bit of time, and I can't remember all of them. Moeen Ali was one of them. Harry Brutt was another. Phil Salt was one. Jos Buttler another. Liam Livingstone.
So we're missing one.
Maybe one more.
So how did it go for Livingstone at Lancashire? Was it?
Well, he was club captain, and he gave it away. Decided, no, this isn't for me, and they moved on. I think Dame Villas must have took over.
Ford is in to the left-handed Bethel, pushes out on the onside, no run to mid-wicket.
If my memory, it was Stephen Croft, and then Liam Livingstone. I might be way off here, but then Dame Villas, who sort of steadied the thing down, and I don't think they've really replaced Villas as a player and as a captain.
So it was a few years ago then?
Oh yeah, I think he'd been mid-20s when he took the job on, or when he was invited to be captain. But a county captain is all encompassing. You've got so much to do.
Ford around the wicket. It's a front foot drive through point is what's attempted by Bethel. He actually had the front knee on the ground almost, but it's fielded at point and there is no run.
I've not seen much of Bethel. He's 36 from 44 and he's got there nicely. Again, we spoke earlier about young players with no great pedigree given a chance. They fancy, a fancied player. They think this guy can do all right.
Ford around the wicket, slower ball. Bethel waits, pushes through point, and he'll take a long single, 140 for 3.
I'm all for that, to get young players in, to blood them into the team. But then you need good senior pros around them. You need real good leadership, from your management team, but more importantly on the field, from your senior guys in the team. Captaincy. I thought they lacked intent, but it's good. It's done. I mean, that's it. 328 West Indies got. That's gone.
Ford over the wicket to Livingstone. Once again, it's a slower ball. It sort of stands up once it pitches, and Livingstone isn't able to get it back past the bowler, and therefore there is no run. 2 singles from the 5 balls of the over so far.
See where they are at 30 overs. I think it's important that they don't lose a wicket between now and that 30 over. See where they are, and you would talk about doubling the score after 30 overs. Let's see where England get to.
Ford is in, and Livingston is down the pitch trying to hit that one twice as far as the 6 earlier on. Misses on this occasion, and it is through to the keeper, no run. So 25 of the 50 have been bowled. Halfway mark has been reached. 140 for 3 England. Livingston's got 19 from 16. Bethel 36 from 45.
Well, that last shot, he's just telling you that he needed a boundary that over. It'd have been an excellent over from Ford. He'd gone single, 2 dot ball, single, dot ball. We need something big, and that's why he came down. He lost his shape completely. He lost track of anything that he wanted to do there, Liam Livingston. But I did mention that once he's got the taste, he's looking for these big shots. And he would have looked there and think, well, this has been an over for the West Indies, just 2 singles from it. We need a big shot, we need an innings, we need a big player. And it didn't happen, just a swing and a miss.
So it's 189 to win for England from 150 balls. So if it's a run a ball and then a few off the others, so it's manageable.
The keeping in touch, it's still round about 7.5. Modern player would say 7.5, that's fine.
Roston Chase to bowl around the wicket, is off spin to the left-handed Bethel, stays deep in the crease, hits to point, and Carty will do the fielding out on the boundary, and there you go. There is the 2 from the first ball. So 5 more singles gives you 7 for the over without even really having to try too hard.
That's the way that they'd look at it. And of course the big shot, the boundary's a bonus.
Getting that 2 so early in the over as well just takes a little bit of pressure off. If you can get a boundary early in the over, so much the better, but just set things up. 1-4-2 for 3. Chase around the wickets. It bounces up a bit actually, and Bethel has back cut that, and that will be away for 4, and that's 6 from 2 balls. And England are 146 for 3. Bethel now 43 from 47 balls faced.
Roston Chase, don't get cut by the left-hander. Balls it short and wide, it spins away, so it gives him, Bethel gets a little bit of room, ample room to get it away behind square offside.
Jacob Bethel waits for Chase. Oh, it's down the leg side. You heard him go, he pulled it down and put it down the leg side, and Bethel simply pivoted where he was and helped it on its way over short fine leg. It goes for 4. England's 150 is up, and Bethel goes to 47.
Oh, it's a lousy ball, is this. He drags it down, half tracker, leg side. He just helps it on its way over short fine leg. Now then, 10 from 3 balls this over.
Well, as Gareth Batty would say, the rest of this over is tax-free. Oh, Chase goes in and bowls. Bethel staying deep in his crease. The ball stayed down. He under-edges it onto his toe, and it just rolls past the stumps.
Again, he's ticking now. He's gone 2-4-4. Give me some more of this. Good delivery. Well, the only delivery, really, from Chase in this over.
Chase around the wicket. Oh, Bethel's coming down the pitch. Drives to short extra cover. Hetmeyer will field. And Livingston says, no, 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 you stay down that end. We're not going to take any potential runs. You don't run on a misfield. And so he stays at home. Jacob Bethel, this is his highest one-day international score, beating his previous best of 35. Can he go on? Oh, it's another short ball from Chase. And Bethel has gone to a half-century with an absolute bomb over mid-wicket. 53 from 51 balls. England 156 for 3.
16 from the over. Oh, what an absolute pie, that last delivery. Oh, he's crashed it into... He's actually waited in the crease for this. Another half tracker. Roston Chase around the wicket. Gets it all wrong. Drags it down. Oh, pick your spot. Is it still in the ground? Oh, there's somebody fast asleep up there.
They won't be for long if they caught one of those. That actually landed on the brickwork on one of the grass banks. So the umpire's going to have a look at that one, because I imagine the brickwork's going to take a fairly sizable chunk out of that ball.
They don't like that, umpires. With cricket balls and brickwork don't mix. No. So the boxer balls will probably come on. Oh, we've got one. Here we go.
Well, it's going to be Moti for the next over. Left arm around, bowls to Livingston, hits it out to cover. Well, of course, it's a new white ball at each end, isn't it? So they've got 6 balls, if you like, to get it back and check and all of that kind of stuff. But a 50 partnership from these two, 50 from 37 balls, and Jacob Bethell has been the major contributor with 29 and Livingston with 20. They're doing their job. 172 needed from 143 balls left. Moti's going to stay over the wicket, and Bethell plays just inside that. It's through to the keeper, but that's so close to getting a feather edge through to Shea Hope behind.
Well, he plays for spin and it doesn't spin, it just goes straight on.
Moti is in once again around the wicket. Bethell's using his feet, pushes out to mid-wicket, no run.
He's a good bowler, is Moti. Into his 5th over, none for 21.
He's in once again, staying deep in his creases. Bethell. He's punched and he's beaten cover actually on that occasion, so he's able to take the single. Moti's 18th one-day international now, 30 wickets. He has an average of 18 at an economy rate of 4, which for a spinner in one-day cricket nowadays is fantastic. That one from Moti, left arm around, stands up. Livingston gets it high on the bat and just plays it out on the offside.
You look at the board here, 5 deliveries, just 2 singles.
Moti to finish the over. Livingston stays deep and tries to guide it into the covers and can't beat the fielder at point Roston Chase, and so it will be just the 2 singles off the over, which will be disappointing in a way. But Liam Livingston, balance it in your mind. You just had a bonus over, if you like, the over before. So if we even those 2 out, thank you very much, there's your 7.5 and over, which is what England need.
Yeah, 2 from that over, 16 from the previous, so it's just balancing out. England are ahead as to where West Indies were at this stage. England are 3 down. That is critical. We'll just see where they are at 30 overs. I think it's so important that they don't lose a wicket, get a new batter in and calm things down. They've got a couple of good batters to come in Curran and Mousley.
Roston Chase will continue, despite going for a few in his last one. And Chase is in, and Bethell is hitting hard to point. Fielded, no run. Thank you very much, Gary, our brilliant statsman, Gary Morgan. He's done the numbers. Liam Livingston, first captain Lancashire, April 2017, aged 23 years, 8 months. Bethell is pushing Chase into the offside, down to long off, where Seals is stationed, and they will take a single.
Yeah, he didn't do it for very long. They decided, or he decided, or somebody decided.
It's not for everyone, is it? Let's be fair.
Just concentrate on your batting, especially as a youngster, 23. You're not really established in the team and with your senior players.
5 in the ring for Chase. 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg. Oh, Livingston's backed away. Chase follows him. And I think Livingston then thought, well, OK, he's going to fire it in at me. I'm going to try and go up and over the leg side. Doesn't make any contact. And there's no run.
Just watch him, he keeps eyeing that leg side. He's hitting with the spin.
Chase just wait and makes Livingston wait. Now is on the way. He's quite wide on the crease on this occasion. Roundabout off stump. Livingston turns to Hetmeyer at mid-wicket, no run.
Won't want a quiet over again. We just had 2 singles from the last over following that 16. And this is quiet so far, 4 deliveries.
Chase again stays wide. Livingston is driving up to long on for a single.
And just before you know it, just look at this over from Chase. He went for 16 in his last over. He's just got out of this. 2 singles, 1 delivery to go.
He's also got through the over pretty quickly as well. It's sort of, before you realise it, oh, hang on, we're 4 or 5 balls gone.
Yeah, get in, get out.
Around the wicket to Bethell, using his feet. He's hit down towards long off. Not got enough of it though, and Seals will take the catch. One of the straightforward wickets of the day, and Bethell stands there, can't quite believe what he's done. He tucks his bat under his arm. He's made a half-century for the first time for England, but he knows it could have and should have been more. England 160 for 4.
Well, to be critical, it's another pretty 50. Scoreboard pressure. The previous over going for 2. This over going for a single, nothing else. I've got to do something. I've got to hit a big shot, and he finds mid-off. Bethel 55 from 57. England have lost that wicket. 160 for 4.
Sam Curran will replace Jacob Bethel. Yep, he gets himself his first 50 for England, Jacob Bethel. As a 21-year-old, he'll enjoy that, but the way he walks off, you could see the look on his face and in his eyes that actually a nice 50 is all very well, but nice 50s don't pay the bills.
No, and it's the 2 overs have been quiet, and you look at the board and think, well, 7.5, it's going up. We don't want to get it to 8 too early. I've got to do something. I've got to hit a big shot. It's just been dot balls and singles. He comes flying down the pitch. He loses control of the shot. Just lands it to mid-off. Thick outside edge. I think he's actually aiming mid-on, and it comes off a thick outside edge down to mid-off.
Well then, Sam Curran joins the captain, Liam Livingstone, two of the most experienced members of this England touring squad. Moti will be left arm around to Livingstone. First ball of the new over. Livingstone hits to mid-off, and a single is taken. So one more to the total. 161 for 4, the target 329.
And Liam Livingstone will want Curran to get going quickly, not to just occupy the deliveries and singles here and there. After that 16 from the over from Ross and Chase, they've done really well, West Indies. It's just been singles, no big boundaries, and a wicket.
Moti to bowl to Sam Curran, bowls left arm over. Curran lets it come to him and hits to deep square leg and is off the mark straight away with a single. 162 for 4.
Usual football flags around the ground. Big football day today, FA Cup. The Minnows, Andrew, the Minnows have come through into the next round. You see these flags at the cricket matches.
Absolutely. Moti around the wicket. Livingstone staying deep, staying leg side of the ball. Hits to long off for a single to Hetmeyer. 163 for 4. 3 singles from the 3 balls.
I noticed there's a Chelsea flag there, a West Ham flag.
Yeah, it's always good to almost do a little bit of tick the teams off.
Yeah, it is. I always like to tick. You don't see any of the, the lesser teams really.
Oh, Sam Curran's got hold of this one into the leg side. That's a cracking hit. He's picked up Moti and deposited him over mid-wicket for 6. That's a heck of an effort. And is that a no ball as well? If it is, Moti's made a real mistake, because someone bowling off about 4 paces really shouldn't overstep.
I've not seen the no ball call, but it's a big shot. Get going quickly, Sam Curran. He's done that. It's a 6.
170 for 4.
Oh, it's a free hit. You're dead right. It's a free hit.
Oh dear. Right, now you're not allowed to change the field because the batter hasn't changed. So Sam Curran's just picked him up and put him over mid-wicket. Moti goes in. Oh, he gives him a low full toss on leg stump. Sam Curran hits through straight mid-wicket and gets 4. So that is 4 plus 3 singles. So that's 7 plus the 6 and the no ball. That's 14 from 4 legal deliveries.
You'll have to go through that again.
I'll have to take my shoes and socks off if I do.
There should be a bugle call for a free hit. There should be a bugle call around the ground.
Well, they still use it in India, even in the test matches, the old siren. Moti is in, left arm around. Curran comes forward, plays defensively, and there's no run. 174 for 4. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. For the people in the ground, because, if you're not looking at the umpire at that point, you need to know it's a free hit. Moti in, round the wicket. Curran just plays nicely back past the bowler, all along the floor to long on. Hetmeyer will do the fielding, and a single is taken. 29 overs are in the book. 175 for 4. England trying to make 329 to win this game here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
There should be, for a free hit, there should be someone from the crowd who's won a prize, runs onto the field and plays air guitar to some great guitar riff, you know, somebody Dire Straits or somebody Jimi Hendrix or anything like that. You've got a minute to play air guitar when there's a free hit, and we all go watch him, and he's won a prize.
I'm not entirely sure what to say to that, so what I am going to say is let's go to Mark Butcher and Michelle St Patrick Hewitt to pick up the commentary.
Well, there's no air guitar going on at North Sound right now, but I like the idea that Bumble just said as a as Mark Butcher joins me. England need 154 runs from 126 balls. Roston Chase continues for his 4th over, and that one's defended into the covers by Sam Curran. Just took down Gudakesh Moti for 10. That 4, Mark Butcher, the previous one from Curran. What do you think of the fielding on the boundary? I thought it was poor. Didn't even put a dive in.
Well, I think he was struggling. I'd be more upset with Matthew Ford for having dozed off and been outside of the circle when he should have been inside.
Yes. Chase, 2 dots so far, and again to Curran. Curran drives that to mid-off, and there is 1 run there.
I think one thing that England need to bear in mind here in this run chase is that the West Indies don't really have specialist death bowlers in this lineup. And so even if the rate starts to climb a little bit with 10 to go, Shai Hope has got an issue should England have enough wickets in hand with specialist proper death bowlers.
Ian Livingstone's on 23, backs away, tries to give himself some room, but Rutherford fields that. Short extra cover and there's no run. England 176 for 4. Jacob Beffel was looking really good. Got to his maiden half century, 55 from 57 balls. Roston Chase kind of stole a wicket there. That one drifts onto the pads and Livingstone is able to turn to the leg side for 1.
Yeah, you're right. Stole or donated, really. It was a sort of an unnecessary attempt to take on the fielder back on the long off boundary. He played beautifully up until that point. He's a really, really talented young man.
Yeah, we were saying in the room before you came on air, Butch, that you can see with Beffel come out to off this ball, chase into Curran. Again, pushes that down to long on for 1, and that brings an end to Roston. If Roston Chase can get through overs where he's only conceding 3, I think West Indies will take that. Only 3 off that over, 1 for 26 for Roston Chase of his 4 overs. England 178 for 4. We have 20 overs remaining. Very much is now set up to be a 2020 game.
Yeah, and I think that what this will come down to is whether or not England can hold their nerve. Just keep taking it, take it deep. Put the West Indies under some pressure. Put Shai Hope under some pressure. As I mentioned, the lack of death bowling means that he doesn't have sort of tried and trusted guys at the back end to close the game out. What you don't want to do at this stage is end up being 6 or 7 down in the pursuit of trying to finish this game too soon. I'd like to see England, Livingstone and Curran in particular, these two, take this game deep, take it down into the last 10, the last 6, 7, and then finish it from there.
Gudakesh Moti will continue. He's been expensive by his standards today. None for 37 from 6. Curran just guides that into the covers for 1 off the first ball of the 31st over. Yeah, just going back to Beffel, we were saying in the back that you kind of sense with Beffel that, okay, we all know how good he looks, but when it finally all clicks, I think he's going to have a meteoric rise from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just lacking in experience, isn't he?
Into Livingstone. Livingstone pushes it to long off 4-1. Again, kind of, this is fine for England at the moment, just ticking over strikers. As Mark Butcher says, it's about where England going to be at when it gets to the 40th over. How many are they going to leave themselves for 10? But critical to that is not losing wickets, of course. And Curran pushes that down to long on for 1. 148 required from 117 balls. Liam Livingstone, obviously the bigger hitter of the two, will have seen what Shafane Rutherford and Shimon Hetmeyer and even Matthew Ford were able to do at the back end, and I think the pitch has got easier or flatter across the day. So if he's still there at the end, England will fancy this.
Yeah, I think the game at the moment, and at the point where Bethel was dismissed, the game is very much in England's hands. West Indies kind of, with the exception of Shamar Joseph, are banking on, hoping that England will make mistakes and give them the game back. At the moment, it should be very much under control. Long way to go, but it should be under control.
Multi to Curran. No run there. So 4 off it, 1 more to go. Given that Multi's last over went at over 10, he'll be happy with this one. Final ball of the 31st over. And again, Curran can't beat Shimon Hetmeyer. No, sorry, I think it might be Casey Carty, in fact, inside the circle. And there's no run there. So 4 off it. Good 2 overs there from West Indies. I think only 7 off those 2. And England 182 for 4 from 31. Livingstone 26 from 28. And Sam Curran 16 from 13. Don't know the last time, I'm just looking at the ICC men's ODI rankings, I don't know the last time England would have been ranked as low as 7. It's not pretty reading. Obviously West Indies are 10th and have been for a very long time. But like I say, that might mean nothing by the time the Champions Trophy comes around for England now. So Roston Chase will continue. He is currently 1 for 26 from his 4. Into Livingstone, starts with a dot. And alluding to what you said there, Mark Butcher, what West Indies will be hoping for is if they can build, not even going to call it dot ball pressure, just single ball pressure, they're essentially going to be hoping that one of the batters holds out, not because they've got them out, but just pressure to hit a big shot.
Yeah, and I think knowing this England 11 and the lack of experience within it, there was always a chance that might happen. You build what from the outside sitting here looks like no real pressure at all, but they start to feel it, get a little bit anxious, and then suddenly a mistake comes and the door opens for the West Indies.
Chase, strike rotated. Sam Curran is on strike. Chase into Curran. And again, there's another dot delivery there. So first 3 balls of this over, dot 1 dot. Roston Chase. It's a conundrum that many people have been unable to solve as to why is he so successful when he seemingly looks innocuous as a spin slow bowler. That one's worked down to long on for 1. I think it's the variations of pace that Chase uses and the fact he's actually quite accurate. He doesn't give you much width to free your arms. Liam Livingstone back on strike to Chase. I feel like something's got to give here, but we'll see. Livingstone's happy to push that, and that's well fielded by Matthew Ford. There'll be no run. 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, tall bowler, able to kind of change his trajectory quite easily. Also spots batters coming really well.
Final ball of the over, and Livingstone pushes that 2 long off for 1. Again, that's a quiet over for Roston Chase. 3 off it. England 185 for 4. Liam Livingstone 28 from 32. Sam Curran 17 from 15. The required rate has just gone to 8, I think, for the first time in the match. But again, don't think England need 144 runs off 108 balls. That's manageable if wickets are in hand. But West Indies will want to build this pressure.
Yep, and they're doing it quite nicely. The interest comes in terms of the options that Shea Hope has at the death. So Ford has 3 left, Seals has 5 left, and he's coming back into the attack right now from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Yeah, I think they'll if I'm right, I think they'll leave forwards 3 for the death for sure, and you'd have to go to Shamar Joseph. So there can't be too many overs left for Shamar Joseph to bowl. Maybe one more. I was going to expect Multi and Chase to get through a lot of the next set of overs into the final 10, you would assume. But Jaden Seals only bowled 5, so he may bowl out his 5 back-to-back. He's come from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end to Liam Livingstone. Livingstone guides that through cover for 1 to start the 33rd over. Yeah, I've not seen enough death bowling from Jaden Seals in white ball formats to suggest that he'll be given that task. Shamar Joseph has done it in T20s. I've seen Matthew Ford do it in limited overs cricket, but nobody in that team is experienced at the death. So it's just a question of whether England know that and realise that they should wait for that.
Well, you'd imagine that they do, given the amount of analysis that goes on in the change rooms.
Jaden Seals bowled really well in Thursday's game at the top of the innings. I think it was 8 overs, 2 for 22 for Jaden Seals. Darren Sammy giving him his player of the match in the changing rooms. Seals in to Curran. Nearly comes straight back to Jaden Seals on the follow through.
Yeah, Sam Curran just tried to turn that into the leg side to the left of mid-wicket. But it just seemed to hold maybe in the surface, or perhaps even a tiny bit of reverse swing away from the left-hander. So as he closed the face, it came off the leading edge and went almost back to the bowler on the full. One bounce before he got a groping hand on it.
Partnership between Livingstone and Curran is 26 of 27 balls. Seals to Curran, turns it off his hips for 1. Again, with back-to-back quiet overs, I think we've gone chase 3, multi 4, chase 3. Now Jaden Seals has the job. We're trying to keep this quiet. He's only gone for 2 so far off the 3.
Just watching the body language of Liam Livingstone here at the moment. He's sort of standing there like a hod carrier with his bat up over in his right hand, over his right shoulder. He's looking over towards the leg side boundary, the downwind boundary. I wonder if he's thinking about something violent here.
Here we go. Jaden Seals to Liam Livingstone. And he goes for the violent cut, and now he'll find... No, I thought he was going to find the boundary, but Shimron Hetmeyer is the boundary rider and restricts him actually to 1's good fielding. Shimron Hetmeyer is a very good fielder, whether on the boundary or inside the circle.
He has a bit of a... He's one of those guys who's an excellent fielder. Ground fielding superb, got a decent arm from the boundary, but he tends to drop easy chances.
It's because he's too good.
He dropped the one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Off Roston Chase on Thursday, which was...
You have to increase the difficulty for him to show how good he is. Seals into Sam Curran over the wicket. Around wicket, sorry. And Curran tries to swivel on that, but can't make anything work. Catches the toe end of the bat, no run. So Liam Livingstone, 30 from 34, Sam Curran, 18 from 18. Very much a test of wills at this point in time. I would think that West Indies are happy with what's going on right now. They're trying to build that pressure. 3 off Jaden Seals over. Final ball of the 33rd. Seals to Curran. Again, can't make anything work with that. That one looked like it just bounced a bit onto Curran's bat there. Can't work anything from it, and there's a dot ball to end the 33rd. 3 off it. We'll have a drinks break. And England are 188 for 4. I think that's 4 overs on the spin, going at a pretty miserly rate there.
Yeah, good little period for the West Indies. No need to panic for the 2 England all-rounders out there in the middle. Little off-cutter, the final delivery of that Jaden Seals over. Taking the pace off it quite well, the quicker bowlers. And that has certainly been, perhaps when England look back on over the course of their bowling effort, no matter what happens in this run chase, they'll feel perhaps they didn't take pace off enough. The quicker bowlers didn't take pace off enough, and I'm 100% convinced that there was no need for them to have used every single one of their bowling options, because the 10 overs that Bethell, Jacks, Curran and Mosley got through cost England 70 without taking a wicket.
Yeah, I think the most criminal thing is Jofra Archer didn't even bowl his allocation, and there's no getting around it. Something has gone wrong there. You can't paint it any other way.
No, it goes back to that conversation we had at the beginning of the day about having too many options and confusing yourself in the process. But there you go. We get Liam Livingstone, very inexperienced as a captain at this level in particular, and a very experimental looking England team, so you can't expect them to get everything right, as they are very much learning on the job. But at the moment they're in a great position to pull off what would be an excellent run chase here. 329, no matter the conditions, is always a challenging task for any batting lineup against any bowling lineup.
Yeah, I think by tracks in the region in general, I think Antigua's one of the truer tracks in the region where, yes, the par score is 260, but we see games like this. Saw one in December.
It's a par losing score.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a par losing score. First innings, last 6 games, 261. So this has been a little bit more like it, and there have been a few things in play there. It's been very, very hot. The sun has been beating down, so it dried out the pitch very, very quickly. So it was good for most of West Indies' innings. Shea Hope was superb. And West Indies, in making that 328, some might say they didn't go hard enough early enough, but I think they judged it just about right.
Yeah,
of setting, and absolutely it's a challenge given the inexperience of the side. Yeah. Even with an experienced batting lineup, 329 takes some getting. And West Indies have said to them, right, are you good enough? Are you good enough to chase down a challenging total at a decent rate from the off?
I think if any team knows before a game starts we're going to make 328, everyone's taking it. On pretty much any surface actually around the world, you'll say, yep, that gives us something to bowl at and really put a team under pressure. And if you lose, unless you've bowled dreadfully, you say, fair play. they batted well and they chased it down. But it looks like we're ready to restart. Ruston Chase will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's gone 1 for 29 from his 5. And Liam Livingstone will be on strike to Ruston Chase. He's on 30 from 34. Fairly certain there was tactical conflabs going on during that drinks break. Let's see how or what was said. We'll see in the next 7 overs or so. Livingstone works that into the leg side for 1. England need 140 runs from 101 balls.
Yeah, partnership 29 from 32. There always comes a time where, despite the fact that you've built some pressure and you've not been leaking big runs over a period of 4 or 5 overs, there comes a time when something gives one way or the other. The fielding team feels they have to make a change, and suddenly the shackles are released.
Chase into Curran. Curran on the back foot plays that through the covers for 1.
Or the batting side cracks under that pressure and gives a wicket away, allowing the opposition back in. So it's a really vital little period of time here as we're in the 34th over, approaching that final power play.
It's also been a bit of a lull in the crowd, but that's a good thing, and I'll tell you why. So Livingstone works that off his pads for 1. The crowd you can almost sense in the atmosphere that everyone in the ground knows this is a critical moment in the game. No one's too high, no one's too low. The music's kind of gone down a decibel.
There also might be a little bit of
the sun may also play.
The sun and the sponsor's product might have taken its toll. It has been fiercely hot out there. Not a great deal of shade for the many England fans who are here in the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But yeah, I think you're right. You can sense there's a bit of tension. This is a pinch point in the match.
Chase into Curran on the back foot, punches that down to long on for 1. So again, Ruston Chase getting through his work, singles off the first 4 balls. England 137 runs needed from 98 balls. Livingstone on 32. Some Curran on 20. And like I say, no music for and there we go. Just heard a bit of a jingle there. But there's a dot ball there. Livingstone can't be the cover fielder.
Goat had got lost. Hear the bell ringing. Wants to watch it, doesn't get curried.
by the ball of the over. Roston Chase darts that one in, but his radar's a bit off, and they'll run through 4-1 again. Brings an end to the over, 5 off it. Roston Chase 1 for 34 from his 6 overs. England at the end of the 34 for 193 for 4. Livingston 33 from 38. And St. Curran 20 for 20 from 21. Going to hand back to Manners back in the studio.
Thank you, Mash. Michelle St. Patrick Hewitt and Mark Butcher in the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound. I must say that that England are a batsman short in this team, and that suddenly is weighing very heavily on their chances. But the asking rate is 8.5. It's 8.5 and over, and they've got 2 very, very capable players together at the crease now in the captain, Liam Livingstone and Sam Curran. So you have to say that although instincts might suggest that the home team are the strong favourites, England are very far from out of this. 193 for 4, target 329. As I said, asking rate 8.5, and with 16 overs remaining, Bumble, an asking rate of 8.5 doesn't frighten anybody these days.
Well, last time I was on, it was 7.5, so West Indies have pushed them back, but it was important England didn't lose a wicket. They haven't, so they're just in this. They're in it.
I still find it peculiar that they came to the Caribbean with a 15-man squad, of whom 10 were bowlers. Here's Jaden Seals continuing, running away from us from the Andy Roberts stand, and a slower bouncer, I think that was, and Liam Livingstone, Sam Curran was through the pull shot way too early. Very cleverly bowled.
10 bowlers, no bowling coach, 2 coming back from injury, as in Overton, Mahmood.
2 wicket
Turner hardly played, and no bowling coach. But we got a spin coach, that'll be good. A dietitian, 2 psychologists.
Masseur?
Eh?
Masseur?
Yep, saw him.
Here's Jaden Seals again, short, pulled away by Curran out towards mid wickets. Good shot. It wasn't a good ball. I think he was pace off again, unless the pitch is really slowing up.
I think it's pace off, but there's no deep mid wicket, so he just picked his spot. You've got to wait for it. He might have just picked it as well. Pick it from his hand, wait for it, knock it away into that vacant space.
Needs a bit of work on that slow ball. He cocked it miles too early. Did you see about just before he jumped? Spread his middle finger over, telegraphed it, slow ball off spinner.
He just waited for it, didn't he? He sat back and waited for it.
Knew it was coming. Yeah.
But he wanted it chest tight, didn't he, rather than waist tight. Here's Seals once again. That was a quicker one. Driven nicely by Sam Curran through extra cover, and he's got 2 back-to-back boundaries, 1 through mid-wicket, 1 through extra cover. Entirely different deliveries, different shots, excellent batting. 200 up for England, 202 for 4.
Lovely control there from Curran through extra cover, full-length ball. Finding the middle of the bat, so these are good boundaries. There'll be just at times when it's a good over for West Indies with a couple of singles, and then your batters start fretting. We need a boundary, but that's control cricket.
Well, let's just think back. Last 10 overs, West Indies scored 93. Right?
They did.
93 last 10 overs. England are in it.
Well, there's 15 overs to go, and they need 127.
They've got to go some, but they're in a good position. It's important. Just 4 wickets. Keep building partnerships. It's a shame for England. 250s. 250s and out. Needed a big 100.
Yeah, but still, it's now 126 required from 91 balls. That's, I mean, in today's currency, that's a walk in the park.
Come on, work the percentage out.
126 off 91 balls. If they had the extra batsman, I think I'd have it maybe 51-49 in England's favour. But the fact they've got such a long tail, that one is slapped by Livingstone through extra cover. Not quite timed, slow outfield. Shimron Hetmeyer is running around the boundaries, able to cut it off very easily, and it's 2 runs. So that's the equation. Exactly 15 overs to go. It's 205 for 4. England need 124 off 90 balls.
Well, if it's the 100 balls, 16.4 overs, call it what you want, they really fancy this. You've got to factor in 4 wickets down. Mousley's the next batter, then it's Adil Rashid, so you've got to factor all that in, but they're still in the game. What do you miss about the Caribbean? It's dark outside, looking over the skyline of London. It's dark. What do you miss in the Caribbean? It's hot, must be 30 odd degrees. I'll tell you what I miss: mangoes. You like a mango? I love a mango. Do you like mangoes, Manners?
I do. Fortunately, our boss John Norman left some in the fridge for me earlier, from I think probably from Waitrose or M&S.
Okay.
From 5 weeks ago.
Well, I don't feel too bad on it. Here's Roston Chase going into the attack with his off breaks, and
that was good, wasn't it? That's good of John Norman, our boss, to leave you, because it's a long day. The hours are a bit late, 9 o'clock, and so he left you some mango, did he, in the fridge?
That's
anything
right.
else? He'll leave you anything else?
No, but I know
samosas or anything.
No. Just I enjoyed the mango. Nice,
right. Good,
nice and
good,
fresh.
good.
Livingston 36, Curran 30, 206 for 4. Roston Chase short, pulled, it's mistimed by Livingston. Again, his eyes lit up, and he got slightly overexcited by that short one from Roston Chase, and it turned.
You're not thinking that he might have just got these mangoes for himself?
Well, he would have eaten them if he got them for himself.
Oh.
Wouldn't he? Wouldn't have left them in the fridge.
Well, it's communal. It's a communal fridge.
He'd have forgot.
Anyway, he's a man of charitable heart. Chase in again, slapped away by Curran through extra cover. And Shimron Hetmeyer fields. I think the West Indies are getting a bit tetchy.
But I'm getting back to the mangoes. It just seems that Norman, I'm not telling tales, but he's wandering around saying who's eating my mangoes.
Well, it was a long-standing arrangement from when we were here in February. He said he would always leave me some mango in the fridge.
Well, that's the end of that then.
Quite right.
Good.
Chase in again. Livingston mistiming, thick inside edge onto the pad. Curran remains the non-striker's end on 31 off 27. Those 2 fours, just two consecutive fours and an over of 11. Suddenly, it's a no ball. It's a no ball.
Air guitar.
Oh, Roston Chase, what are you doing?
Member of the public now, come on and play air guitar for a minute. You've won a prize, a free hit.
I think Livingston stepping away and going over the offside here. Cow corner's the obvious option, but I think he's going over extra.
Straight.
Bowled him! Not. He did, but it doesn't count.
Bowled him for 2.
Bowled him for 2. It's hit leg stump, hit the top of leg stump, and deflected down to long leg.
I'll tell you what, on the quiet, that was a good quicker ball.
That was a very good ball.
Where's that been for the last 6.4 overs he's bowled?
That was properly
That's
rapid.
as quick as that bowler.
Now.
I mean, that's comical. He's run down. It's a free hit. He's run down the pitch. He's missed it completely and just carried on running.
Yeah,
we can get 2.
Yeah.
I tell you what.
Hang on a minute. Has he done it again? Oh
no, it's 2 buys. It's 2 buys, isn't it? It's buys. Yeah, that's right. 2 buys. 211 for 4, and that is punched off the back foot. It's actually apart from the no ball, it's been a very, very good over from Roston Chase.
Hang on a minute, it's not finished yet.
True.
This is the big ball now. Run rate 8.26. Don't do anything stupid here now. Back yourself the next over. Go for the boundary in the first 2 balls. Remember, Owen Morgan, probably our greatest one-day captain.
Probably.
First 2 balls. Yeah.
Who are the contenders?
Well, it's him, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd have thought so. Yeah. Sam Curran, then, can he really cap off? It's an over. No, it's just a single. Punched off the back foot again, down towards long leg, and long on, and fielded by Shamar Joseph. Livingston 38, Curran 32. Curran, I think, owes one to the team. He owes one to himself after giving his wicket away on 37. England was 6 down. He was in. 10 overs to go. They needed 240 on a much slower pitch, and he holed out to long on with 10 overs to go. It was really modest match management from a player who really knows better. I mean, he's 26 years old, but in cricket years he's about 40.
Well, he's the same age as my son. Played against my son all the way through youth cricket. He played for Surrey, obviously. I played for Bucks, the younger one. And what a team they had, by the way. Ollie Pope, Sam Curran, Verdi. Who else did they have? They had another couple who were in the first team in a minute. All 5 of them gone on and played a first-class career. Successful first-class career. Amazing.
Well, it is very, very much game on, and this is already more exciting than I thought. I agreed with you, Goffey, when you said that West Indies would got about 50 over par, and England bowled poorly, and I think were largely aimless and without specific plans, and now they are making up. Bumble said at halfway point, he said they were listless and lacking intensity in the first innings, but there's a second innings to go.
Always a second innings. I think we were only 50 below par after the start we had. We took out the 2 top players at the top of the order, and then we were poor. We were all over the shop.
Now Sam Curran guides it away towards cover, takes all the pace off it, soft hands, knocks it down on the offside, takes an easy single, 214 for 4.
So your next target is 40 overs. How many do they need off the last 10? West Indies scored 93 off their last 10.
Similar. I think they can get that, England. Anyway, it becomes that off last 10 with these 2 at the crease. You've got to say it is game on, right?
It's easier to do it when you've got 3 batting options to come, as the West Indies did, rather than just Dan Mosley.
Adil's not a bad player. He's got a lot of first-class hundreds. What's he got? How many's he got?
10,
11?
10. Yeah, 10 first-class hundreds. Driven down the ground by Liam Livingstone, and it'll be cut off by Gudakesh Moti on the long-on boundary. Thing is, he's 36 years old. He's batted in at 9, 10, 11 for the majority of the last 7 or 8 years. And as you yourself have said many times, when you bat 9, 10, 11, that's the way you end up playing.
All right, is this where we should have had Jamie Overton at 8?
Specialist number 8. He was a specialist number 8. He wasn't going to bowl on Thursday, and now out of the team. And that's good fielding. It's slapped towards extra cover, and Brandon King running around from mid-off, dives to his left, gets a hand on it, earns the applause of the bowler, Shamar Joseph.
Saves 2, would have been 4. So fielding okay, fielding just holding up. I wonder if they're just feeling a little bit edgy, West Indies, getting towards this 40 overs. How many do they need?
Tetchy, yeah.
But they've got that cushion that it's just Mosley as a recognised batter. I mean, you can say Archer can play. Depends how many they need.
Here is Shamar Joseph. Sam Curran drives it out to Matthew Ford at extra cover. He now is diving away to his right. Very good athlete, infielder, Matthew Ford. There's a few of them actually. Jaden Seals, very good boundary fielder, athletic, strong. No need to hide either of those fast bowlers or quicker bowlers.
They're fielding so well, West Indies.
Liam Livingstone, 41. Second consecutive 40 from him. Top scored on Thursday with 48 at a run a ball. Here is Shamar Joseph. Slower one, nicely bowled. Livingstone threw the shot about 15 minutes early. On the but he's pretty pleased with it as well, isn't he, Shamar Joseph? He's bowled a nice little off cutter, and not particularly well disguised, but good enough for Livingstone. He's through the shot, hits him on the arm.
Interesting, isn't it, Shamar Joseph? Debut, real short, slow ball, gripped. And obviously did him for the lack of pace. He likes that as well. I think he's a terrific character. Come onto the scene, burst onto the scene. I mean, shocked everyone really, didn't he, in Australia, how well he bowled. Then he picked up a fifer against England, and now he's here playing one-day international cricket. He's played in the IPL. What a year he's had, eh?
Incredible, absolutely incredible. Almost as incredible as them playing Sweet Caroline when Bumble's on commentary.
You can feel a song coming on, can't you, really?
What do you think the DJ's trying to do here? I mean, it's trying to G up the crowd and get support for West Indies. 111 from 78. The asking rate's still 8.5. Curran and Livingston have maintained that, and they'll be very happy to do that. I don't think they mind it going to 10, provided the two of them together, well set, don't make any mistakes.
This is a good little spell for West Indies. Just last couple of overs, no big boundaries.
Curran 34, Livingston 41. Forward comes Curran now, pushing it. They're still just looking to hit down the ground, take the ones, punch it into the gaps, and they don't seem, Goffey, to be in that frame of mind where, you know, the Owen Morgan boundary off the first two balls.
Well, they're not panicking, are they? Livingston, though, we saw what he did to Chase so that his last over, the last game. We know he can hit him strong down the ground.
Ralston chasing again. Livingston tries to punch it down the ground but goes a little bit too straight, and it's intercepted by Brandon King.
I think England are just looking to take it to that last 10. You're right, with the power these two have got. They take it to 10 and see where they're at.
Chasing again. And that's once more it's just hit down the ground, and I said this over an hour ago, an hour and a half ago probably, that West Indies are just... Shea Hope's been, he hasn't tried to be proactive in stopping all these long off, long on singles, just punching past the bowler. Sometimes you just need to try and take that option out. If you go over the top, then fair enough. You go back to having long on, long off, and there's another one for Curran.
But there's no danger here. Just look, we're coming into the one delivery to go. It's just 3 singles. Last 3 overs have been quiet. Required run rate close to 9.
Here's Chase, quicker one, and it's once more punched out towards mid-wicket where Matthew Ford fields. Funny how, I mean, we've been saying it for as long as I can remember, but yeah, one tight over, you get into the last dozen and it can be transformed, and there were just 3 runs off that over, and the asking rate is now 9 and over.
Just have been in the dressing room, Bumble, of the last few years and seeing how it works. When you're around that dressing room and you do get to that last 10, they do believe you can score 12. 12 and over is the figure they don't want it to go above, right? You try and keep it under 8 in those middle overs, but when it drifts like it naturally does, you're waiting for that last 10 overs. They think 12 and over is well gettable, right? But once it starts going 13, 14, you're out of it. You really are, Bum.
But it depends how many wickets they've got, because the Worms now are just levelling off. England are ever so slightly ahead at this stage of the game. So you get to that 40 overs, see where they are. West Indies got 93, just a reminder, off the last 10. These two need to stay together. Livingston 42 from 50, Curran 36 from 34, 108 to win from 72, 9 and over.
Dan Mosley to come in his second one-day international, and then it's Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and John Turner. So you don't want to be leaving too much work for them to do with the bat. It's not their job. Round the wicket now comes Shamar Joseph to Sam Curran. He plays it defensively, and there's no run. Funny how now we exactly a dozen overs to go, and with every dot ball the asking rate significantly changes. It does so with every boundary as well, and the closer the deeper we go into the 50 overs, the more that will be the case. Dot balls and boundaries, and suddenly see that asking rate change significantly. Shamar Joseph around the wicket to the left-hander. Curran drives from the crease to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and they're through for another single. And I'll say there's a concerted effort by Curran and Livingston, I think, to look demonstratively relaxed and calm and confident. You know, no fidgeting, no talking much between each other, just showing that message to the West Indies. We got this.
Well, they're playing to the target. They're playing to what they believe they can get in the last 10 overs.
Here's Joseph, edged, gone, Shea Hope. No, it's not edged. Oh, he's got a bottom edge into the ground. Liam Livingston laughs because the crowd all thought it was out, like I did.
Does he under edge it into the ground? He does. Oh, he's just bounced on the crease. Yeah.
Well,
extraordinary shot. He hits the underside of the bat and it bounces on the crease.
Did me like a kipper. It did the crowd too. They all went up cheering. Oh dear, hello, what's gone wrong there? And, he was trying something, Shamar Joseph, and it's come out all wrong. It's actually pitched 2 foot wide
What
of
about
the return crease.
What about the keeping skills in the end there? Did you see that? It was too wide, he couldn't get it there with his hands.
This is proper wicket keeping from the stop it with your pads, anything. Oh, he does. He gets a right pad on it. Wicket keeper, I love it.
He don't even try and use his gloves.
Hang on, it misses the strip as well. That's a wide.
Use the
like
facility.
You've never seen.
It's missed the cut strip, exactly.
It has.
I mean, I said it's gone 2 foot.
It was a slow ball, wasn't it? It just didn't come out right.
But what sort of a slow ball?
It was one of these off cutters, but he didn't get it right.
Didn't get it right is understatement of the series. And the umpire, Alahuddin Palakar, is also quite amused by that. He's just checking with the third umpire whether it... Because what was the law change a couple of years ago about when the ball doesn't hit the cut strip? I think there was a... Anyway, he's just checking with the third umpire, and play carries on. It's just a regulation wide. I think there was talk about it being a no ball.
I'll tell you what happens if it misses the cut strip. There's a spectator comes on and plays air guitar.
Yeah, again. But there was a change as well, because a double bouncer becomes a dead ball, and I think for a time there was an experimental regulation that if anything that missed the cut strip was also a dead ball. But then the feeling was, why should the bowler get away with a
well, you don't get many
delivery?
of them, do you?
No, you don't. No, that's true.
He should be sacked on the spot.
Short and pulled away by Curran, and. They've gone through for a single. The discussion was that if ball misses the cut strips very, very wide and the batsman then chases after it, there could be a close infield and it could be dangerous. So there was a time
not
that it was...
that again, not the health and safety, come on.
Yeah, the elf.
The green jackets come out, Bumble.
That was it, but then they thought, no, why should the bowler get away with a terrible ball? So they then reverted back to it being just a wide. That's... a wide half volley, and it was a attempted wide Yorker from Shamar Joseph, and Livingston drives, toe end of the bat, single to the cover sweeper, and the over comes to an end. 39 gone. We are bubbling and simmering towards an absolutely riveting finish. The last 2 overs have belonged to the West Indies. England needed 8.5, it's now 9.5.
I don't think they have belonged to the West Indies. England are sticking to their plan. They've not panicked. If the ball's not there to hit a boundary, they're not even gambling to it. They're just taking the ones when they can, and they're taking it down to that 90s, 90, 100 off the last 10 overs. They believe if West Indies can do it, England can do it.
They got 6 deliveries to get down to that kick-off point. 10 overs to go, 4 wickets down, off we go.
6 off this one, they'll be well happy. We aren't losing a wicket.
97 off the last 10. With, I still think it's pitched quite hard to get in on, though. I think you wouldn't want Dan Mosley having to be scoring at strike rate of 110 from the off.
Big shot incoming. Big shot incoming.
One off the first, a dot off the first ball. It's Roston Chase bowling his off spin, and Liam Livingston. Is he going to go for the boundary second ball? No, quite happy to. There's another dot ball. Oh, should be. Yes, it is. Some slightly over-enthusiastic and fumbling fielding from Matthew Ford.
That was good bowling, actually. He saw him. He knew he was coming, didn't he, Bumble, and threw in the quicker one.
3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, 3 on the boundary. That's again well bowled. Chase follows him. Livingston backs away to the leg side. Chase follows him. Can only nudge it for a single on the onside. So I would think England would want a boundary. They won't. Shouldn't take a wicket-losing risk to score one, but I strongly suspect they would like one in this over. 10 left after this. Still 102 required. Oh, down the wicket comes Curran. Roston Chase, well bowled, dot ball, pushed straight back to the bowler.
Good over so far, this. 3 dot balls and a single. Get out of the over if you can.
I think Roston Chase has become a really accomplished one-day player. Still don't think he's a test cricketer, really, but I think he's a very, very good 50-over cricketer. His bowling is canny and wise, and he's got that great ability to change at the last fraction of a second. Single now again as it's nudged away by Curran out towards deep mid-wicket.
You won't be throwing this one up, would you?
No, well, that last one was flat.
I think this will be similar. It'll be interesting what happens here.
2 off the over.
I think he'll take 1. I think they'll be happy taking 1.
Leaving themselves exactly 100 off the last 10. Chase in again, and it will be 1. Driven down the ground by Livingston to long off. Fielded by Shamar Joseph. And it is now exactly 100 required off the last 10 overs. Livingston 46, Curran 39. I absolutely cannot split them. It's 50-50 game for me.
It's like Star Wars, isn't it? Stay on target.
Well,
Stay on target.
I'm just thinking that England have said 100 off 10. 100 off 10, 6 wickets left. Right, off we go.
Absolutely, Bumble. They've set it up. 100 off 10. This is where they want to be now. This is where the fireworks start. West Indies did it. What were they when they in that position? They were 4 down as well. So I think now with this, they realise it's down to these two. They tried to develop this partnership. It's been an excellent partnership. They've just reassessed the situation and they've took it down now to bang on 100 off 60 balls.
And Boy George has just been on again.
Can you work out the run rate?
It's roundabout. Right, who's going to bowl it? Left arm spin.
Oh, gone for the best option.
Gudakesh Moti. He's the sort of spinner that will relish the pressure moments. He backs himself. He even bowls death overs in T20 for the Guyana Amazon Warriors. And the first delivery is just got enough width on it to be punched away through the offside to the sweeper for a single. I can't split him. Who are you going for?
I think West Indies are slight favourites. Slight. And I mean very, very slight.
We're talking 51-49.
These two are at the crease at the end. England win.
Oh, yes, of course.
Right?
Yes.
So I think that's where we're at.
Bumble, you got a favourite?
Well, yeah, I think West Indies are favourite. No mistakes. They can't afford a mistake, England, to get a new batsman in and then just get himself in.
Completely agree. I think these two need to bat the next 6 overs.
The way that they've played that last 4 or 5 overs, this is exactly where they wanted to be. We don't lose a wicket. That's one thing they said. We do not lose a wicket. We have to be here. Okay, 100 off 10. Are you happy to each other? Yeah, I'm happy. 100 off 10. Let's go.
The West Indies were ahead, actually, at this stage, but not by many, only by
7.
About 12, was it 7 runs?
7.
Was it? I thought it was
100,
12.
93. 100 take away 93. What is it? 7.
Yeah. 232 for 4. England. 40 to Sam Curran. Liam Livingston 48, matching the score from Thursday. He top scored for England. Gudakesh Moti none for 44. I think, there's a general sort of feeling amongst probably in both teams that it just takes one mistake at this stage. England needing 10 and over. One mistake in the next couple of 2-3 overs, it'll swing, I think, the winometer.
England will split this again into 5 overs. We're already at 45. We have to be here. We need to kick on a bit.
Well, the West Indies scored 44 from the last 5. So they actually scored more between 40 and 45.
And that was 1 over. That was Mahmood's last over. And that's what can happen in this international cricket now.
That last over went for 21, didn't it?
Exactly. But I mean, it doesn't have to be the last over. With the batting power of world teams, teams around the world, you can easily get 17, 20 off 1 over.
You wouldn't want to leave yourself in a position where you had to. Down the wicket comes Livingston. He's gone straight and he's just beaten mid-on, long on. Good placement, good foot movement. 50 for Liam Livingston from 60 balls. Clever shot, smart shot. And long on was quite straight as well. I mean, he had to go almost back over the bowler's head, and exactly what he's done. 237 for 4.
Well, 8 off the over. They haven't had a gamble yet. Walk in the park, that, isn't it? 8 off the over and not done nothing silly. Controlled shot, that was.
Moti in once again. Go for the slog sweep. He's got all of that. That could be out of the ground.
Camera
That's
guy.
gone over the deep square leg television cameraman, and he's like 20 feet up in the air on his platform. That is a super slog sweep hit from Liam Livingstone, who's up to 58, and 1 over suddenly changes everything. Moti's gone for 3 singles and then 10 off the last 2 balls, and that has swung the game in England's favour. 1 over, more from Darren Gough and David Lloyd, and it'll be Andrew McKenna to take you through.
We were just saying, weren't we? But the power hitting now, teams around the world can get 17, 20 off and over, and there we go, 4 singles and then 4 and the maximum 6 to take the 14 off the over to win 86 from 54 balls, under 10 and over now, 243 for 4 off 41. Livingston 58 off 61 and Curran 41 off 41. Excellent partnership from England.
Cheers, Goffey. So 86 from 54 the requirement. Gary, our statsman's been onto it. The most that England have scored in the last 10 overs chasing in a one-day international, 97 for 3. So this would be the most, needing 100. Chase to start the new over is around the wicket. Curran plays to long on for a single. 1 more to the total, therefore. Livingstone and Curran doing the heavy lifting of this innings. Livingstone 58, Curran 42 at a runner ball. England 244 for 4. Chase over the wicket from again wide on the crease. Livingstone gets it on his pads, gets it to Carty at backward square leg, and they'll take a single. 2 balls, 2 singles. 84 needed from 52 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Bumble and Goffey have moved out. Phil O'Wallace has moved in alongside. It's a shorter from Chase, hammered by Sam Curran off the back foot to the cover sweeper, who is Shimron Hetmeyer. Liam Livingstone always coming back for 2 to the non-striker's end. Gets there comfortably. 4 from the over for England. 82 needed from 51. Philo, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. This is what West Indies cricket needs. To see who can hold their nerve here. The better team that holds their nerve will win this game. England obviously have planned it quite well to attack in the last 10.
Chase in, gives it a little bit of air. It's outside of off stump. Oh, it's been hit hard by Curran to Matthew Ford at extra cover, and it's bobbled off of his chest and gone away for a single. And everything like that suddenly gets magnified. A run that shouldn't have been there for England now is 248 for 4.
The team that holds its nerve is going to win.
2 balls left of the over. Here's Chase to Livingstone. It's a low full toss. Hit all along the floor to long on. Seals will do the fielding. And it's 80 from 49 now as England 249 for 4.
It's a good game. Obviously, England still think that they can win it. Some decent batting here from Liam Livingstone, who is the captain, and Sam Curran, who have obviously played this game as a batter. And he's on 45, not out from 44 balls. And the two of these have really put West Indies bowling under the sword, and they're going to put pressure as well on the fielders.
Final ball of the over to Curran. He's playing a push drive, almost on the move, all the way, and he hits it to Ford, going to his left-hand side at extra cover. Inside the circle, end of the over, and the 250 is up for England. 250 for 4. And it's taken them 42 overs to get there. So England are continuing to make ground as they try and level this series. Reminder, it is a 3-match series. It's 5 in the T20s, and with West Indies winning the first game, it means that England have to win this match if they are to have a chance of winning the series outright. So it's going to be a big next 8 overs.
Yes, and this win, if England can get up to win this game, it will be the highest run chase, and it will set up the game in Barbados on Wednesday, obviously, as the big clash. The rivalry will continue, as they say. So this is a good effort from England. 250 for 4, needing 79 more runs.
Moti to bowl. He bowls left arm over the wicket. Left arm around the wicket, and because of that angle, Sam Curran is aiming a huge swat over the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. It hits him on the pad, and there's no run. 79 needed from 47. This is Moti's 9th over. So he's only got 6 more deliveries after this one, after this over. Moti is in. Oh, that's a full toss outside of off stump that's been hammered into the covers. They will come back for 2. Oh, Evan Lewis, has he hurt his knee hitting the ground there?
I didn't see the reason why he went to ground at all. But he's injury prone. He's like a good biscuit. Very crumbly.
I'm learning some phrases today, I tell you. 2 to Sam Curran. He goes to 48. 1 shot away from a half century. England 77 to win. Curran is on, well, playing from the crease, playing to long on, where Ford will do the fielding. Curran goes to 49. England 253 for 4. 76 needed from 45.
What I like about this run chase is that the England batters have put Moti under pressure. He's now bowled 8 overs and 3 balls, 58 runs. He has not taken a wicket, which obviously would have concerned Captain Hope and Moti himself, because on Thursday he picked up 4.
And took them very well indeed. Moti goes in, he's pulled that one down short, and Liam Livingstone has smashed the cover off it onto one of the pavilions out on the mid-wicket side of the boundary. And that, well, that's going to take some retrieving and repairing, because wherever that's landed, that is going to have taken a piece out of that ball. Liam Livingstone has larruped that. He's given it the absolute beans, and that's landed on concrete. Livingstone goes to 66. England needs 70 from 44.
Yes, a poor delivery there from Moti, one that just dragged down and sat up in the wicket, and asked Liam Livingstone to hit it, and he hit it convincingly over the mid-wicket boundary, hitting onto the concrete and bouncing into a little grassy area of the back of the field for a mighty 6. And that shot would have brought Hope and Roston Chase and Moti to have a discussion of the right line, the right length, and where they would want Livingstone to score. Mind you, that was against the wind, but with the power that he generated with his back speed going deep into the crease, I don't think the wind could have stopped that. And now we're seeing Evan Lewis, obviously, with that left knee, after he jammed it into the ground, getting some physio treatment from the physio. So I told you, he's like a good biscuit. It's well crumbly once you hit the ground.
Well, it looks at the moment like he's been dunked in a good cup of tea, because he's started to come apart. They're going to have to get a new ball, and Evan Lewis will take that time to get patched up, so everyone can get a slight breather. Don't forget, in just a few hours' time, there's more cricket coming your way here on TalkSport 2, because it's what looks like all the world to be the final day of the India-New Zealand series. 4 a.m. in UK time for that. TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Fascinating game. New Zealand leading by 130 odd, but only 1 wicket left in their second innings. And then India, can they knock them off on a pitch that is turning and bouncing big? Right. Evan Lewis is leaving the field.
And he's limping on his left leg. Some concern for him and for West Indies, but obviously the physio is a good physio. We remember Shamar Joseph in Australia.
Moti goes in once again. It's another attempt from Liam Livingstone into the leg side, over the leg side. Back-to-back sixes from the England captain, the 7th 6 of the innings. He goes to 72. It's 265 for 4. That brings up the 100 partnership between Livingstone and Curran off 92 balls. And I'm going to be honest and say Moti kind of just floated that. He didn't bowl it there. It was kind of floated, and Livingstone needed no second invitation. Moti doesn't go 3 for 3. He fires this one in. It's down the leg side. Livingstone will clip it down to fine leg to Shamar Joseph, and he'll take a single. And that single is significant because it means that Liam Livingstone will be back on strike for the first ball of the 44th. 63 are needed from 42 balls here on TalkSport 2 for England to win this game and keep this series alive.
Yes, I'm over there for Moti. Very light in some deliveries and was punished by Liam Livingstone. We all know the power that he possesses when he gets into a good rhythm, and being the captain, he'll want to lead from the front and try to get up to that total to win this game. They have 329 to get to win this game against West Indies and level this series 1-1. But Livingstone and Curran has come together, this 5th wicket partnership, 106 from 93 balls, which Curran has contributed 49 from 48, and Livingstone 52 from 44. So it's been equal in relation to scoring, which is good to see because Curran has not bowled a lot in this game. He's coming purely as a batter, and he's showing good faith in what they've asked him to do thus far in this game.
63 from 42, so 9 and over. 1.5 a ball, basically, is what England need from here on in. It is Joseph who's coming back into Livingston. That's going down the leg side. It takes Livingston on the pad. No point going any further with that particular appeal. It's got absolutely nothing going for it. England take a leg by.
Yes, so the thing about this, Andrew, is that they see the urgency now of running between the wickets, looking to get bat on ball and even get that rotation of strike moving. We see James Franklin, the bowling coach for West Indies. He's starting to nibble at his pen. So pressure not only on the field, but pressure in the pavilion. Darren Sammy is going left to right, looking to make sure that obviously the field is set right, but he's only the head coach. He can't set the field from the pavilion, so it's down to Shea Hope and the bowlers and those fielders out there to try to absorb this pressure and look to win this second ODI and close out the series. But England's putting up a good fight, putting them under pressure. The professionalism now is showing in England's cricket at the moment.
Sam Curran on strike then. 49 not out from 48 balls. Short third, short fine leg, and then they're bringing up short backward square leg to be inside the circle as well as mid-off. Those are the 4 that you have to have inside the circle. The rest are all scouting on the boundary edge. 62 from 41 is the equation. Shamar Joseph in, bowls, and bowls are wide to Sam Curran. Gregory Brathwaite stretches out his arms. I don't think a couple of the West Indian players were that sure about the decision, but bowling right arm over to a left-hander and then you go further wide outside the off stump. It's a fairly easy call, so it's a run to the total, 268 for 4, but it's not a completed delivery. He'll have to bowl it again, so it's 61 from 41. Curran waits. Here is Joseph. It's a low full toss. Curran will punch to long on to take a single, to take Sam Curran to 50. Sam Curran's first 50 since March of 2021 in one-day international cricket. That was the day he made his 95 not out against India at Pune, and he hasn't made a 50 since. His best score since that was 42 made against New Zealand at Southampton last September. So Sam Curran has his first 50 in, well, 3.5 years or so. Joseph is in. Liam Livingstone hammers this into the cover region. There is a sweeper out there. Carty is able to pull it in, sends it in, and it's one. It's not the greatest of throws, but it's only one. Oh, it is Hayden Walsh, because of course he is on for Evan Lewis.
Yes, please, and he has on red shoes.
Yes.
Gone are the days where you wear white shoes.
And he can catch pigeons. He is a brilliant, brilliant outfielder.
Yes, he's a very good fielder. He's electric in the field. And it's a good swap, actually, for Evan Lewis, Hayden Walsh Jr. But again, that ball was wide and sat up, and Liam Livingstone just spanked it deep into the extra cover. But Walsh coming around to his left just allowed him to get one run. But again, we see the urgency in running between the wickets, putting pressure on the fielders, pushing for that first run, and then looking to see if there's a second on the offering. But this is a good partnership, and this is a good build-up to getting up to 329 if they can.
59 from 39 is the equation. Joseph is in. It's an off-break cutter to Sam Curran. He clips to wide, mid-on. Again, it's Hayden Walsh Jr. coming around and keeps it to 1. 58 from 38.
Yes, a nice delivery there from Shamar Joseph. Just length on the leg side. But Sam Curran obviously in the second 50 in a very long time. Time it to perfection and just hitting it to the right of mid-wicket. And again, Hayden Walsh Jr. very quick across and restricting them just a single. But again, you're seeing good communication, good running skills between Liam Livingstone, who's 74 from 68 balls and looking quite dangerous, and Sam Curran on his second 50.
Shamar Joseph is in. It's a ball that's going down leg side. Liam Livingstone doesn't catch up with it. It hits him on the pads, and he was thinking about the potential of a leg by, but Sam Curran had realised it had only rolled about 3 feet, so it would have been cricketing suicide to try and take a run there. So it's a dot ball, no run. 58 from 37, the equation.
What I like about that delivery from Shamar Joseph, he's looking for the Yorker, the go-to delivery, the ball that a lot of fast bowlers don't remember under pressure. Good execution. Liam Livingstone just missing it, and a dot ball. And every dot ball is important at this stage of this one-day game.
Joseph to complete his 9th over is in, and Liam Livingston pushing into the offside. Roston Chase at point, can't get around to cut that one off, so Hayden Walsh Jr. will come off the boundary. It's a single. 272 for 4 at the end of 44 overs. England, 57 are needed from 36 balls. You are listening to exclusive one-day international cricket on TalkSport 2, and maybe even watching us calling the action as well on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Well, 4 singles and 2 extras in that over from Shamar Joseph. One would say not bad, but again, the England batters of Captain Liam Livingston and Sam Curran continue to keep this partnership going. It's been a very good 5th wicket partnership. They continue to grow in stature, grow in confidence, and you're seeing more urgency running between the wickets. So obviously they had a batting plan, and you can clearly see it being executed and putting pressure on the West Indies. Well, obviously bowlers, Moti has gone 9 for 71. He'd be quite disappointed in his return today, going at 7.89 runs and over. He will look back and say that this has not been a good game for him, and he would like to make amends, as we see Jaden Seales now be given the responsibility to bowl the 45th.
So Seales has bowled 7 already, 0 for 40. With Shafane Rutherford coming on and bowling that 2 overs for 9, it means that either one bowler can go only 8 or 2 bowlers can go to 9. They don't have quite the bowling depth that England have. Mind you, very few sides do. And Seales comes in and bowls an off break that only just lands on the cut strip, I think. It's definitely a wide, but it may be a no ball. As with the one earlier, if it doesn't land on the cut strip, it's a no ball, not a wide. And this is going to go up to the 3rd umpire, and unfortunately on the replay it disappears off the screen, so he's going to need a different angle. I think it just is on the pitch. Now we get a wider shot. Yes, it will pitch just on the cut surface by about 10 centimetres at the most.
Well, he's aiming for the green part of the pitch, and that is way outside off stump. It's a wide delivery. But again, you don't want those type of deliveries when you're coming back. You should be warm and looking to hit your lengths right away.
Here we go then. Seales in once again. Outside of off stump. Livingston's gone over extra cover. 1 bounce 4. So with the wide, that's effectively 5 runs off of 1 legal delivery.
And that's why you don't want to bowl the extra delivery. That ball was wide, asking to be hit. And Liam Livingston very strong in that extra cover region, just reaching for it, the middle net, and hit it straight over extra cover into the boundary. 1 bounce for 4. So pressure on West Indies, pressure on Jaden Seales. Let's see how he can respond to this pressure being put on him by the England captain, Liam Livingston.
52 needed from 35 for England. Livingston now 79 not out from 71 deliveries. He's over that runner ball rate. Seales on his way in, bowls right arm over. Livingston has moved outside of his off stump. Now he guides it past 3rd. There will be the fielder Roston Chase coming around from deep point, so it won't be a boundary, but it's 2. So that's effectively 7 runs from 2 deliveries from this over. It's 50 needed from 34.
Good sensible batting by Liam Livingston. He advanced down the pitch, but he's covering his stumps. Jaden Seales went wide and short and slow, but Livingston just used the pace of the ball, beating the short turn. Roston Chase coming around to his left up from backward point, and the batter is coming through for an easy 2 runs. England obviously 50 runs required now for 34 balls. And if Tanti Murray was alive, she'd be jumping from seat to seat.
Seales in, outside of off stump. Livingston's gone for this one. Still going. Gone. 6 runs over extra cover. The 8-6 of the innings. Livingston goes to 87. England need 44 from 33.
Well, Andrew, in cricket language, that is called a big shot. Again, he's advancing down the pitch. He's covering his off stump, forcing Jaden Seales to bowl wide into the hitting zone. He wants to hit the ball over extra cover. And Jaden Seales said, yes, I'm going to bowl it there. And he bowled it in the slot, and he smoked it way over extra cover. Didn't even move. And yet another boundary in this over from Jaden Seales. He's gone wide, 4-2-6. So that's 6 and 4 is 10 and 2 is 12, and 1 is 13 runs in 4 balls. Pressure on Seales.
Well, he's going to go around the wicket now to Livingston. Again, it's outside extra cover. It's over extra cover. It was well wide of the stumps. I'm not sure about that from Seales. He's bowling from around the wicket and then going across the right-handed Livingston, which seems to just be bowling into his hitting zone.
That's poor bowling from Jaden Seales. Poor execution. You're coming around the wicket, which means you're telling Liam Livingstone, I want you to hit me over extra cover, which is a strong area, rather than staying over the wicket and bowling straight. And Livingstone again said, well, if you want me to hit you over extra cover, Mr. Seals, I'm going to do it. And yet another 6.
38 from 32 needed. Livingstone now 93 not out. Seals is staying around the wicket. He's bowled a full toss that is a wide. He's trying to go full and wide, but he's gone too wide on that occasion. It is a wide. He's got to bowl it again.
I prefer him to come over the wicket and bowl full and straight. If Mr. Livingstone misses a straight ball, more than likely it's going to be LBW or bowl down. But you can't go full and wide for the man who is very strong hitting the ball over the offside. You're asking for trouble. So this is a big ask from Jayden Seal. And obviously he's bowled 7.4 overs, over the 4 balls and gone for 60 already.
Seals stays around the wicket, outside of off stump. Livingstone clubs him into the leg side, just wide of Moti at long on for a 1 bounce 4. Livingstone goes to 97. That's his highest score in one-day international cricket, his previous best. 95 not out. But all he's thinking about at the moment is, can he see England home for these remaining 33 runs? The captain has put it all on his own shoulders. Can he complete the work?
This is a fantastic knock from Liam Livingstone. A great shot, a length ball on off stump. And this time Livingstone looking to hit the ball wide of long on to the right and over the boundary for 4. Pressure on West Indies. Jayden Seal has come back and he's taken a hammering on the back of Liam Livingstone, the England captain.
Final ball of this over from Seals, stays around the wicket. Liam Livingstone hits hard back past the bowler. It will be 1. Is Curran going to come back for the second? Yes, he is. I did wonder whether Livingstone will say, well, actually, final ball of the over, I'll stay here and take it. But he doesn't. So 298 for 4. England need 31 from 30, and they've gone from needing 1.5 a ball to basically 1 a ball in the space of 2 overs. Livingstone's 99 from 76, Sam Curran 51 from 50.
Yes, very good going here by Liam Livingstone. He's moved to 99 of 76 balls. Look dangerous, hitting the ball to all parts of the field at North Song in Antigua. And Jayden Seal just found out that you can't bowl wide and full to him. You can't go around the wicket and bowl length. You'll be punished. And this has really put England now in the driver's seat, requiring just 31 runs off 30 balls, which one would say in this modern day is just 2 hits away. 2 good boundaries, and the runs will drop under a run of ball and make it quite easy for England. But it's cricket, and anything can happen, Andrew. Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. He's 1 away from 100, he's 99, and he would love to score 100 and make it 100 of victories rather than Shea Hope, who scored hundreds, as he said in the interview, but they're all on the losing end. Most of them are on the losing end. So let's see how this game is going to pan out. But England, certainly the momentum with them to obviously take the second ODI.
626 runs scored so far today, but the next 31 are going to be the most significant.
The next 31 is at the apex.
Ain't that the truth? Right, Matthew Ford is in. Sam Curran gets a ball from right arm over the wicket that's wide of off stump, hammers this down to Roston Chase at mid-off. They complete a single, and Sam Curran punches his bat as he reaches the non-striker's end because he's thinking, that should have been more than a single. I've missed out on one there. But he's got Liam Livingstone back on strike. So it's 30 from 29, and Livingstone 99 not out from just 76 deliveries. $2.99 for 4 England. The West Indies just getting the fielders out on the boundary exactly where they want them for Ford to come in and bowl. Right arm over. Livingstone plays a controlled punch down the ground to long on. Ambles the single. Dots his bat in as he gets to the far end. Takes his helmet off to acknowledge his teammates, the supporters. He kisses the 3 Lions badge on his helmet. Liam Livingstone makes 100 from 77 deliveries. His first 100 in one-day international cricket. And he's done it as England captain.
That's a top knock, Andrew. 100 from 77 balls. 4 fours and 6 sixes. I don't think you can want for anything better from the captain. He was under pressure after losing the first one. 328 is about West Indies score, giving him a target of 329, and he's decided, look, I'm going to come away and bat to win this game for England. Only 29 more runs needed.
Ford to Curran, wide of off stump. Sam Curran could throw his hands at this one, but he's picked out. Shimron Hetmeyer on the extra cover boundary. It was the risk reward. I don't know if Ford meant to throw it out quite as wide as he did, but Sam Curran saw it there and thought, I'm going to take this one on, and he picks out Hetmeyer.
And that is what you call cricket. A wide length delivery from Matthew Ford. Curran could have opened the back fist even some more and go square, but he decided to hit it straight into extra cover. And unfortunately, he hit it into the safe hands of Shimron Hetmeyer. But well played to Sam Curran, 52 from 51, from 52 balls, with a strike rate of 100. But he departs when England still need 29 from 27 balls.
They put on 140 for the 5th wicket, did Liam Livingstone and Sam Curran. But it means there is now a new man to the crease. And that new man is Dan Mosley, who is 23 years of age in only his 2nd one-day international. Welcome to international cricket, young man.
He's a batter. He has to show his worth here. Yes, there's 29 more runs from 27 balls, but this young man in the 2nd ODI will have to show a lot of character, a lot of maturity, and a word that we use a lot, common sense. Liam Livingstone is still there on 100, and now Mosley will have to be the one who plays a supporting role. A good partnership of 140 between Curran and Livingstone, similar to what Casey Carty and Shea Hope they would have done earlier when West Indies batted. So similar passes of play, but now he's going to see how they can finish here. England, if they can finish well, they will win the game. If they don't finish well, West Indies win the game and win the series with 1 to go.
Well, Mosley is taking guard. Left-handed player. He's doing the right thing here. He's not getting rushed by anything. He's taken guard. He's used his studs to mark his mark on the ground. Now he's counting the fielders just to make sure he knows where everyone is. And Ford is on the way. Well, Mosley is actually advancing down the pitch to Ford. He's not playing a big shot. He's turning him on the onside. He's underway straight away with a single. So 28 needed from 26. With 2 balls left of this over. But significantly, Mosley's done the thing that he needed to, which is get his skipper back on strike.
Yes, keep Liam Livingstone warm. You don't want him to get cold at all. He's 100. He's really seeing the ball like a breadfruit. He's hitting it with a lot of power and confidence to all parts of North Sound, and he needs to continue. For England to win this game, Liam Livingstone has to score 29 out of 28 runs.
He faces Ford. It's an off-cutter. Short, stands up. Livingstone hits it hard all along the floor to long off, where Shamar Joseph is stationed. It is just a single. 27 from 25, the equation now. Livingstone 101, not out.
Yes, good batting again by Liam Livingstone, getting the left-handed Mosley back on strike. Ford using his experience and his variations, just dragging that ball down, but rolling his wrist over it. Ball just sat him. Livingstone played like a lawn tennis, slap down to long off for a single.
It was a forehand drive, basically, wasn't it? Ford around the wicket to the left-handed Bethel. Bethel again is coming to meet him, pushes to mid-off to Roston Chase. They'll take a single, and Ford is not happy with Roston Chase, saying, why were you back that deep? Why were you not coming in on that? And Roston Chase has turned around and gone, put one finger in there, saying, it was the final ball of the over. And that means that now Mosley is on strike to start the new over. So what Roston Chase is saying to his bowler is, yeah, we've given one away, but it means Livingstone's not on strike. 26 needed from 24.
Yes, it's a good thinking from Roston Chase. Is left to be seen. You know how bowlers think, Andrew?
Yes.
They don't like a run to come off their bowling. And Ford obviously is trying to be as easily as he can, but obviously Roston Chase is thinking different. He's already bowled 8 overs. Ford and picked up 3 for 46. He's the leading bowler again in this game for West Indies, but obviously he didn't feel good to know that last delivery would have cost a single. But Roston Chase is saying, look, hey, Mosley is going to face, and who has the ball in his hand? Shamar Joseph.
For his final over. 1 for 48 so far. And again, there's a lot of discussion. It's so important at this stage of this game to get the field exactly where you want them. So they've got a backward point. Third is in place. That's interesting. You don't often see a third in place, but there is one. There is also a cover and a mid-off inside the circle on the offside. Joseph will be around the wicket, and that's a nice shot from Mosley. punch to Hayden Walsh out on the cover boundary. Single taken. 25 from 23 is the requirement. 304 for 5. England chasing.
I like Mosley. He's coming and he's punching the ball and getting off strike. He's 3 runs, but he faced only 3 balls. So he's at 100% strike rate, and that is what you want to see in a young player. He's absorbing this pressure. His captain is 101 from 78, and he's saying, look, Skip, I'm here with you. 25 runs, 23 balls. Let's see it to the end. Big challenge here now for Shamar Joseph.
Absolutely. One bad ball could change this massively. It's 25 from 23. In goes Joseph. It's a shin-high full toss, and Livingston has helped himself to 6 of the very best over square leg. Livingston's goes to 107, England 310 for 5, and now it's below a runner ball. 19 needed from 22.
Yes, good operation there from Liam Livingston. Good movement. He just shuffled across his stance, but he held his shape. Joseph looking for the Yorker, didn't get it right. The ball came out full shin height, full toss, and he just whipped it with those lovely bats that are stern these days, and over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. 19 now required from 22 balls. Pressure on Shamar Joseph, pressure on West Indies, and that 329 is looking quite small.
Well, we keep talking about, you know, the young players in the England squad, but of course, you know, Shamar Joseph is on debut.
Yes.
So, you know, what goes around comes around. So, you know, if we're talking about pressure on the England players, then there's also pressure on the West Indies players. And I just said, one bad ball could make such a difference. He's not a million miles off there, but a shin-high full toss to Liam Livingston when he's 100 not out is not staying in the park.
Yeah, he's going for the ball. Obviously, he believes that he can execute at this stage of the game, and unfortunately, he did not execute it. And it just ran on to a Liam Livingston who's actually in 6th gear. He's hitting the ball quite nicely. He's middling the ball, and you can see obviously the experience of Liam Livingston, and he's enjoying his knock so far.
The captain to see it through. In goes Joseph. It's another full toss. It's been helped over fine leg for 6. 1-6-6 this over, and England now need 13 from 21. Dare I say it, England have broken the back of this one.
That's a poor execution yet again of a Yorker. Liam Livingston again just shuffling to the outside. Shamar Joseph looking for that Yorker, and the ball is just about thigh height on the left thigh, and Liam Livingston just helped it over backward square and maybe hit it about 5 or 6 rows back into the stands for yet another 6. So 1-6-6, 13 already off this over in 3 balls.
In comes Joseph. He's going to have to bowl that one again. He's outside of off stump by quite a long way, and umpire Palika signals wide. It's 12 from 21. 317 for 5.
Yes, England obviously will be smiling here. A lot of pressure on them when they look at that target of 329. But now when you look at your 12 runs adrift with 21 balls to go, and your captain is 113 and seeing it as big as the world.
Joseph is in. Livingston goes long again over the leg side, and it's just far enough to get over Moti. It's 6. 6 are now needed for England to win from 20 deliveries. 323 for 5, and Liam Livingston is 119 not out.
No, Shamar Joseph, you can't bowl that length to a man like Liam Livingston. He's set, he stays deep in his crease, and his length on off stump, and he just whacked it over long on. Moti jumped in vain, and just to retrieve the ball, he loses his grass, and that another 6.
He needed a fishing net to have caught that one. Joseph to bowl the 5th ball of the over, and he's actually bowled a good one there. It's full, landing round about the crease line, and Liam Livingston can't do anything with that one, and it's through to the keeper. No run. You were talking about someone having a smile on their face. I'll tell you who will have a smile on their face. The new interim chief executive officer of the West Indies Cricket Board, because we're going to Barbados with this series tied at 1. And therefore, you've got real interest in and intrigue in the final game.
There isn't a new chief executive officer. He's the COO, but he's acting CEO.
Here we go. Shamar Joseph then for the final ball of the over. Smash back, almost takes the bowler's head off. It's 4. That's an absolute rocket from Liam Livingston. England need 2 from 18. Set 329 to win this one-day international. They're going to do it with plenty in hand. Liam Livingstone, I think he should open a barber shop. He's nearly given Joseph a haircut with that one. Absolutely screamed back at the bowler. Livingstone 123 from 83. England need 2 from 18.
This is some serious batting here by Liam Livingstone. That ball was left on off stump and he drilled it back at the head of Shamar Joseph. And in his follow through, he ducked. He was lucky, if not, he'd be concussion out. But this is fantastic batting and good hitting. Common sense hitting too by Captain Liam Livingstone. 123 from 83 balls. And England are just 2 runs away from a memorable victory.
Matthew Ford to bowl the over. Mosley's coming down the pitch to meet him. Hammers it into the onside and gets up the non-striker's end for a single. The scores are tied. The West Indies posted 328 for 6 earlier. England are now 328 for 5. 1 ball into the 48th over, and England need 1 from 17 balls to win. Darren Gough sitting alongside me. I can only use one word. Wow.
Well, it is, I mean, superb absolutely from Livingstone. 123 from just 83 deliveries.
Ford goes in and, well, Livingstone plays an almost defensive push back to the bowler, no run.
Well, it's after they're not out though now, isn't it? I mean, what an over there, just destroying the young debutant Shamar Joseph, who had bowled okay, you know. And it just goes to show the power of these guys now. 10 and 11 per over. That final 10, when you're in and you're set, the importance of partnerships in 50 overs, it's still that skill to bat partnerships. You can just unleash the power, and that's what he's done.
Matthew Ford goes in. Liam Livingstone comes down the pitch to meet him. Hits to mid-off. It's straight to the fielder. England take the single. They win by 5 wickets with 16 balls to spare. And Liam Livingstone will finish 124 not out from just 85 deliveries. A brilliant knock from the man who is captaining England in this series. Set 329 for victory. They've got their 5 wickets down halfway through the 48th over. Phil Salt made a run of ball 59. Jacks 12, Cox 4, Bethel 55 from 57 deliveries. That innings shouldn't be ignored either. Sam Curran a run of ball 52. But Liam Livingstone, take a bow, 124 from 85 deliveries. The West Indies scored the highest total on this ground about 3 hours ago. England have just usurped it to win this game, Darren Gough.
Again, I would have said they would have been hugely disappointed at the halfway mark, and we all said it. I thought they got way too many. But we've seen with the power of these guys, once they get in, there's no total safe. And when Livingstone gets going, he's just proved there in a few overs. I think there was a 14 over, an 18 over, and then a 24 over. It's as simple as that. When you've got that power, and Livingstone's proved it. 124, I'll say it again, just from 85 deliveries. Credit to Sam Curran, who stuck with him, 52 off 52. Another good knock from him. Jacob Bethel showed all the talent that the England selector has shown faith in. But Livingstone, the show belongs to him. I thought he had a mare in the field as skipper, shepherding his bowlers. But to get 124, wow, deserves every accolade he gets.
Philo Wallace is worth Goffin myself. Look, obviously England are going to take a huge amount of positive and credit out of this one. From a West Indies point of view, they put 328 on the board and not been able to defend it. How hard is that going to hurt them that they've not been able to defend this?
It's like swallowing a pear without chewing it. That's how hard it's going to be. This is a bitter pill here. You scored 328 on the back of a fantastic 100 from your captain, his 17th. And then to end up being beaten quite easily with balls to spare. If the opposite captain getting 100 not out and winning the game, I think that a lot of credit has to go to England. And when you look at the way in which the West Indies bowlers executed in those last 10 overs, because England played the game down to the last 10 overs. They've backed themselves that they can get the 329 in the last 10 overs, and they've done it successfully in 47.3 overs. So they knew what they were doing in terms of their run chase. The West Indies bowlers did not execute the bowling plan as was discussed or supposed to, and this is something that will be discussed, and obviously you need to execute better. There is no Alzari Joseph tonight. Debutant Shamar Joseph went for a lot. Good against Moti, who usually bowls well, went for some runs. Roston Chase was not as potent in relation to wickets. A bit expensive from his point of view, but again, the bowlers did not live up to the expectation. Jaden Seal came back and he did not have a good 8 for over as well. 8 for 66, 4 ball 8.3 for 48, took 3 wickets, continues to take wickets. But in the middle and at the end of the innings, you need those bowlers who can sustain pressure, and obviously they did not find that, and they end up losing the game. So very good victory to England. It is 1-1 of the rivalry. They head to Barbados to complete this one-day series on Wednesday. The surface in Barbados, I expect it to be very good, and obviously again, the better team that holds the nerve will win this series. West Indies clearly did not hold their nerve here in Antigua, and now that is tied up 1-1 heading to Barbados for the decider.
Fellow, thank you very much for being with us once again here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Don't forget, it is a day-night game again on Wednesday to complete this series, but we will be going there level at 1-1 after England won by 5 wickets. Right, let's wrap everything up with the Following On podcast here on TalkSport 2.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app, and on your smart speaker.
International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England in the second ODI.
And he's nicked the next ball through to the keeper.
On TalkSport 2.
You're listening to the Following On podcast. I'm Andrew McKenna, and I'll be joined by the former England fast bowler Darren Gough for the next few minutes to look back at England's 5-wicket win over the West Indies in Antigua as they levelled the 3-match series with 1 to play. We'll be discussing a brilliant maiden one-day international century for the England captain Liam Livingstone. We can also discuss if he can be smarter with his bowling options, but also look ahead to that series decider in Barbados on Wednesday night. So plenty to come over the next few minutes. You are listening to Following On. So what a one-day international it was. England winning the toss and electing to put the home side into bat. The statistics tell you that sides win more often than not recently at batting seconds, and at one stage they'd have been pretty happy with things, because with Brandon King and Evan Lewis dismissed for 7 and 4 respectively, the West Indies were 12 for 2 in the 4th over. But Casey Carty and Shea Hope had other ideas. Carty made 71 from 77. Shea Hope, with his 17th one-day international 100, made 117 from 127 balls. Shafane Rutherford chipped in with 54 from 36 as well. I say chipped in, he did considerably more than chip in. He belted it to all parts. Hetmeyer 24 from 11, and Roston Chase and Matthew Ford, the not-out men, 20 and 23 respectively. England using 9 bowlers for only the second time in one-day international cricket. So England set 329 to win at 6.6 and over. Phil Salt 59 at a run a ball. Will Jacks 12 from 11. Jordan Cox 4 from 9. Then Jacob Bethel 55 from 57. Liam Livingstone 124 not out from 85. Sam Curran 52 at a run a ball. Dan Mosley 4 not out at a run a ball. The bowling figures for the West Indies: Matt Ford 3 for 48 from 8.5. Jaden Seals 0 for 66 from 8. Shamar Joseph 1 for 72 from 10. Gudakesh Moti, the man who took 4 wickets in the first game, wasn't able to get on the wicket-taking column today. 0 for 71 from 9. Shafane Rutherford bowled 2 overs for 9, and Roston Chase 1 for 53 from his 10. But Darren Gough, there is only one place we can start talking about this game, and that is with the England captain. 124 not out from 85 deliveries. His side needed him to stand up because it was a big total to chase down. Boy, did he stand up. He stood about 9 foot tall today.
Yeah, absolutely superb with a bat. I thought he was average in the field as a captain and as a bowler today. But when it came down to it, and he's in the side mainly for his batting, his power hitting, but his experience showed them the importance as well of experience. If you're looking down that side and you're probably picking 3 that are in the actual real first choice 11 for one-day internationals, Liam Livingstone would be that person, and that was a mature innings for me. Never lost sight. I remember being on with Manners and he said, well, it's, you know what I mean, that with 11 to go, he just kept calm, just took it to 100, bang off 10, and it's with the way they hit the ball these days, 10, 11, 12, I think I said on air, 12 and over now, they believe they're going to get it. They don't want it to go above 12, but at 12, they feel as though they'll walk it. And with those two at the crease for the length of time they were there, Livingston and Curran, was an unbelievable partnership. Truly, it's one of the best innings I've seen, that. It really is. The maturity of it, the belief that it can go and wait until that final 10 and then just struck with a power. 6. There were sixes everywhere, raining sixes.
Yeah, he was.
And he was doing it at will. Such a good innings.
From Liam Livingston's point of view, it's his first 100 in one-day international cricket for England. I mean, it could be, I don't want to sort of go overboard on this one, but it could be the making of him. I mean, it was so controlled that there was huge power, but there was control in it.
Well, responsibility. He's captain. He wants to. He's captain, right? He's at the crease. They lose. His first series as captain is lost. He's 2-0 down with one to play. That's a captain's innings, an individual innings, and a team performance innings. Absolutely superb. I can't praise him enough. He came to the crease. He set off because the guy he was in. He came at the crease and tried to up the tempo straight away. Once that happened, a wicket went. He then took over the responsible role. Curran came in and upped the tempo. And that's the way they do it. The guy that's in Salt did it until he played that shocker of a shot against Ford. He took his foot off the pedal when Jacob Bethel was going, if you remember. And then he played that poor shot, and Livingston came in, took the pressure off Bethel. Right, you've got to bat and get 100 now. They knew one of their team had to get 100. West Indies did it, and if one of your team gets 100, you're going to be over 300 nearly every time. And now Livingston coming in at 5, magnificent 100. Magnificent.
I mean, Shea Hope made 117 from 127 balls earlier, his 17th one-day international 100. It was a great knock, but it would take something special to take Shea Hope's 100 away from top billing in this game, and boy, did we just have it. I mean, that's how impressive this was.
Well, two top 100s, in this game. Shea's 100 was fantastic as well. 2 wickets down early on, came in as a captain as well. The responsibility there. He knew he had to bat through, and England had him by the throat, really. And I thought England let him off there. They were poor, weren't they? They were poor. There were too many bowling changes. They didn't seem to have a plan. There wasn't going into it and say, right, I think this is the plan for him. This is the plan for him. He was just winging it. That's what it looked like. We know he wasn't because he captained Lancashire before, but he was winging it. And they lost control, and West Indies managed to get a total, which I thought was way too many. But it goes to show when you've got power in your side and you've got quality like Livingston who can hit sixes, there's no ground big enough in the world. We've seen it in the IPL from him, Big Bash. We've seen it in the 100. We've seen it in the Blast. Everywhere he plays, he can do this. We know he can do this. This is why he goes for $1 million in auctions. And he's just shown today why he's a contracted white ball cricketer for England in all formats.
You've touched on the bowling there. 9 bowlers used by England for only the second time ever in one-day international cricket. Sam Curran was 6th change, 8th bowler used, and it was after 30 overs when it was finally chucked to him. He ended up bowling 3 overs, 0 for 17. I mean, what is Sam Curran's role with England in this side, and what is his role going forward? Because at the moment it looks like in these conditions England see him as a number 6 batter who can bowl a bit, and we know he's better than that.
I think what we've seen of Sam now, he peaked early with his bowling, right, and his batting always had potential, but I think he has turned into a batter now who bowls, right, and I think England have lost faith in his bowling in the longer format, 50 overs, and Test cricket. I think that's been obvious to everyone, right? T20. In fact, his franchise have just released him as well, hasn't he? He's got, and that surprised me as well, because in Indian conditions, these are similar in the West Indies, the slow pitches, ball cross seam, ball across, wants to get it on the offside, bowls lots of slower ball bouncers as well. But he came on too late for me. He's gone from an opening bowler to a first change bowler, now to what was he today? 6 change. And lack of confidence as well, when he's bowled in the SA20, I've seen him the last 2 years, he's been poor. He's been poor. Sam's got to get back to the drawing board with his bowling. I think he's got huge potential as a cricketer in all formats, even Test cricket when Stokes is not around and if Wokes has an injury. He's still a good player, but he seems to have been put to the back of the queue, doesn't he, at the minute? And his batting's took over. Quality batter, we saw it again tonight. We saw it the other night, and I think his batting now has become his main weapon. He's got to get back to working on his bowling because I still think he's got a lot to offer.
Right, well, Liam Livingstone has just been speaking in the last few minutes at the presentation ceremony with Nikhil Chowdhury.
And Liam is also the winning captain. Liam, before this series, you said you felt like you've almost found a new beginning, a new birth in your game. Where has that come from to allow you to be like this?
Yeah, certain things that I've done in practice. The end that I had to the summer in England, I felt like I was getting back to my best. Just maturing a little bit, I think, knowing my game pretty well. And yeah, just back enjoying cricket, which ultimately I know is the main thing. If I'm enjoying my cricket, I usually play well. So yeah, pretty proud day today.
Tell us about the plan for your pacing of the innings.
Yeah, I think to try and take some risks early on. The wind was obviously pretty strong to that boundary, so try and get myself going, and then we pretty much knew that we could set it up for the end and target their death bowling. So that was pretty much how me and Sammy were planning on playing it, and it worked perfectly in the end.
Speaking of Sam Curran, how much pressure did he take off of you, if any? How did he complement you in that partnership?
Yeah, he played beautifully, especially the way he came in. Very clever to know that it was a no ball, second ball, hit that for 6 and he's off and away. So I batted a lot with Sammy. I've played a lot of cricket with Sammy, so I knew I could trust him at that end. So no, he played beautifully there, got us pretty much over the line and left it to us to finish at the end.
Looking at it from a team perspective now, what was the difference you found in your batting performance today as opposed to a couple of days ago?
Yeah, I think we've said, look, we need somebody in our top 6 to go on and get a big score, and thankfully we did that today. I thought Salty played beautifully up front. He took the game, put them under pressure, but I thought we were really good with the ball as well. I think it was a really good wicket. It was difficult with that wind, and we kept looking to take wickets the whole way throughout. Yeah, I thought we were pretty sloppy in the field, but I thought our bowlers did really well. So yeah, I think overall pretty decent team performance, and back in the series, looking forward to Barbados.
What will the win do for the confidence of a young group that you lead?
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, we've got a lot of young boys still learning the ropes of international cricket in there, and hopefully that'll boost their confidence, being in and around an environment, seeing how to win in international games. So yeah, it'll do them the world of good. Like I said, we'll rest up, see what we need to do to get better next time, and hopefully win the series.
Special performance from you today. Enjoy this one. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Liam Livingstone in conversation at the presentation ceremony just a moment ago. Felt that England bowled well today. Goffey, we're going to hear from Shai Hope in just a few seconds. I just wonder if Liam Livingstone is getting overcomplicated because they've got too many bowling options. Yes, of course you want 5 or 6, maybe even a 7.
It's not easy, Mackie, you're right.
But sometimes if you get too many options, you think, well, I've got him in my side, I've got to give him a bowl.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. I think that can be. So let's give him a little leeway on that. But you've got so many bowlers. But what I would say to that is, but again, I see Liam Livingstone as a batsman power hitter in your side who can bowl you 3 or 4, 5 overs on a good day, right? He's bowled 7 today. He came on again first spinner, didn't he, the other night after Adel. So he seems to have put himself before everyone else. Is that because he's more experienced? He's played more games than anybody else? I'm not so sure. But I said Mosley. I think he had a bit to offer. I thought he come on too late as well. Sam Curran could have probably come on before Liam Livingstone at that point. And if we were sitting here now and Liam Livingstone had bowled in that total 3 overs, right, I could accept it. But he's bowled himself 7 overs, 1 for 56, which surprised him. And Adel took a bit of stick today. You don't often see that. 62, picked up the 2 wickets though, which were vital. And Saqib, I always feel for someone who puts his hand up and bowls at the end and goes for a few. That last over cost him, right? And you look at his figures and go 8 overs, not for 56. But what did he go for that last over?
21, I think.
21, right? So he'd actually bowled quite well, and then he took him for 21 on that last over. I always feel for bowlers like that, because on paper now you look at it and think, oh, he got a bit of tap. But I actually thought he bowled okay. John Turner with a new ball was outstanding again. He's always going to bowl you a bad ball, give you a bit of width. But I think he's been impressive the 2 games. Joffre got through 9 overs. A little bit of concern, he was holding his elbow on a few occasions today, but back-to-back games for him, which is a positive. It'll be interesting what they do to him, because they're trying to step up his fitness now. But I think, from someone who we brought up in Barbados, might not play now the third one, but he has got a few days off now. It's not till Wednesday, is it? So they might be believed, but this is the time now for Joffre to step up, and they might play him in all 3 games.
Well, I got Gary Morgan, our statsman, to check. The last time Joffre played 3 one-day internationals in a row, because we all think...
World Cup.
2020 against Australia at Old Trafford was the third of those. So basically the COVID series of 2020 was the last time Joffre played 3 one-day internationals in a row. Let us hope we see him in Barbados on Wednesday, because that means they're confident enough in his body to now play 3 in a row.
Well, we talk about winning series, right, for confidence and everything. And this is England's, let's be straight about it, this is England's second team.
Yeah.
It's not England's first team. The 7 players who would be in this squad who are not in it, purely because they're in the test squad, right? And if they can come out of this with a series win, confidence-wise for these young players, it's massive. So, all to Barbados, 3rd one-day international, next Wednesday. Should be a great spectacle. Lots of England supporters there, as always. And, well, I can't wait for the game now, because you've got 2 teams now desperate for a series win.
Well, let's now hear from the West Indies captain. I mean, talk about the old good news, bad news joke. Shai Hope made a brilliant 117 earlier on today. So as batter, it went well. But as captain, he's not been able to seal the deal, because West Indies have got up to... England have got up to win this one. Shai Hope, just a few minutes ago, spoke with Nikhil at the presentation ceremony.
Shai, first of all, hard luck on the loss today. How did you feel about 328 you guys set?
Personally, I thought it was a decent score, especially with the conditions here. Outfield was very heavy, surface was a bit slow up and down. I just thought it was enough, but obviously it wasn't in this case.
17 ODI hundreds for yourself. What does it mean, Shai, in the context of how much work you've put into this format and how successful you've been over the years?
Honest answer, irrelevant. If it doesn't contribute to wins, then it doesn't really matter.
Right. Now tell me about the bowling performance. Obviously, you guys struggle to take wickets. How do you guys add to your skill set to be able to take wickets on flatter surfaces like today?
Yeah, we need to be more disciplined. In the first game, we showed that when we hit those straps, things happen. We were a little bit too off. We bowled a lot of wide deliveries. Then in the back end, we were bowling a lot of step hits, pace on. So I just didn't think we executed our plans well. For what I thought, we had clear plans, but I guess we didn't execute them well today.
To Livingston and Curran, as captain, did you feel you guys could have done better, or they just simply batted really well?
Like I said, we didn't bowl as well as we could have. We gave them a lot of easy options to score. And when you're playing national cricket like this, guys are going to capitalize on those loose deliveries. So we didn't hit our straps today, and that's what happened.
On a positive note, though, given the batting struggles you guys have had in the past, what impressed you today with your other batters?
Yeah, I thought the guys played really well. KC getting another big score. He's been putting a lot of work in behind the scenes, so it's great to see him being a lot more consistent. Same as Sherfie. Sherfie's gone 4 back-to-back 50s now, so he's really been putting his hand up for the team in the batting group. And Hetty just came out and played this nice quick cameo there, so we're very happy with the batters at this point.
All right, series is even. We'll see you in Barbados.
Thank you.
Very honest, Shai Hope there. His 100 is completely irrelevant because the West Indies lost the game. And, geez, 328 for 6. You know, we keep mentioning the fact during the commentary that for a day game, the average score batting first on this pitch is 246. West Indies were miles above that. Throw in what Shai Hope said there about a slow outfield as well. You know, that's taken probably 20 or 30 off the total as well.
Absolutely.
That's 350. And you lose.
I think both teams will be disappointed with their bowling today. And I think for the West Indies, it showed their inexperience with the ball. It really is. Ford showed talent in these 2 games, inexperience. Sales, inexperience. Debutant, right, Joseph, inexperience. Their most experienced bowler, Al-Sari, was rested today. So all the way through, they've got inexperience with their seam attack. The spinners, I thought they was okay today. Morty didn't get it right, but there was some good hitting there from the guys. They played them quite well, didn't they, the spinners? It wasn't really turning. Short boundaries. You saw miss hits at the end going for 6. But both teams, if they really analyse it properly, will look at that and think we didn't bowl at our best today. Both teams.
And the point you make about the West Indies bowling lineup, Shamar Joseph is the oldest one of the three seamers at 25, and he's on debut.
Yeah.
So, you know, you kind of say, well, in an ideal world, you wouldn't have those three together. You'd have two of them and Alzari Joseph.
And you know, he didn't bowl that badly as well. Shamar Joseph, at the end, his first spell, I thought he was outstanding. But coming back, when the pressure was on him and they were looking to score off him, that's when he panicked. He even just hit the cut bit on one occasion.
Yes,
just tried to bowl a slower ball and just got in the cut bit. And he panicked, didn't he? Bowling at Livingston again, he just didn't get it right. The wind going into the short boundary, hit him with the wind, and he got it too straight. And he just flicked two for 2 sixes. And that's it. That's what international cricket's like. You've got these guys who hit the ball a long way, and he's got a lot of that to come. If he's going to play a lot of franchise cricket around the world and a lot of international cricket for his country, he's going to have worse days than that, let me assure you.
Well, absolutely. Right, let's look ahead to Wednesday. So, off to Barbados. Keep reminding you, it's a day-night game again, so just like the first one. So, on air at 5 o'clock for us here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 6 o'clock UK time for the first ball, so it's day-night in a new venue. Now, England only made one change today from the first game. I'm not sure I can see many changes in this, because you wouldn't necessarily change your winning side, although you might want to tighten up something on the bowling. So it could well be that there's a couple of guys who come all the way to the Caribbean and have had a nice holiday.
Yeah, well, they've got the T20s to come, 5 of them. I think they'll mix it up there. But the only one, and he'll want to play because it's Barbados, is Jofra. It's whether they think he's played 2 games now. He's in the T20 side as well, isn't he? So he's going to play the 2 T20 games in Barbados. They might say, look, Jofra, you've got what? How many overs did he bowl the first game? 5 or 6? 5 or 6. So he's bowled a few overs.
5 in the first, 9 today.
Let's rest him in that third one. Open with Saqib and Turner. And then it's or they bring in Topley as well. I think it'll be the same team, unless they do bring back Jamie Overton, because they have got all them bowlers. The balance of the team is just all wrong, isn't it? But it's either Overton comes in for one of the other guys, one of the seamers.
From a West Indian point of view, Darren Sammy's got a bit of a job here as head coach, hasn't he? Because they're going to be stewing on this one for a while, and you can.
It's one that got away, Macca.
Yeah,
it's one that got away for him. Sammy there as head coach will be disappointed. He'd have thought that at half time that was 90% in their favour. An experienced bowling attack, they win that game by 30 or 40, might even be more, because of the panic. They get behind under pressure, and they lose wickets in the outfield. But an inexperienced attack. And England, with the experience of Livingston in an experienced side, got over the line.